I, on behalf of Manipur University Students' Union, would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone to the 2 days National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue, and Coexistence in Manipur, organized by Manipur University Students' Union. The Students' Fraternity of Manipur University, Manipur, firmly believes that the time has come for giving voice to the unheard and the toiling masses who faces burnt of this present ethnic strife in Manipur. With utmost care, the testimonials of the affected and the role of the stakeholders be heard. Globally experimented successful models for trust building and reconciliation needs to be explored and replicated to bring calm in Manipur. The 2 days National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue, and Coexistence in Manipur be collectively endorsed and deliberated upon the well-being of the present and future Manipur. The deliberation is expected to expand the horizon of self-retrospection and road ahead. The National Youth Convention shall have the testimonies of intellectuals, students, and displaced persons to assess the ground reality for which immediate and just redressal. The senior citizen, activist, religious, and academia who contributes and contributions transcends ethnic boundaries must come together to secure social healing, peace, and coexistence in the state. So without further ado, I would like to start our inaugural session. I take the opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Professor W. Chand Babu Singh, Registrar, Manipur University. Professor W. Chand Babu Singh, Registrar, Manipur University. After which, I take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Professor M. Premjit Singh, Dean of Students' Welfare, Manipur University. A big round of applause, please. After which, our guest of honor, Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science, JNU. We also have our guest of honor, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh. He is on the way. Now I take the opportunity to welcome President of the function, Thokchom Sonamani Singh, President, Manipur University Students' Union. So I call upon our volunteer to felicitate our dignitaries with a token of appreciation. Thank you. To begin the session, I welcome our honorable dignitaries for a candlelight ceremony, and I request our volunteers to assist. Once again, I take this privilege and opportunity to welcome our honorable dignitaries for a candle lighting ceremony. Our volunteers, please assist. Our guest of honor, Professor Irom Gambir Singh, just arrived. Sir, please join us. Our guest of honor, Professor Irom Gambir Singh, just arrived, so I request our volunteer to kindly felicitate him with a token of appreciation. Thank you. After our holy candle lighting ceremony, to begin our inaugural session, we are pleased to welcome Harlisan Ngatem, Cultural Secretary Musu 2022-23, to deliver welcome address. Please welcome him.
A very good morning to everyone. Ahanba maktada ngasigi akhoi musu na sinja langjaduna pangtholiba national gi thakta pangtholiba khoi national youth convention asibu mapung phan ni haiduna lengpirakliba akhoi gi mingoina hangacharabada chief guest ki phangpham langna phambiriba oja Professor W Chan Babu Singh, Registrar Manipur University bu akhoi sinjar langjari maikai dagi nolukna ikai khunago erana taram nokchari amadi akhoi guest of honor gi phampham langda phambiriba akhoi Professor Irom Gambir Singh, President Manipur University Teachers Association muta musu gi maikai dagi ikai khunago loinana taram nokchari amadi guest of honor gi phampham langda phambiriba Professor M. Premjit Singh, ahogi thauram sibu mapung phani na lengpira paidamakta ahogi ikai khumnagaloi nana thauram sibuda taram nokchari, and I would like to warmly welcome our respected guest of honor, Professor Manindra Nath Thakur, Center for Political Science, JNU, and showed our respects and kindness towards you in this special National Youth Convention organized by the MUSU. Aroiba maktada ahogi President oiki phamham lang da phambiriba ahogi thauram sigi mapusu oiriba ahogi mingoina gacharabada yamba thokchom sonamni Singh, President Manipur University Students Union busu ikai khunabo uchari amadi taramna uchari aduga ngasigi Thauram National Youth Convention oina irang siga mari lenana luraba Manipur ki tanfam masida saruk yabini haiduna lakpiriba akhoi students community Manipur University amadi atopa mafam kya dagi lengbirik liba singsu muchuna taram na uksari amadi ngasigi lakpikatoriba CSO sing amadi academician displaced person mama amadi akhoi camera media partners sing busu akhoi musum ki maikai dagi ikai khunnabaga loinana taram na uksari. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlishan Ngathem, Cultural Secretary Musu 2022-23, for the welcome address. Now I welcome Oinam Premdas Kuman, Vice President Musu 2022-23, to give keynote address. Let's all welcome him.
A very warm good morning to everyone, respected president members on the dais, and to all the respected teachers and respected fellows from different student community and from within the Manipur University. And on behalf of the Manipur University Student Union, I would like to welcome all the delegates, all the participants, and all the respected teachers and all the respected students for being present on this National Youth Convention on the theme Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence in Manipur. The present tension between the two ethnic groups, that is Meitei and Kukis, started after the Tribal Solidarity March on May 3rd, 2023, organized by All Tribal Students Union Manipur, Assam, turned violent in Chusanpur, a southern district of Manipur, and the pretext of the march was to organize all tribes against Meitei's inclusion in the scheduled tribe list. The initial tribal solidarity soon dispersed due to the violent nature and involvement of the armed Kuki militants. Before the starting of the solidarity march, Kuki miscreants vandalized and burned government forest offices at Bungmol village around 10:30 a.m. and Mamta Moltam village, that's around 12:30 p.m. and Saikot village, that's around 1:30 p.m. At around 1:30 p.m., two dead bodies of Meiteis were found at Kangbai. And the reported burning of the gate of Anglo-Kuki War Memorial at around 2:30 p.m. by some miscreants, apparently done by the Kuki themselves with an objective to muster Kuki solidarity, as per the footages circulated in social media, was used as a pretext to mobilize Kuki sentiment in Chusanpur, resulting in the attacks on Meitei villages bordering Chusanpur, a Kuki-dominated district, and Meitei villages in Torbung, Bangla, Kangwai, and Pukoksau Ikai was destroyed by Kuki mob with support of the armed Kukis at around 10 p.m. At present, Manipur is going through a very severe humanitarian crisis due to the ethnic conflict between the Meiteis and the Chin Kuki Mizos. The conflict situation has resulted in the loss of more than 130 lives and displacing of more than 70,000 people. The gory aspect of the ethnic tension is the abduction, forced disappearance, blockade of lifeline like national highways, unrestrained burning of habitats, and false propagandist literature circulated worldwide in the name of religion and minority. The ethnic hostility in Manipur is becoming grimmer with its passing day. There are numerous casualties on both sides due to the ethnic hostility. The vicious circle of violence continues due to the provocation by organized arms groups, which are already bound by ground rule of the tripartite suspension of operations, also known as SU. Initially, the ethnic tension was confined to the civilian. Due to the continuous violation of the SU group, the intensity of the violence has increased and shifted to Valley Foothill. There are more than 70,000 internally displaced persons and more than 130 deaths and more than 200 injured. The highways are blocked and the water supply line are disrupted by the Kuki protesters in collision with the Kuki armed miscreants. The participation of armed Kuki groups in civil protests has aggravated as all ethnic tension in Manipur, and the government of India has not been able to secure smooth passage of essential commodities on the highways despite recent deployment of security forces in Manipur. And the internal connection has been suspended, and school, colleges and university have just begun recently. And the student fraternity of Manipur University and Manipur firmly believes and the time has come for giving voice to the unheard and the toiling mass who face the brunt of the present ethnic strife in Manipur, and with utmost care the testimonials of the affected and the role of stakeholders needed to be heard. And this 2 days National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence in Manipur will collectively endorse and deliberate upon for well-being of the present and future Manipur. And on behalf of the Manipur University Student Union, I would like to request all the delegates and all the participants to express your opinion and regarding this ongoing crisis, and to bring a social healing, peace and coexistence in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Oinam Premdas Khuman, Vice President MUSU 2022-23, for the detailed speech and also for highlighting the aim, purpose and objective of today's National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence. After which, I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar, Manipur University, to give a short speech. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and guest of honor of today's program, Professor M. Premjit, Dean, Students Welfare, Manipur University, and a guest of honor of today's function, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, Head Department of English, Manipur University, and President, Manipur University Teachers Association, Manipur University, Mr. Sonamani, President of today's function, as well as President, Manipur University Students Union. Of the dais, Professor Soyam Lokendrajit Singh, retired Professor of Philosophy, Manipur University, and other invited speakers, Dr. Noni, and all other friends, research scholars, students, and office bearers of MUSU, Manipur University Students Union. At the very outset, I just would like to say that the democracy, dialogue, and a coexistence, which we are going to discuss on today's National Youth Convention, which is going to start for today and will continue till tomorrow, is very important initiative of the Manipur University Students Union. This is a discussion that means National Convention is important, keeping in mind the present crisis and its perspective. Otherwise also, such type of convention on democracy, dialogue, and coexistence is very important, to organize, every year or every quarter in a state like Manipur, where the people talk about coexistence, whereas people talk about the coexistence of 33 communities in a small place like Manipur, where the total geographical area is hardly 22,000 square kilometers. And it's just like, Manipur is just like a smaller India or a mini India, where a huge number of communities are trying to coexist in its own way. But when we talk about, suppose coexistence, when we talk about coexistence, the term coexistence is very simple to say, but it has various other implications. Coexistence, this cannot happen very easily. For that coexistence, we need to understand very well, what and what and how are we going to act and behave and or otherwise react and interact with others for maintaining this coexistence. In a very simple term, when we talk about coexistence, it talks about occupying a particular space by different groups or two individuals or objects together. So occupying precisely the same region or space by two individuals or two objects, and that is sometimes needs huge patience. At the same time, it also needs to focus very well in terms of sacrifice from each other. If you do not focus on sacrificing and surrendering your own individual self-interest and trying to collaborate and act and live together, and the meaning of coexistence and translating it into reality, it is a very difficult task. Now here, when we talk about coexistence, there is a need for mutual respect. There is a need for understanding what is India, and within India what is Manipur, and how can we protect our own sovereignty. That means as a nation, India as a nation or as a Manipur as a state, how will we maintain our sovereignty? That is something which is very important, what I feel out here. There should be a sense of mutual non-aggression by one object to another, or by one party to another, or by one individual to another. Once the sense of non-aggression is missing, then the coexistence and its meaning will be very difficult for us. At the same time, there should be a very strong sense of non-interference in the personal life and the personal activities of the individual. But that kind of non-interference doesn't mean that when we demand a separate region or a separate sovereignty, it is not the concept. It is not the sense when you talk about coexistence. When you talk about coexistence, there should be the concept of equality and mutual benefit. I am benefiting and you are not benefiting. I benefit at the cost of you. It is not like that. When you talk about coexistence, there should be some pieces, some characteristics, and those characteristics are to be protected and fulfilled only when the coexistence will take place. For translating and for understanding and for making this coexistence a reality, what we mean is that we all should occupy the same space and the same reason without disturbing to each other, without exploiting, other persons' benefits, and without, having any kind of, aggression to each other. Those aspects, we need to understand very well when you talk about coexistence. When you talk about coexistence, all of us should have the sense of the coexistence while protecting India's sovereignty, while protecting the real integrity of a particular state. So, the coexistence will not take place without maintaining the sovereignty, without protecting the integrity. And that is something which I feel very strongly. If you look back to democracy again, democracy, many of us, our experts in the technical session will explain what is there in democracy and what should be there in this dialogue and all. But what I feel is that for having a very sound kind of democracy in its true sense and spirit, democracy should be bound by, honesty, the transparency, commitment, and a strong will of the ruler, as well as the subjects. That means we all as individuals. We all individuals should maintain our own highest level of honesty and transparency. All of us should have democracy within the framework of integrity and coexistence. And all these things are very much important for us on today's time. And without that, without having honest and transparent and democracy, then the sense of coexistence will be exploited and will be disturbed. And once it is disturbed, mistrust will increase, from each object and from each and every individuals and groups. And that will definitely create problems for us in the long run. When we say dialogue again, dialogue between communities, dialogue between groups, dialogue between individuals, at the same time, dialogue within ourselves. Okay, two types of dialogues can be seen out here. When we study management, and me as a scholar of management, when we try to understand and live together in a society, one is how can I react and interact with people so that there is a very strong coordination, bonding, and just because of that fulfill the requirements of the organization at its highest position and level. So when you talk about interacting among groups, among people, among members in the organization, why do we do that? Why do we do that? We do that just because we need to fulfill the basic organizational aims and objective, vision and mission. In the same manner, we all living in our society should interact with each other, should dialogue with each other, so that we fulfill the national requirements, national integrity, the sovereignty of our country. So for protecting the sovereignty of our country, for protecting the integrity of our country, we need to dialogue with each other. This is what I have seen as a scholar of management in our management this one theories. The other aspect is dialogue is within self. I'm asking you see, to myself whether you see, I'm useful for the organization or not. If I'm not see, useful for the organization, if I'm not useful for the purpose of the nation, then in what direction I should try to change myself so that I contribute in protecting the sovereignty of the country, in protecting the integrity of the country, in maintaining and achieving the organizational objective that where I involve. And that kind of dialogue is very much required. So what I mean here is that the dialogue of each one of us, okay, with him or herself only, with himself or herself only, for what purpose I'm living, and that understanding is very much required. And for that purpose, what kind of transformation and the change I should bring within self, that is something which is very important. Another perspective of dialogue is all about interacting with each other and trying to understand how can we bring the highest level of integrity and highest level of courage, highest level of spirit, highest level of commitment for protecting the interests of the country. So all these perspectives which I feel is very important when we talk about dialogue. So the democracy, dialogue and coexistence which our students union is talking about today is really very timely and very important. And such type of convention and activities and the programs should keep on happening in a place like Manipur University, where we always talk about the center of excellence and a center of learning and a center of knowledge. This is very important. And so I finally see which this particular National Youth Convention a grand success, and me as a scholar of management basically do not have much deeper knowledge and understanding on what is there in democracy, what is there on dialogue, and yes, of course, coexistence. Whatever I'm talking about is from my own imagination of what is democracy and why dialogue is important and what should be there in coexistence. This is a layman's thought, and a deeper analysis and understanding will be there in this 2 days dialogue and discussion. And yes, of course, the next technical sessions will highlight much more in this area, and a deeper understanding will be built. I wish once again all the organizer and all the speakers and the listeners a grand success and a meaningful discussion in this 2-day convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar, Manipur University, for giving us valuable words on the importance of democracy, dialogue, and coexistence. In a state like Manipur with more or less 33 community and hardly 22,000 square kilometer land, and also some mentioned the need of mutual respect, non-aggression, mutual respect, high level of honesty and transparency for coexistence, and I think this must also be noted. After which, I take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, President, Manipur University Teachers Association, to give us some few words. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Ngasigi yai pharaba ayuk sida mayai tangbalda athoiba atithi oina lengchen biriba Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar, Manipur University, guests of honor gi phampham langda lengchen biriba Oja Premjit Singh, aduga thoidok hendok na special guest from JNU, Professor Manindranath Thakur ji, and today's President Thoksom Sonamani Singh, loinana aigi mangda lengsin beriba Professor Swayam Lokendrajit akoibu koina satragi sangstan musugi amadi emsugi paingi matamda oja hoina koida phajaba asengba yamna philosophical ba pautak kayama pibirakiba ngasi mangda laibasi akoigi pukning loksing oibeyaba wakhalol sing adu nahokna ningjangakpa makhatana lakadaba dugumba oja sing loinana Dr. Noni from DM College, and most importantly the representatives of students from various students organizations, office bearers of Manipur University Students Union, and more than that, ngasigi sigumba thauram sigi thawai hapiriba volunteers sing, media person sings. I think I don't have to speak much. I yam ka hena ngangjadingde because action speaks louder than word. Haiba makak ekoi practically feel tawdana lay. Adubu ngasigi democracy, dialogue, and coexistence haibase yamna phajaba haudoiba ngasi haudoiba si makhatana chathabayaba, because the problem in Manipur seems to be endless. Aduna problem singsida ngasi mak hayang mak loigadaba, there will be, it may take time. The solution si hekta puthok pangamdaba, many inquiry committees hajiksu akoigi editors Guild of India gi report se la lega haiba. When the census is conducted, enumerators una khungang da changaga, instead of counting the heads, visiting the home, yum khudingmak village khudingmak changaga akoigi missing thiga da budu thidaba market ta enumerator piraga report sida laire haibagi adugumba India government ki policy oina nattaba oibasu yai oidabasu yai, but practically dutiful oidaba adugumba thaumi mayamsina yombadagi thengnaba lack of misunderstanding sedagi achoba communication si collapse torakpa aduna India as a whole si akoina mapung phaba saktam ama uba ngamdabagi achoba handaki issue sida akoina uba phangi. Aduna I'm happy to see that students, as we quote, are the future of the state and the nation. Satra singsi ekoina future ni haibasimadi tungi yumbi ni haibasimadi ekoi yaduna lai yadabasu yaroi. Adubu, what is the problem? Ekoi su satra oiringe matamda musuna Naga students, Kuki students, konjalaga chatmin nakhi. But however, adugi late 80s da when I was a president, aduda thengnaki baduga haujik laiba global exploration gi internet ki warfare sidagi thora iba self interest mayam sina maybe at the level of individual which affects the organization, thereby affecting the institution. Adugumba makoi control tahodaba ma ubadona tawasida. Now where do we stay? See, achoba question amani. Aduna, India is a big country. It's like having separate region, subcontinent. Amane and I love it. Because if you go to south tadi Hindi ki influence laite. How's new education policy lakpasida yaniga yaroiga. Nehuda how's vice chancellor is finding very difficult to tackle. new education policy chanaroi college mayam dagi moi discussion toba yani yaroi ge atopa kaino ma dillai. However, understanding local language, local culture si yaudabanina Manipur da su hauzik aikoina some sort of gap among the students organization, maybe among the individuals, among the community, se akoi ubudong na tawe. Adomasi, how can we remove haiba consider the we need to appreciate each and every individual as a human being. Adugumbagi ama lakpa tangai fadaba ama layene khanjai. If you respect your enemy and if you fight ethically, mamang da su panagrabane China role hai ba maitai gi phajagraba, respect your enemy and fight ethically. Muknaga sanarakanda angam basi changyeng naraga nang ai ngasidagi aina ngameko nang ngameko hairaga amuk konsan naraga punna hingminnabagi lambi si hauji phauba kitang though people are trying udabagi mami ma laiba dong na taurisi aikoi masi karai dagi noisi yam kupna naina ba ma changane na I feel taujai aduna India sidi yamna diverse oiba country amane so is Manipur. Manipur da lairiba diverse culture, Kuki jo da lairiba, Naga community da lairiba, moige diverse mayam se, we need to understand. Maitai maktada, when we were student, mana Arkeni, mana Bamoni, mana Maitai ni, sometimes akoina masigi differences within Maitai lone speakers, akoi thengna da ban natkide. Haujikti adugi stage du khara handare. Nevertheless, handaki incidents in aikoida achoba para matambi habesedi yam kana thajai. Maramdi know yourself, know your history, know your culture, know your tradition, know your customary practices. See aikoina kauthokpa internet ki khutangda lakpadagi everything westernized aikoigi local soil sida kadai bhayo chanai chanade haiba saisida aikoi bu divide to biriba saisida yahanjari ba aikoi su iral leitabra haiba sai hang maramde because we cannot accept everything what is being said in English, what is being said in Delhi. We need to understand ourselves first. Knowing thyself is the biggest challenge now. Adugi bagi situation malai. At the same time, how's lairiba satragi system se da disparity se yam laire internet connection pi da bagi akhoi da thengna ba awaba communication gap laihiba yaudaba nate howjik su internet connection pi ga da bani Supreme Court ta High Court ta laira phauda lairiba praja sing satra sing equally treat tawdabra kai bagi there are big questions aduna aina khwaidagi nungai jabedi ayam. However, let us ask ourselves, am I competent? I say, competent oibra satra amoibagi. Do I possess the behavior? Satra amoibai charity, help, support, give support to other. Weakness lairiba asonba midu chinkatpagi sakti do lairiba kanduda we will grow. Adugumbadu koi kadai da lairiba competition noise koi yengba yabagi tanjaduni aduna Manipur gi oiba saktam se hauji punba yani yaroi kaini kairoi habisada achoba divert tawdana aikoi si lairisi karamaina punba yagadage oneness unity integrity se aikoi gi manungda aikoi isadagi hauraga aikoi gi group singse da hauraga akhoi ge loop mayam da hoji haina badi thengnare ngasi makta morning dagi ngarang unfortunately postpone tawi takdagi du lairiba local press se dagi withdraw tawkhre situation se unwanted uncontrolled unpredictable situation si dagi ngasi de haure I am thankful aduna sigumba unpredictable situation sida if we are not prepared Isana, aikoigi history, aikoigi culture, ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯆꯠꯅꯕꯤ ꯆꯠꯅꯂꯣꯟꯆꯠ everything ꯉꯥꯛꯅ ꯈꯪꯅ aware ꯑꯣꯏꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯗꯤ divided we fall, united we stand 하이드나. But where we have to unite, how we are divided, who divide? Is it me or someone? Why? How? Karamaina counter tawni, karamaina fight tawni, karamaina appreciate tawni haibasi akhoi yamna khangminaba changi. Aduna makhada mathang tarbada lakadoriba technical session singsida akhoi resolution khara soidana purakpa ngamgani aduga ngamdragasu ngasigi akhoi democracy, dialogue and coexistence ngasagi akhoi national seminar sina adugumba explore to yaba lambi kharatang thambang amagadi it will be a grand success. Thank you all for inviting me.
Thagachari, Oja Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, President Manipur University Teachers Association, Mamalyam Laba Wahai Thambiram Labagi Damakta. Ozana Haibiram Bada, action speaks louder than word, and the problem of Manipur seems to be endless. And what we need is for the R is to implement the solutions, and not just ordinary solutions, but responsible solutions. Haibiram Badoy ko ina note tauzay Oza. Makatarak pa asidi. I take the privilege to welcome our next guest of honor, Professor M. Premjit Singh, Dean of Students' Welfare, Manipur University, to give us some few words. Let's all welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar Manipur University, the chief guest of this function. Respected Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, President Manipur University Teachers Association, guest of honor of this function. Respected Professor Manindranath Thakurji, Center of Political Science, JNU, guest of honor of this function. Toksom Sanamani Singh, President Manipur University Students Union. Respected Oza Lokin, there are delegates, members of MUSU, there are faculty members, and my dear friends. It's my privilege to be associated with such a function in the crucial situation of Manipur. The topic, democracy, dialogue, and coexistence, I think it's very much suited to the present situation of Manipur. This is my humble opinion. I am not an expert in democratic or what you call in political science. I am a scholar of mathematics. I learned something about democracy in my school days. I just want to recall one or two lines from those days. There it said in one book, I think the name was Our Constitution by Subhas Kashyap. There it was mentioned that what is mentioned as one of the most important features of Indian democracy is equality before law. But in many books or in many movies we come across, they say all are equal in the eyes of law, but some are more equal. We used to listen like that. what I mean to say is most of the problems we are facing in Manipur or maybe in India are because of lack of democracy. By somehow or by some way, a few people earn a tons of money through illegal way. After that, those few people want to legalize that money and exercise that power using the money. From that onwards, problem starts. Once the problem starts, that problem will disturb the condition of coexistence. And once the coexistence is disturbed, people start saying, let's have dialogue. That's why I say democracy, dialogue, and coexistence are very much related in today's world, especially for Manipur. But as a scholar of mathematics, we wish we could solve it mathematically, but we know that exact science cannot be applied to day-to-day life. Say, we know that the third law of Newton's law of motion, to every action there is equal and opposite reaction, but nowadays it is not true. The reaction is more forceful. And in mathematics, 1 plus 1 is always 2. But in today's problem, 1 plus 1 is never equal to 2. 1 plus 2 is never equal to 3. Sometimes 1 plus 2 may be 1. Sometimes 1 plus 3 may be 2. We have learned in mathematics that the most important number in mathematics is 0. But after 0, the next most important number is 1. If 1 is there in a set, that set can be the universal set. We say, maybe in mathematics term, we can say groove, fill, something like that. But 1 can generate everything. Why I want to bring the number 1 over here? Because why we people are facing so many problems in Manipur is because of absence of that oneness. If we are one, if we are united, then nobody can defeat us. Nobody can look down upon us. That this small thing we have studied in our school days. In our mouth we preach that we are united, but in actions we never show. I think it's a high time that we are united and we have become one to defeat our enemies and to make our state a prosperous and a successful one. With these few words, I say thank you to organizers and wish the convention a great success. Thank you all.
Thank you. Sir Professor M. Premjit Singh, Dean of Students' Welfare, Manipur University, for the very much thoughtful words. We noted when Sir told us that there is very much equality before law, but some are more equal. Where I want to bring in a small quote from Animal Farm, which says all animals are equal, but some are more equal. So Sir told us that this may be the factor hampering democracy, dialogue, and coexistence in Manipur present situation. Sir also gave emphasis on the importance of oneness, Thank you very much, sir. After which, I take this opportunity and privilege to welcome our special guest of honor, Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science, JNU. Let's all welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you for inviting me to this very, very important meeting, conference or discussion, whatever you want to call it. Honorable guests on the stage, Professor Chand Babu Singh, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, Professor Premjit Singh, and the young, vibrant President of the Student Union, Sonamani Singh. I'm really happy that you have started this dialogue. You have already started a very interesting dialogue which you may not be realizing. The dialogue is among professors from different disciplines. See, it is no more a problem of the political science department or political science discipline. The mathematics professor made very sensible comment. The management professor knows how the failure of the communication might create a big problem. So I think the dialogue has to be among the disciplines also. Among all the knowledge traditions, we have to come together to think about how to manage our society. Management of society is nobody's monopoly. I think we have to work together on this. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of intellectuals from Delhi. The group is known as Creative Theory Group. We just finished 3 days major conference on 6th, in which we had a lot of discussions about several kinds of issues that we are facing. And we also were the first person to hold a dialogue on Manipur crisis. We had an online discussion where professors from different universities were invited. The YouTube video is there, you may watch it. Probably that was the first meeting which was talking about the peace. And that is very important. I think we really have to move on from what is called fact-finding team to a peace-finding team. The intellectuals in Delhi are obsessed with the fact-finding team. When I told them that I'm going to Manipur, they asked me, are you going for fact-finding? I said, no, I'm going for peace-finding. But when they go back and produce a report like Authors Guild report, if you read between the lines, the issue is not that where are the resources to build the peace. The issue is who started, who created this, who is guilty, who has to be punished. I don't think that can solve our problem. I have a very interesting PhD student who has produced wonderful PhD on Gujarat. And after doing long works, he could find out that in the middle of conflict, there were huge resources for peace. And that is why I argue that South Asian societies do survive. South Asian societies are not like European societies. European societies are mostly monocultural societies. We always have been multicultural. I was talking to Dr. Noni, who has been with me for a long time. We have worked together for many things, including major conferences that we organized on social healing. He was one of the key players in that organization. So we discovered that in South Asia, there are many cultures, many religions who had problems in different parts of the world. They came to India and took shelter, and they survived. They had no problem in surviving. How did we do this? This is the puzzle for me. I kept asking Dr. Noni that find out those institutions in Manipur where people sit together and talk about things, talk about their everyday issues. These are the resources that we have. I teach a course called Radical Movements in India, and there are many students from Manipur. They have presented papers on so many organizational, institutional innovations done in Manipur. So I think we really need to do a peace-finding team and discover those resources to work on. So therefore, the idea that democracy, dialogue, and coexistence have to be there together, that's a wonderful idea. And in Manipur at this moment, probably, this is the hottest topic to be discussed. I think Professor from Management talked about self. And what I really liked is the multi-layered self, the self within, the dialogue within. You need to have dialogue inside and outside. You have to always think what I call judgmental rationality. Am I right? Am I wrong? I think what has happened in today's world is that we have started feeling that whatever we are thinking is right. And that is the only right thing. That, I think, is a problem that has given rise to conflict, both at the personal level, in the family level, at the state level, society level, and national level. So this dialogue at various levels is a very, very important thing. But there has to be condition for dialogue. How do you create that condition for dialogue? And that is where I think the professor from mathematics gave a very interesting insight. I was not expecting this from a professor from mathematics, but probably he had his education in a college to which I also belong, and which has a huge tradition of this kind of thinking. The college is called Zakir Hussain College. Just let me know you that this college was established in the pre-British period, and Mirza Ghalib used to teach there. I'm sure you must be knowing about that story, famous story that Mirza Ghalib came to teach there, and the principal did not go to welcome him, therefore he went back. People were waiting inside the college and asked him why you did not come. He said, no, nobody came to welcome me to the college. Since then, the college developed this tradition that when a new faculty is appointed, the principal and faculty would go and welcome him at the gate. So, and after that, during the freedom struggle, this college played a very important role. So I'm witness to the dialogue. So therefore, the point that he made is that the source of conflict is inequality. The democracy will survive if equality survives. Equality, of course, doesn't mean that everybody has to be equal. Equality means that there should not be any monopoly. Equality means that nobody should be able to accumulate wealth beyond a proportion. Equality would mean that equality before the law. Very nicely he defined it. So I think this dialogue among the disciplines have just started. I'll just highlight two more points for you, and then I will discuss it in the next session in more detail. India has very interesting traditions of dialogue. You know, there's one tradition is called Anekantwad, developed in 6th century BC. There was a place in Bihar where a lot of conflict was going on between different traditions. The Buddhist tradition, the Jain tradition, the Hindu tradition. Then some philosopher came up with this idea that anybody could be true. You may be true, I may be true. There is no one truth. So let us sit down and dialogue. You must have heard of that famous story, an elephant and 6 blind men. Have you heard that? That every blind man was trying to find out what does elephant look like, and they were talking of different parts of it only. This story comes from that tradition actually, which means that we all may be partially true, but we have to enter in a dialogue to decipher a larger truth. There is another very interesting tradition in which there are 3 kinds of debates. One debate is debating to know, second is debating to win, third is debating to destroy the debate. 3 debates. So when you are talking to a teacher, asking a question in the classroom, you are debating to know. When you are trying to win a case in the court, you are debating to win. But then, when you are debating in the parliament, I guess, most of the time you are destroying the debate. You are deviating from here to there. You are not really focused somewhere. That is a problem. The most legitimate kind of debate is debating to know. I think that is the core of democracy and dialogue. Dialogue means debating to more and more. I think, therefore, I'm very happy that I'm part of this, this process. The real challenge that we have today, and that was brought by the professor who is leading the professors in the university, and I can understand the reason why he brought this out, trust. I think we are suffering from what is called trust deficit today at various levels. And we need to really work on the trust. How do we do it is a major challenge. And not only in India, not only in Manipur, also in France. Look at what is happening in France. I'm very closely following what is happening in France. It's a very dangerous situation that they are entering into. I'll talk about this in a little more while speaking. So these are the issues that we have to work on. And any solution that you will bring out in Manipur, don't think it will be a solution for Manipur. It will be a solution for the global communities. That's the most important thing. And I have witnessed the talents from Manipur, extraordinary talents I have witnessed in JNU and DU coming from Manipur. I'm sure you have intellectual resource to resolve these issues and move on. And you have the intellectual resource, you have the historical legacy of surviving together. I'm sure you will overcome this and create a new kind of model, which will be a model for the world. Other people will also look at you, how have you done it? I really congratulate you and give you best wishes. I'm sure this will be a landmark discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Manindranath Thakur, for your kind wishes. Sir, just give us the importance of the interdisciplinary approach to manage our society. We noted that very well. And thank you for the care and concern that realized the importance of peace-finding team above the fact-finding team. And hashtag debating to know and intellectual resources should overcome the present chaos. Now I take this opportunity to welcome the president of today's function and also the president of Manipur University Students Union, Thokchom Sonamani Singh, to give us his presidential speech.
Ahanba maktada ngasigi chief guest ki famam lang the lengthen biriva Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar Manipur University bu taram noksari. Ani subada Professor Irom Gambir Singh, President Manipur University Teachers Association busu ikai khumna butsari. Professor M. Premjit Singh, Dean of Student Welfare, Manipur University busu ikai khumna butsari. And a very special guest of honor, Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science, JNU. We all warmly welcome you, sir. University में आपका स्वागत है, sir. कोईना में तांग अहुम दगी कोईगी community ani marakta leiba kuki amadi maitei ani ki marakta chathari balan asi akoi hojik karam kanda loiduina haibasi akoi haiba ngamde aduna koigi Manipur University Student Union na sinjaduna 3 days National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence asi sinjage tawjarambani September 8 tagina 10 bo adubu koi public curfew laibana maram oiraga ngarang disinba ngamjahogdre adubu laibuk phabamna akoi date 9 ga 10 ga si sinnaba ngaside hogjabani koigi Manipur gi haigadra koigi tongan basi amta punsandabana maram oiraga sigi irang se paksa lotion basu ngamdabani haijatare aduna koina Manipur University Student Union na sinjaraga koigi Manipur da laibiriba intellectual sing scholar sing aduga student union sing civil society organizing singbu pulap punsilaga koigi yamna hai solid oiba resolution ama lominaraga aduga koigi hujik chathariba koigi strife between cookies and Maitai Sasi Koina solve Taunaba, Mayam de Kitang Mateng Lojanaba Koina Sinjagibani. The S-all multicultural, fraternal, social fabric of Manipur has been disturbed due to the present ethnic strife between Kukis and Maitais. When the Tribal Solidarity March on May 3rd, 2023, organized by Atsum, turned into violence. The ongoing ethnic strife has claimed nearly 130 lives, left more than 500 injured, mostly from bullet injuries, and more than 70,000 are internally displaced on both sides. The agrarian activities and economies are badly affected. The academic institutions, daily wage earners, women street vendors, farmers, petty business and commoners on both sides are the most affected ones. The unabated continuation of the ethnic tension for more than 120 days has affected livelihoods, education, and mental health of our people. Being in a fragile geopolitical environment, having an international border of 398 kilometers with Myanmar, historically the northeastern region, and Manipur has been susceptible to insurgency, illicit trade, and immigration. The northeastern region of India is a landlocked and economically less developed mountainous borderland having nearly 1,600 international border with Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, and Myanmar. We all know that the northeast region is poorly connected to the mainland India with a mere 22-kilometer stretch called the Chicken Neck Siliguri Corridor. Manipur is a hill state with an approximate interconnected 10% low-lying area and 90% uplands areas. With poor communication and economic infrastructures, issues of development deficit, social equity, and easy access to institutions of governance are region's prolonging questions. A productive dialogue on these issues may prove significant in generating mutual trust and hope. The 3-day National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue, and Coexistence in Manipur be collectively endorsed and deliberate upon for the well-being for the present and future Manipur. The deliberation is expected to expand the horizon of self-retrospection and road ahead. The National Youth Convention shall have the testimonies of intellectuals, students, and displaced persons to access the ground reality for which immediate and just leadership. Manipur University Students' Union invite to all the intellectuals, scholars, students, civil society organizations, senior citizens, activists, religious, and academia whose contribution transcend ethnic boundaries must come together to secure social healing, peace, and coexistence in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thokchom Sonamani Singh, President of the function as well as the President of Manipur University Students Union, for highlighting the aim, purpose, and objective of the National Youth Convention. He also highlighted that the intellectual resources are very much needed to overcome the present chaos, and therefore this National Youth Convention is held for that very purpose. After which, I take this opportunity to welcome Secretary General Musu 2022-23, Oinam Amarjit Maitai, to give the vote of thanks. Let's all welcome him.
Ngasi September gi date 9 2023 numit asida Manipur University Student Union na sinjariba 3 days National Youth Convention on the theme Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence. Hariba convention asigi inauguration asigi dice ki lighting oibiriba ming oina hangacharaba dang asigi chief guest ki phamphang lang da lengsin biriba Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Registrar Manipur University bu ahan mamaktada Manipur University Student Union ki maikai degi thagat pa phongdok chari ani subada guest of honor gi phamam lang da lengsin birba Professor Irom Gambir Singh, President Manipur University Teachers Association musu hainingai laitana thagat pa phongdok chari aduga guest of honor gi phamam lang da lengsin birba Professor M. Premjit Singh, Dean of Students Welfare Manipur University busu Manipur University Student Union na hainingai laitana thagat jaba phongdok chari aduga special guest of honor gi thamam langdang lengsin berba Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science JNU busu Manipur University Student Union na ngasi gi convention asida saruk yabinaba haijarba matamda harau lakpibagi damak thagat pa phongdok chari aduga ngasi gi president gi thamam langdang lengsin berba function asu preside tobiriba Thokchom Sonamani Singh, President Manipur University Student Union busu thagat pa phongdok chari aduga tongan ba university dagi lakpa oja sing scholar sing aduga tongan ba student organization gi leader sing satra narol amadi marumapang sing bu inaugural function asibu mapung phan biki bagi damak Manipur University Student Union gi maikai digi thagat pa phongdok chari aduga ani suba technical session 1 bu wanda saruk yabina ba amadi tongan ba maru eba wakhalol ma phongdok pina ba Manipur University Student Union gi maikai dege haija bagaloina na hanba inaugural session asibu mapung phanu gin punna mapu thagachari. Thank you.
With the permission of the President of today's inaugural session, Thokchom Sonamani Singh, we come to the end of today's inaugural session. I once again thank our dignitaries. After successfully completing our inaugural session, after 5 minutes break for assembling, we will start our first technical session of the day. So panelists who have not registered yet are requested to register. Technical session ahan bagi panelist oina phambi gadauba panelist sing register tawdaba yaubi ragadi front desk ta register tawbina baning singjari. Amukka hana hauzik powder register tawbiraklaba panelists All Manipur Students Union represent tawbigadawba Bipin Chandra Ahanthem Ani Shubada Manipur Students Federation represent tawbigadawba Hizam Roshan All Manipur Muslim Students Organization represent tawbigadawba KH Ayub Sa All Manipur Gorkha Students Union represent tawbigadawba Amadi Assam University Manipur Students Union represent tawbigadawba panelisting register Tokshan Birakle Makha taba tawdaba yaubiragadi tawbiraknaba ningsingjari. Mayam pumnamakdagi technical session ahanba panel discussion on the sub-theme role of student assessment and intervention. Technical session ahanbasi haunabagi tanja adu lauzage. Delegates lakpibasing holgi mapanda lairibasing holgi manungda changbirakna baning singzari. We will start our first technical session of the day, that is, panel discussion on the sub-theme, role of student, assessment and intervention. I would like to take this privilege and opportunity to welcome our respected moderator for the technical session number 1, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, President, Manipur University Teachers Association. I request our volunteer to assist our respected moderator for the first session, Professor Irom Gambhir Singh, President, Manipur University Teachers Association, who is also the president, former president of Manipur University Students Union. With due respect, I hand over the technical session number 1, panel discussion, to Sir Moderator, Sir Professor Irom Gambhir Singh. With the permission of our respected moderator, I take this privilege to welcome our respected representative from different student organizations. First, I take this privilege to welcome the representative of All Manipur Students Union, Bipin Chandra Ahanthem, President MSU. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. After which, I take this privilege to welcome the representative from Manipuri Students Federation, Hizam Roshan, President of Manipuri Students Federation. After which, I take this privilege to welcome the representative of All Manipur Muslim Students Organization, KH Ayub Shah, President of All Manipur Muslim Students Organization. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. After which, I take this opportunity and privilege to welcome the representative of All Manipur Gorkha Students Union, the President of All Manipur Gorkha Students Union, LB Adhikari. Pardon me if I mispronounce the names. Following, I take this privilege to welcome the representative of Assam University Manipuri Students Association, the President of Assam University Manipuri Students Association, KH Krishna Mohan. Let's all welcome him with a big round of applause. With due respect, is there any representative who have not registered yet? Once again, respected representative Lakpiba Singh, Yaurakre Haina, register Taubidaba Yaubiri Brahaina, Ningsingzari. Yaudre haina khanjaraga ngasigi first technical session asi aikoigi respected moderator Professor Irom Gambhir Singh da khutinazare.
Good morning once again. Tinbiriba Ponumapu Mayamda Aina Kokno na Kurumzari. In fact, we have 5 representatives from different students' organizations. Haujik Aikhoigi Mangda Satragi Sangstan Mangagi representative Singja Ayamana President Naktani. So let us give a big applause for their presence on the dais. We have around 1 hour and 30 minutes before the lunch, dividing the number of students representative who will speak and share, and unexpectedly 1 or 2 may also come. Considering all those things, we can allot 12 minutes to all the speakers. Allotted time is 10 to 12 minutes, not to exceed 12 minutes. And after that, we would definitely would like to have question ask session. Wahang paukhum taunabagi session akhoi adugi tanjasi akhoi lominaba chumgane khali akhoi hozik sida lakpire basai sida All Manipur Students Union ki representative Bibin Chandra Hanthem, All Manipur Muslim Students Organization KS Ayub Saha, then All Manipur Gurkha Students Union ki YB Adhikari, aduga Assam University Manipuri Students Association Krishna Mohan Singha, adudagi aikhoina amuk atopa maruoiba satragi sangsthana moibiriba Manipuri Students Federation gi Hizam Roshan Singh. Aduna I would like to give the privilege as per the serial amuk I tugaida bida. Now, just before we begin, I organizes the Maxi amuk sinazage maramdi honoring the student representatives adugi samlappa thoram machama leibanina. And after that, I would like to call upon Bipin Chandra Hanthem to be the first speaker.
So I request our volunteers to felicitate our respected speakers of the first session with a small token of appreciation. Thank you, respected moderator, respected speaker, and our volunteers.
Hello. Now we begin the session. Session haudringagi mangwainana ay amuka na ningsangjage. Please don't exceed 12 minutes. 12 minutes tagi hena ngangbiganu, because let us try to listen from the participants. Participants yamna maru oi. Participants na hangakadaba question singduda ngasai gi satra gi representative singna ngang cover ta hodaba mayama yarupasu yai, or adu natabada clarification sik torakpada aikoina ngang ki badu stage da ngangwa matamdana nungdana leiba ama ngang thokhibana ama masitoina thokpa aikoi gi kaino amani phenomena amani maramaduna masima ketang yengbiu. At the same time, Nangbi Gadoriba speaker singna yamna positive oiba ngasai ki dialogue democracy sida miyeng thangbiraga yamna negative oiba nattaba nungda leibada formally ngang ba yaba su lei yadaba su lei adu mayam do khitang ngakna yamna democratic oiba mongda democracy haibagi keno simal leibani na dialogue si purakna ba hona bada how we can bring dialogue ngasai inaugural session da akhoi ge guest of honor sing na thambi khi bada pukning losing oiba yaba mayama makhak thambi khre aduna positive oiba mongda let there be negative but positive oiba mongda puthoaga dialogue si yagadra yaroidra matam chabra chadabra haibana chingbasi khanaba yanaba adomda pukning chingchinbinaba aina speaker khuding makta amuk hanna ningsingjari. Thank you. Now Bipin Chandra Hanthem, President, Manipur University Students, All Manipur Students Union, MSU.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody present here. 3 days youth convention on the topic, on the theme democracy, dialogue and coexistence, the Manipur University Students Union na thieng abasu thieng na lairiba Manipur ki conflict sida akoi kamaina peace purakadabage habi waklon do ibirangani na khalle adu ahen ma mijeng thamakan sinbiriba tasengna maki di akoi ngarang ngasi curfew lei habagi kano duda notice am khaksu musuna torokpodu da matam khara postpone tobra su khallu adugi kitang gap ama khakti leikhi adubu Musuna Sinbiriba program asigidamukta haitare from on behalf of all Manipur Students Union as a president I thagat pafongdokchari adugi ngasi inaugural session da yaubi kiba aduga ngasi technical session da mangda lebiriba professor Oza Singh research scholar Manipur University ki student aduga tongan ba college and university ki lakpiriba students khuding mak ahan bada Kai kumna buchari aduga ngasi presiding member dais da lebiriba moderator oina lengsin biriba mingmane panjarabada professor Irom Gambir Singh president muta aduga ngasi gi technical session asigi na moderator oibiriba kai kumna buchari aduga tongan ba mahi lupki lakpiriba representative Singh all Manipur Muslim Students Organization ki Manipuri Students Federation ki Assam University Manipuri Students Association ki aduga All Manipur Gorkha Students Union ki lakpiriba respected representative president kai kumna buchari aduna aigi topic se the broad topic se kanoina role of students assessment and intervention hana sumaina thambi lawa aigi line of area aigi kano pusanjaro MSU and illegal immigrant saidana sumaina thamjage adu adu da mayam gi tana we aba point sing aina yagadra na khanjaba wakal da phorokpa amasung thamningba point du telaba matam 12 minute manung dai losinjanaba hona jage hadana sumaina thamjari MSU 1965 ta established togiba Manipur da yamna pioneer ado 58 years suraba aduga tungan ba mangjil yawrakpa yawduna leiriba amsung yawkhigadawba lup ama oiduna lakli And EMSU, since its foundation back in 1965, had been pioneering and spearheading various forms of agitation, protest, movement, etc. in the state of Manipur and outside to some extent. It is also a sole permanent member of Northeast Student Organization from Manipur. Aduga illegal immigrants ki matang dala agadi kon 1980 amsung 94 gi swagi foreigners issue gi do EMSU go su yamna mari leinam ni na adugi illegal immigrant hujik thoib sika mari leinaba yabra hana adu da puchinjarake. Manipur had been facing issue of high influx of illegal immigrants after removal of ILPS in 1950. The unprecedented growth and rise of illegal immigrants from foreign countries like Nepal, Myanmar, Burma, and Bangladesh, East Pakistan has triggered the general mass, especially the student and youth, fearing the loss of land and extinction of microscopic indigenous population. Aduna the foreigners issue, akoina foreign national issue are so khangna ba 1980 gi se masi akoina hantak ki issue jiga 2023 da thoib jiga koi thapok na hanba natraga keno to yaro 43 years back 1980 da thokiba yamna maru oiba incident am khak leibisi ngasi gi topic sida pusinjari the foreigners issue, foreign national issue of 1980 with the strong echoed slogan go back foreigner, and the main motivational factor there, Lammapu Yong Natanba, had started awakening the student and youth and gaining consciousness about the issue. The long demand and detection and deportation of immigrants by even boycotting ISSLC examination led down the lives of supreme student martyrs, namely Pochangbam Premananda from Thangmaiban and Huidrom Lokendra from Ishok Nambol. They sacrificed their lives in the hand of security forces, open firing. Other brave activists include N. Somarendra, who was wounded on firing, and many as 100 were put behind bars. Mention may be worthwhile of other activists, namely Konsam Imoba from Khagempali Pankha and Thoksom Nava from Nganapithong, who were drawn at Imphal River, escaping from security forces during curfew. Aduna 1980 da EMSUna mang thajaraga Manipurda mitok mian jasing tan gidabani the detection, deletion and deportation of illegal immigrants from the soil of Manipur raidana Manipurda akanba khongjang ama sahi nipuga marigi mamangda gi sangsan gibudo matam gi successive government na maduda inagi MOU sing MOU sing natre haraga yana warol sing do matam sana thabat paikhat piramba taragri ngasigi thoiba thodok ase ngasi thoiba thodok ase thoomdaba su yabagi phibam mama koina ujay aduna 1980 da yawgiba point sing akoi matamdu da Chief Minister oibigiba ikai khumnajariba Sri R.K. Dorendra Singh, Honorable Chief Minister Manipur, Sri M. Kumar Singh, Honorable State Minister PIC and Sports oibigiba state government gi represent torakanda aduga EMSU amasung EMSCO kaidana All Manipur Students Coordinating Committee na umkhak leirami matamduda aduga pulla kanda matamduda Chief Minister Chamber da 22nd July 1980 amasung 5th August 1980 da inagiba 16-point agreement si yamna maru oiba amasung yamna relevant oiduna leiraba agreement oigane aduda inagiba point sing khara pallabada ngasi thoibisiga mari leinabra hadu ngasi tinbiriba thodo hendongna nainabiraba khangbiraba ojasing research scholars in Satar Naharul Singh Nainabiu and Thamjage. The government of Manipur is going to start a process of identification and detection of foreigners from 1st of August 1980 with the cooperation of EMSCO. The question of foreigners should be defined by the Constitution of India and the law. The electoral roll starting from 1948 should be taken into account by comparing with the succeeding electoral rolls of the successive years as one of the measures. However, the identification of foreigners should be based from the date of enforcement of the Constitution, that is 26 January 1950. Second point, the foreigners must be identified on the basis of Census Report 1951, NRC 1951, and Village Directory 1951. Si loi leijaba poni ko matamduda. Hujik mang record kre have yaro. Census Report leigani 1951 ki NRC 1951 ki lisam leijari, ado Village Directory ana zom leijari. She was like to have a row, Matamdu Yanagra 43 years back. Third, expelling of unlawful settler from the KK reserve areas, protected areas, khas land, other reserve areas should be start from 7 August 1990. Ngasi haina riba koi encroachers sing akoi gi kanoda akoi gi reserve forest da adagidi wildlife sanctuary da jaga da hoji illegal immigrant mayam na tawre ja sing ngasi ngarang haibana ti haibani da 1980 gi date 7 August gi takthokpa haurani na yagram ni soi tawnagrabane. And take up afforestation program at areas so evicted which are normally denuded. Aduga what habagi thabak haurani haibane koi settlers sing do koi takthokan. Number 4 point, foreigner in Manipur with citizenship certificate from West Bengal, Tripura and other states should be sent back to this state, and their infiltration into Manipur should be prevented under specially enacted legislation. Manipur da West Bengal, Tripura na traga top state sing dagi Bangladesh te hajalakpa foreign national sing do Manipur yausale moiju moigi mafam da halan gi namgi posu dum yaujera masana. 5, the government of Manipur would strengthen checkposts at Imphal Dimapur Road, Jiribam, More, Tipaimuk, Airport, etc. to restrict the entry of foreigners as well as outsiders. Mapam Singla Maru Ibrahim Nainaviyo, government of Manipur na checkpost hangbiu kadaida, Imphal Dimapur Road, Jiribam, More, Tipaimuk, Airport, Imphal to restrict the entry of foreigners as well as outsiders. In this connection, some officer on special duty, have the OSD, should be posted at various places like Mau, Karong, Jiribam, More, Tipaimuk and Airport. 5 key bida, the government of Manipur are hereby requesting the government of Nagaland to employ an officer at Dimapur to enable to check the Manipur bound passenger. Aina 16 point pull up Haja Draga Sukra Maru Ibasingdu Kankalaga Hajage. At the time of formulation of 8 point, at the time of formulation of Sadar Hills district, the people in the central district should be taken into confidence, and as such a consensus should be brought for this matter. As a 12 point, as a preventive measure to check the transfer of immovable properties from Manipuri to non-Manipuri in central district, a specific subsection should be inserted in MLRN LRAC 1960 under section 158 on the ground of economic backwardness of Manipuri. The matter will be brought to the notice of cabinet. Aina Panjagriba point sing hojiki 16 point marak to the yawada point manga point 39 hojik thamjagri hojiki laiba conflict siga mari laine na khanjab. Matamnu ra sign tawgibasi ngasai inu thamjagre Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur R.K. Dorendra, State Minister PHC and Sport M. Kumar Singh, aduga MSU ki President L. Dilip Maitei, aduga MSCO ki President W. Deven, hariba miwai marisina, hariba 16 point agreement je sign tawrakanda thabak paikat pa horani haibane. Aduba live activity 1980 da sign tawna giba memorandum agreement asi kangka thang oina thambire aduna neng sa haija giba hobada successive government na yanagi ba yana warol chingji Manipur masana khangna miyamna khongjang changjang dringai inai ta dringai masana khangna thabak oina paikat pagi phibam da kon ubu phangde 1980 da inagi pot tu thabak oina pangthorak tre haibadagi amuk hana sahi 13 gi matungda 1994 da ngasi ngasi mang MU da ojao ibiriba khoi MSU gi joana president obiramba kai khunmajari ba oja naure mohilan matam dogni MSU gi president haibadare adu amuk hana khongjang changjin badagi Manipur ki Chief Secretary matamda KK Sethi, aduga Government of Manipur ki mihutta Advisor to Governor ISB Goswami, aduga MSU ki bihata Oza Mohilanga Yambem Laba. Hariba miyoi Mari asina amuhana 1994 da amuka ngasagi 1980 ki pot thabak oina onthorak tre Manipur je mito mian jana lakshin gi dore na amuka na khongjang changjang matamda matamdo president role su mati ma leibra adugi timing du da Inagiba point kharasi ke palakanda ahanbada first point it was agreed that the agreement signed between MSU, MSCO and the government of Manipur on 22nd July entitled the agreement between MSU, MSCO and government of Manipur on the identification and deportation of foreigner shall be followed in letter and spirit, keeping in the view of the provision of Foreigners Act 1946 and other relevant law. Foreigners Act 1946 dum leijari bane ko. Number 2 the identification and detection of foreign national under provision of Constitution of India, the Foreigners Act 1946 and other relevant law, modalities of deletion of the name of foreign nationals from electoral roll, their identification and subsequent deportation under law. Point 3 the state government agreed to take up work of identification and detection of foreign national immediately based on the census using 26 January 1950 as a cut-off date, the 1951 census report, 1951 NRC, and the 1951 village directory. All available documents shall be utilized to begin the process of deletion of name from the electoral roll.
Please try to sum up in 2 minutes.
Yeah. And subsequent deportation in accordance with the law. Other committee form the Joint Secretary Home Convener Oy, Sri S. Homendro Sagolban Minority member Oy Bibani, Dr. Berja Kumar, DM College, Tawajoy Biba School member Oy Bibani, Under Secretary Home, Member Secretary Oy Bibani, Aduga local club ki volunteer ki organization dagi maraktagi hapa kanda committee jina lekai the foreigner ama koi detect tawbaji tawsi hadana file tawbagi adagi complaint tawbagi adagi sigi 9 point ama kaksu leijari ba intention jarabada in thamjani ji Manipur da for the last 4 months akoi sigi issue je akoi face tawre aina hanjin thamning bada gi ngasi ji M1 illegal immigrants da ina thamning base 19 Manipur se successive government je miyam gi mahiroi gi khongjang changjan dragadi thabak tawbangam dawa thabak oina pangthok taba keno amaina ui ana maram oikan da hujuk laibe issue je khone loisan ga harga di koi gi government je am pukchel chengmam changi central as well as state government am pukchel chengmam changi adugo lena Manipur da adugo hujuk ji kan ngang na koi punchin bangam da koi pot to adugi pot se ai kitang adugi ju line am ni da thamjage 2004 ki incident da koi ozam yam ju yobiri ko working committee of the Apunbalup Laibirangani Matamdu Manipur Laiba Furup Kanglup organization ma magi tongan ba ideologies and kan principle laijaraga ju akoi tangai phena punje herdin punmangam gi hai tare ko adu ragidi ke dobu ki hantaki issue ji da laiba Manipur ji khamba thubi matamda khuntaka khunkha ga mungna sanara lakpa lamni adum khoi gi ji dikra dum laigani ko sipana lairaga su kona hajarina issue ji common issue oibnina library develop singdu credit based natraga akoi mina tv da wanga ho da ya da gi kano dum di khidang thadok ning ba duna especially mete community da lairiba individualistic amsung egoistic nature je khaga thadok na si adog in any sphere da koi discipline kra maintain tawna rakanda cooperation coordination je khidang thamna raga di akoi sigi group sigi formation akoi punji ko cha ji ya ganing khale sigi example de in hanjan pi gram ni 2004 gi je sigi akoi gi maitai chanu manorama army na tamthina phara kanda rape to rakanda mihathi na hat ki budu da Manipur gi miam thamoi kai gi dana lup kuding mag lup kunchang thoi pula kan thabak to kan da miam mai pa ki ai tar hanta ki jodu to bai yai have jai hanjan ha gram ne do moi punna bagi pun chinda ko law kan da dum thamoi da kenom leibe keno do hujiba ui sigi matang ju mi jeng changani ngi an aroi bai thamjaning badi satra ki sanstana emsu amoina Manipur da role mayam ama lawraga lae aina Panjari bang asigi topic ta 1980 ja hantaki illegal immigrants ga kaidong da akoi lapthong na ba yaro hadi 1980 da matam du gi government na high ba point da yawri bujing je masa moi chief minister yaw soi tawrin sigi point sing je thengkhang moi gi matam du da thabak tu macha lokholam ta raga di sigi scale ji da yorom da su yai high bu du thamjabani aduna lairibe issue ji loisan ba akoina besides koi community khudima khundaminable lamne da sera topic ta ju coexistence sama hai se coexistence ki meaning je nam da yeng biyo ko mem so haidi furup lairi sing na karam ba furup na coexistence pam bage karam na pam da bage hai bage pot ju yeng biyo adu aroi point da
Bipin Chandra, please come to the conclusion.
Conclusion da hantak thui vel lan si ko ki ga mete ga nate ideology ani marak ta thok lani. First ideology is Manipur le ba furup kuding kanglu kuding punjal laga punna hanagi sahi lisang sina sahi lising mari manga hing mini rakpodo hingi sa ba kanglu ba male ideology male Manipur da le ba community tongan tongan ba lerib se mache chana sengup chana sugai ba pam ideology am ka le ideology ani du ki conflict to ngasi si scale je rok pani ha ba phun tham jaga tension jaga.
Thank you, Bipin Chandra. Let us keep question and answer session after the speakers' presentations are over. Haidi wangang loi singi presentation mayam se loi kraba matung da question a session si punna open pinpointed oina note torga thambiyo aduna maduma mayam na note tausan biyo. Now I request K.S. Ayub Saha, All Manipur Muslim Students Organization.
Respected member on the dais, my dear fellow student of the Manipur University, my beloved brother and sister, at the very outset, I would like to thank to the organizer for inviting us in this grand occasion. I will not take the much time. Koina ngasigi koigi topic asi democracy, dialogue, and the coexistence. Adi ahum si yam thin adi interrelated oiba masung interdependence oiba di posak amagaktan hai tare. Adi kainwan hai matam dai di koina understand to matam the democracy, dialogue amasung adi coexistence ha basi amomom tamasa oina adi khanga kan dai di ahum si karam mena interrelated oi amasung masi karam mena society dai di koina satna ga dor moi di how to maintain amasung adi koina masi karam mena maintain ta gune amasung how to obtain hai basi sida hena focus pianing hai tare yoina thi duna koina ngasai tagi haina re iba mading ngasai ki inaugural function dagi amma matagi sum chat thare iba ngasi ki society sida thoga ibi irang mayam si kaino na kan ti koida nationalist ki adi wakhal ma khak lei hai ba nationalist ki wakhan ja identity da chatla di yaro karamba identity da chatla di ko si oneness oiba adi unity oiba adi manipur da ikoi kaino na kan da afaba chaukhatpa adi atopa society de hena mangchin thaba any hiramam to oigane kan da integrity of identity have the pulla kan da tai koi si di manipur si chaukhatpa oigadra haina ayo na thamjage karigino na ha matam dai di manipur si multi ethnic oiba adi magi custom amasung tradition si aduki matik yamba masina maram oira kan dai di ikoi gi integrity of identity have senata with the integrity of the national integrity of or nationalism have se thamakan de masila pun be agadra in adum thamjage kari gino na ha matam da masigi example amoina aina how kiba last year ge 27 December 2022 ge all Manipur Muslim Organization Coordinating Committee amukok na pangthokpa function lama haiti pangan convention ne Bangladesh ke Adampur har bo jikna maitai pangan amasung Vishnu Priyana namna tare mafam asida isamak invite torpade yawrum matamda Bangladesh ki syllabus class 5 tagina 6 ta ikoi gi makhoi gi syllabus ai de Bangladesh syllabus class 5 and 6 wada Manipur gi maitai pangan amasung Vishnu Priya gi maram da hape masi hape si maram khangra kari gi non ha matamda makhoi gi Bangladesh karam balebak na the Islamic country ne but adubo masi maitai pangan amasung Vishnu Priya gi maram da syllabus ta bisi maram kari gi no na haipa matam da makhoi gi culture tradition custom se haurak leba Bangladesh gi meoi singda khanghan ba nagai damakta aduna recognize of the identity recognize of the community do adu gi damakta ne fraternity equality equal justice the equal opportunity adu pi nangai damakta ne aduna let's come to our Manipur state ikoi Manipur state la ase ikoi karam ba syllabus ta ikoi gi lairiba community kunthra truk ase pangan gi boirasu any kinds of the community ki ikoi gi ngasi gi lairiba seatil liba mayam china khara kangam be natana karam ba matam da ikoi gi angang sing sta khanghal labra khangande aduna masi si ikoi gi haurak liba narol singda adi ikhoina khangan ba matau tai ba karigi ikoi unity oneness and the belongingness adu purak na idamak te ikoi da khang tai masi kana na move tawgani we as a student body ikoina student body sina ikoina move tawgadabane aduna makha tarakpada aina haning basi kaino na matamda ikoigi student habasi kaino kanda sumena adi plotona makha hairamne the mark of an educated person is the willingness to use the one knowledge to solve the society and aduga ekoigi sidai naning idi kaino kanda student sing sida ekoigi hujik ekoigi lairiba manipur gi student sing sida kaino naiba matamda ekoida lairiba mindset se kaino na kanda ekoi thabuk toba MCS oiba IPS oiba adagi ekoi nataba mina vote lepa aduga aigi individual perspective se hena achieve goal se achieve tawna ba chatpa ado ai naning basi masigi matangda ekoigi sigi wakalon si thado oga asengba education hairidi kari noen hai matamde value of education si ani gak lai hai tare individual perspective hai ma societal perspective hai ma societal perspective hai basina aina to prepare the youth to contribute to the society and the nation hai ba aina youth amoy na ni student amoy na society sida kyam yam na national building to matamde state building to matamde ekoigi ekoigi world gi thakta building to matamde aina kyam yam na contribute to rage na basi aduna ngasi thoga isi ekoigi lairiba MCS IS officer natraga political party foda siki thak sidi yam thina ikai na ngai nei gi wende it is very shameful aigi community gi mi siraga bu aigi phamne na lubro aigi ima sara silaga aigi ima mangde ida ta da leiraga bu ain ke dawdro aigi ima ji ijat tawdra ai ijat tawgadro aduna masidari kaino akanda aigi community dagi de aigi phamne na lu aigi pham dagi de aigi community adi ni hena khanba aigi pham du kauthoga mayam aigi pham ta dokjare aduna aigi sigi lairiba issue sidadi kaino na akanda ai sidadi henjaroi aduna ai manipur gi damakta kathokpa ngamba manipur gi damakta siba ngamba mangjin thaba mingon da thousand daba adumba mi amak darkar oi haitare sumba matam sidadi aduna akoi punamak community punamak adi dominance theory nataba equality distribution nei nai jabado odi du panba amana amagi awaba matamda maitai na kappa matamda pangan gi thamoi dai taana thinbagum oiba nangna lan chatkedam nate nangna chara sitkamte aina mangjin thagane haiba ngamba adumbagi thamoi asengba thamoi nungdi thorakpa adumba wakhallondo ngasigi society se darkar oye aduna taba koigi semjan sajanba ngahak ngahakki oida padam myamna sagatlakan dai machinda khohi taibo hu phumba adumba wakhallondudi society si koigi dimage toroknabagi macha amakhu oine aduna ekoi student Manipur University gi amadi PhD scholar singna adi amadi ngasi gi mangli lengsin berbo ajam yamna khandi gedaba amadi koina khanna ba amasung nei nabada aina thamning basi kaino na kan de koi thamoi sengba mathau ta thamoi sengba si yaudagadi koi karigumba makhal amatagi adi chaukhat pa proi aduna makhata na ina ning basi kaino na kan de koi gi hujujik leiriba situation sida popi thaba masung immigrant forest destruction or the damage of forest habsi national interest ni masi state interest nate adubu national interest ki mingda kanagumba kanglup natraga kanagumba miyoi kharana ming sijinarga community amagi nungai roidaba natraga community amana sokadaba thabukti tawroidabani aduga sokpasu yanai thabuksu tawgadamni masi national interest ki dai koi chap jungna lepaga masida focus tawrga koi sanction gedami immigrant ki NRC chataba amusung forest reserve kan ba ba sei koi punamaki thauni maduna koi student body amoina ikoina joint research forum ama community masing chuna yawba joint research student forum ama adi ikoi hujik leirba culture amasung tradition gi maram masi importance amasung masi nainangwai damakte ikoina hujik linkhatpa mathau tai karigi pangan maitai natraga naga natraga kanagumba kanglup atai tai soen sol leiriba sumba myam punba joint research forum ama linkhatlaga masi gi important amasung culture singcha ngasi ki haurak riba mirol singda khangan gedabane aduga hojik ekogi student body singsina ade aisu kari amso gi natragi student body gi leader aboina ekoina ujiksi khabar da natana ade masi aina haibada haiman ba thokadra masida aidi hena thodang lon baning ai isasu sarupudi yazade dorgasu kainon haiba matamda ikoi hena mangjin thadana sida ikoi ki hujik DM gi exam jai theba DMU gi Manipur University ki exam B.Ed ki sida LLB gi yai tharba mayam se kaino ikoi atop state singa changdam na matamda ikoi bek halhore masina kaino kanda ina appeal tawning basi ikoi student body sing na masi question kunthra semba matamda ikoi na question humpu piraga masi assignment mode aina tawraga masi hen na ikoi ki matam chan chan pangthok ngai thabak chu tawna ba ikoi student body sing na move tawning adu natragana hujik curfew si government ki maikai dagi natraga public ki maikai de karam kanda tawraga karam kanda loigador mo haibang ngamdaba amadi ikoina karamba matamda tawrakani haibasu haiba ngamdaba sin maram oira kanda iti student gi damakta di especially curfew se chatpa yahangadaba neba si chu ikoina move tawgadamni aduga hujik oiriba ikoi gi fear adi kaino kanda bhara amasung transportation se magi lanai natraga gari leitaba mioi sing dadi adugi mate awaba oinare kaino ikoi gi lam arapa yawu matam dadi adugi mate awaba nangba ikoi puthokpa ngamdaba duni school college sing te kaba ngamdaba phibam da sulere masi ikoi gi ngasi gi student body sing na su masi he khangsu khangpiram gane aduna khangjan bade hena kana ga train so adu mena thamjage ngasi ikoi gi leiriba society se multi ethnic oiba adumba amakhakta ne haitare adura ikoi marakta adum frankly speaking si ai hai ge kaino na kan da ikoi gi pangan na meitai da thaja daba meitai na pangal da thaja daba naga na pangal da thaja daba kuki na kai da thaja daba sumbagi trust of deficit amakhak layaba masi karam bukan da iti trust of deficit chi ko kani en ha kan da ai gi wakhalul oina hairabadi ekoi masen gi marakta equal distribution equal opportunity equal justice phangalaba kan da idi masigi trust of deficit chi loina mang khineba aduna aina ngasi modulator gi da appeal tawjari resolution lawba matamda adi ikoi gi equal distribution equal justice aduga equal opportunity haibase yohanningi aduga ikoi ngasi gi student body na so asi hairiba ikoi gi sigi aina panjaba wahi mate khara asida mupta hanningi masiar ga loichinjari thank you and thank you all
ke ais ayub sahabu aina amuka hana thagachari mahakna machang oiba satraga mari leinaba khara thamirami aduda natana Bangladesh chalaiba maitai pangal Vishnupriya gi maramda su pungning losing oiba yaba thambikre. Now I call upon YB Adhikari, All Gurkha Students Association.
Good afternoon, respected moderator and all the panel members on the dais, all the invitees, students from different communities and leaders from different student organizations. I like to thank Musu for inviting all Manipur Gorkha students in this platform and giving us the opportunity to share few words related to this topic provided. Now, with the due permission from our respected moderator, I would like to continue my remaining parts of the opinion in Manipuri language. Since I am not fluency in the language, but I'll try my level best to make all the audience understand. Thank you, sir. Ian Hanba Magda Aigi Maming se sir moderator na kitang lanna panvire aduso I mind tauzade myself LB Adhikari, President All Manipur Gorkha Student Union, and Aigi kitang moderator gi ayaba lauraga Kitang aigi All Manipur Gorkha Student Union gi line ama ani tang haige All Manipur Gorkha Students Union se 1967 da established hoibane. So it was established by the 25 students of Gorkha community who was studying in DM colleges. DM college at the time there was no any division like arts and the science, and the founder members only few members are there, but most of them already demise. Ngasi se 56 years oire ahogi organization register organization linkhat pase aduga the main motto of our student organization is education, security and unity haina laibene aduga aina hojik ngasi organizers na piriba topic gi maramda aina khitang haining bagi mamangda aina khitang ai khara hairage ai actually the Gorkha community in Manipur, we are very less in number. So as per the census of 2011, so the population of our community is only 63,567. But this is the official census report, and last year 2021 and 22, even the All Manipur Gorkha Student Union personally conducted home-to-home survey to find out the exact number of the our population. So at the time, the figure decreased in a very high numbers, because our community, we speak Nepali language, which is granted by the Constitution of India under 8th schedule, so along with the Manipuri language, and we belongs to Gorkha community, and here Hujik Fauda akhoi Manipur da tari ba Gorkhana Manipur gi integrity da sokpa aduga akhoina adugumba demand kari su toba laite aduga akhoi se India gi constitution gi manung da akhoina what to say true citizen gi oina akhoi laibene aduga akhoina hujik yamna peace loving people, we are so peace loving people, and we never demand any demands like the demands which hamper the integrity of the state. This is the point number one. And another thing, akhoi gi student gi role se ai khitang haige beside my community summary. Aina hujik haining ba se akhoi Manipur da student organization se yam laire jati khuding magi organization student gi laye aduga akhoi gi akhoina tauge daba thabak se aigi opinion, this is my personal opinion, aigi opinion da di aina kari haining bra haiba kanda akhoi se common thabak da jati amada sokpa natraga jati amada darkar oiba pot se akhoina student organization natraga student singna commonly sort out tauge da bane asigumba karigumba issue lakpa taradi any issue related to the student community should be unitedly solved or unitedly resolved by the student community. Me mayam community I Manipuri student community ne, I Gorkha gi ne, I Naga student organization ne haida bida common oiradi pulap lingzen mana raga akhoina solve toba darkar laire aduga akhoi gi All Manipur Gorkha Student Union say because of less number of our community population, so now we have our community, it is scattering in all districts of Manipur, even in the More also, even in the Serau, even in Kangpopi, even in Imphal East West, loinamak mafam da scatter taure aduga akhoina jati gi taraf dagi as a student ki taraf dagi akhoina Manipur laibag gi damak akhoina kari kari tauba yabra haiba kanda akhoi gi corona matam da su akhoina role se am chauna lobane. We have contributed lots of things to the government. We work together with the government. Adugumba akhoina awareness gumba akhoina nangse jati amane hairaga akhoina kanada su akhoina divide taudo bida we work equally for all the community of the state. Aduga hujik aina point ama ani thamning base akhoi students are the pillars of nation aire. Students are the pillars of nation asi gi sentence gi quotes gi explanation di I don't need to explain because everyone we knows well. aina huzik haining base student I'll come to the point. Student power is nation power so hai. Aduga handagi irang sida. Student ki right se totally fundamental right granted by the Constitution of India se law namak abrupted oireba. This is due to the failure of the government, so to say. I haininge karigino airedi huzik lairiba relief camp da aduga lairiba displaced family da government na ngaktang challaga notebook ama ani piraga lakani aduga media da di chauna hapkani aduga tauge daba thabak se phajana panthok taba hai batare officially record da di tauba aduga practically di tauda hai batare adugumba laire adu aina haining base as a student community akhoi mayam na huzik adugumba displaced family aduga displaced laiba relief camp da huzik student gi problem sing se akhoina fazana sort out tawraga akhoina tawba ngamadi akhoina solve tawba government gi kari aisara initiative government gi magi facility di ngai daba aduga akhoina tawba ngamdaba oiredi akhoina government da asigi report se piraga akhoina suggestion kharab piradi government na su asigi problem gi solution check out toba ngamgedra hairaga aina haininge role of the student aduga akhoi gi student organization na student loina magda akhoi gi the history of the particular community akhoi gi jati gi isamagi jati gi history se phajana akhoi awareness tawraga moida pura digest tawba tai haina haininge aduga aina haining base last ta aroibada student gi akhoi Manipur da multi ethnic community laire adu aina khara nungai tabadi akhoi Gorkha se Manipur da lairiba akhoi gi history se around 200 years laye adu huzik po akhoi se gazette da recognized taude aina taude hairega nungai taba laite there may be some certain reason may be there but among these different communities akhoina every year loinamak jati pullaga student gi natraga akhoi gi CSOs gi workshop natraga akhoi gi cultural meet natraga akhoi gi karigumba atokpa student da aduga jati da benefit oige daba awareness workshop events se toina frequently organized tawrodi jati khuding se united oiba ngamgani aduga kari aisara magi nungsi base henna nearness oigani hairaga aina haininge aduga aina aroibada haining base students should not attend the school only to learn students se college university aduga school se ma ai lairik haige haira khakta chaloi da bane ai se society gi dama khitang thabak tauge contribute tauge ai nation gi dama khitang contribution tauge ai jati gi dama awaba khuding mak da ai lepke hairaga adugumbagi nationalism adugumbagi wakhan se student khuding makna purakke da bane hairaga ai haininge aduga aina haijabada karigumba point topic dagi out of topic oirasu respected moderator na ngakpi gani hairaga aina wai se yamna haininge aduga matam su laitabani atai panelist su mayam laibanina asi hairaga aina haibakanda asoiba lairasu ngakpi gani hairaga bidai laujage thank you.
Thank you LB Adhikari for concerns of the students community. Yam phajaba idea khar pibire. Anyway, let us keep on asking for clarification when the other presentations are over. Now I request Krishna Mohan Singha, Assam University Students Association, Assam University Manipuri Students Association.
Ahamada ngasigi yamna maru oiba thahum deki phamari suraba satharak liba Manipur da irang asigi kaino mo oina khoigi masiga mari leinana Manipur University Student Union na pangthok liba National Youth Convention asiga mari leinana tongan tongan ba hiram singda naina basigi matang dai khoida role of student assignment and intervention haiba topic asi dai khoida invitation tawbidaktuna saruk yabina bidamakta haibirak bidamakta ai musubu ahanba makta da nang phailitana thagachari loinana ngasigi thauram asigi mayai tangban da lengsin biriba oja moderator oina nei biriba oja irom gambir singh matam amada Assam University gisu English department gi oja obirami haina khoida tambire oja singna oja busu aina ikongno na khuramjari wari se yamna hainingi adubu matam si akangnaba minute 23 pibanina asigi manungda loisanjana khona jage aise Assam gi Lakhipur haiba lamtam adudagi maiti masamni ko ngasi Manipur da leibiriba selena nungsiraba khoigi purup tongan tongan ba leiriba organization singdagi lakpiriba selena sing si uraga thamoida kadang nungai ba madi harauba phauri kaina problem si khara solve tawbada khoi myamna soidnaki mating pangmangangni habado thajabado ai thamjai koi topic asiga mari linena ngasai mamang da inauguration da ngangi basing adu khoi oja singi ngangi basing tu jam note tawjai aduga yam nungai akhoi da anauba idea amadi Manipur da hojik thokliba thawdog asiga mari linena akhoi da piba message sing asi yam kani haina lawjai ado aise numit humni sure Manipur da ai lakpase mamang da isigi topic sigi manang mari linena ai minute amakhtang matam lawjage koi gi ngasigi hir Manipur da thoi ba thawdog siga ai anirak sure laise mamang dai tang kunthra ma thoi da laame numi humni gi tor torame on ground reports Manipur da hojik thoi ba thawdog si karino amadi kari maram gi thoi bano haktheng na khoina social media da u ba khakta nataba karino thoi sai ba gi numi humni khak tor torame madugi matungda masi invitation je phanga matungda I nan tang tareta ai imphal lakmani adu numi humni sei ahing tumda bayamani ai mafamda thoiba thaudong mafam sigi pung ani taba ahum taba pung ama taba di halakpada koigi mafam famda chalaga ai masigi kaino sing se ground report sing se lauri aduga karino thoiba semtang ai ngonda khangning ba madi maiti masa moina su as a Manipuri moina ai madu aina laujaki numi humni suba khongchat asida ngasigi akoigi democracy dialogue and coexistence in Manipur haiba topic asida su koi oja sing ngang khama tungda akoina malem da leiriba khwaidagi chauna akoigi largest country ma oiriba India Bharat asi democracy chatpale pak amani myam pon mang yana ra bo phamni democracy chatpale pak asi myam pon mang su yamna pamnaba government amani haiduna akoi myam pon mang su khangnare hairiba akoigi leiriba government asiga akoina democracy pamdaba Kanglup natraga akoigi atopa akoigi national akoigi kari haitare country singna masigi akoigi India da pirak pa saitheng singi manungda akoigi masi amasu oiramoidra haibasi oirangmani haibasu masi aigi thajabam thami maramdi asagi akoigi foreigner issue se jam toina palle aiso samdale akoina foreigner issue se jam face ai samak jam naha angang moiraga su as a amsugi activist amoina ado all Assam student union asugi activist oina ke face to ko matang da yawre hojik su face tawri asu accord kai leidi ko haiba mayam singa siga katak study to ko matam da foreign issue se north Manipur khakta gi issue nate masen interior akoi north east ki yam chaw issue omni masise masise akoi da hojik indigenous akoi gi north east ta leijariba frup kanglup community macha singa sida yamna awa akoi kari atare thengnariba face problem singi manung da mani haina lawjaning masigi siga ina asagi akoigi student role sigi matang da akoina pusalakwa matam da mahiroi khunai haibasi akoi laikla su tamduna tangdu leitaba ing tappa shanti leiba purup ma community ma afaba akoigi चाखुलक्लिबा ग्लोबलाइजेशन असि अहोंग लाक्पसिदा अखोइना मांगदा कानबगिदमक्ता अखोइगी थौदांग कया अमा लैरिबने मसिगी मनुंगदा अखोइना मतम मतमगी मतुंगिना लेपाक अमदा नत्र स्टेट अमदा इशू थोलक्पा मतमदा महिरोइसिंगी अचौबा थौदांग अमा लै हाइबसि अखोइ पुनमंगदा खंगदरा वफमने ngasagi manipur context ta lakpa matamda hairiba sing asi aikoina hojiki thokliba irang asiga mari leinana aikoina masi kanana insalakpano kadumdagi backing lakpano natraga masi manipur da thoiba thawdog asigi maningda kanano leidisi natraga kari manamgi thoino haibase aikoina khangbam jamunna khangbam ma thokprai khali manipur ga koida leiriba ko india da leiba china khuding mangna su masi se masigai siga aikoina student sing sina thoiba thawdog ase asaigi akoi silna emsu gi akoi gi yamba president so haibirame manipur maitei amadi kuki ghaktagi oiba lanate na masigai siga leiriba furup community khuding makna karigi manam gi thoi bano irang asi karigi masisi kanano maning da leibase yam munna aikoina khangba machangi maduga hairiba khogi problem asi aduga khoina student ama oina yamna thamoi sengna manipur sibu kansi amadi manipur gi integrity se kahelo si hairagadi masi munna khangaga thabuk oina pangthokpa pangthokadabani haina khanjai aduga na saigi aina yamna khogi kai haitare maru oina haijaning badi ain 3 days 2 times lakma matamda manipur da uba matamda aingoda jamna kai haitare tujungba natraga nungai tabum phawre masi hairam dragadi ai thamoi da pendam di leirani अखोगी हौजिक थोइब थौदोक्सि मणिपुर की तांग मे की तांग हुमदे थोलकपद ngasi भौगी लाइब मनुंगसिदा इंटीग्रिटी काइबगी सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव की तोंगान तोंगान ओफम लाकप मतमदा मैतै खक्तना मणिपुर की इंटीग्रिटी कनगद्रा सिने हाइचनिंगस लैरिबा फुरुप लैरिबा चिनिनाव सिंग असिना पेपर वर्क नत्रगा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की लेवल दा प्रेस नोट थोक खक्तना मणिपुर की ngphei kan mangamdra natragana isa isa gi oiba hak talakma matamdadi khage ma matamdagi leirakpani ai Churachandpur Maharashtra ki matamdagi leirakpani 19 adudagi leirakpani haibigi ai gi hak talakma matamdadi madugana paper work ta khangne magi hak talakpa adugo manipur gi integrity kairakpa matamdra maitei macha khaktana landam da lan thingraga thawai thabam thokpra khoi punna leminase haiba taragadi इंटीग्रिटी हाइबता अखोई पुन्ना मणिपुर की कंटेक्स्ट से लैरसी इसलिए अखोई पुन्ना मक्से अपुन्बगी लिंगजेन लैबा तारगदी मैतै मचा खक्तन इखेंग तारगा मणिपुर कनबा ngमोय अखोई लैरिबे चिनाव पुन्नमक पुंझलगा कनानो मणिपुर की ngंगफै थुगाइने बो होनरैसे सि खंगबम संगे खंगगा मदु पुन्ना फाइट तोबम थोकप्रा हाइबसे अयो खन फाउजे मसी सिनतंग आई अखोई तोंगान तोंगान बा फुरुप सिंग दगी लाइबे चिनाव सिंग अमदि आई आफिल आइगी फेन दबदो नुंगाइतबदो फोंदोक चबनी मदो करिगुंबा नुंगाइतबो लेरगा सुवारो बिरो हाइना आई थमजनी अदो ngसाइगी आइखोइगी आइगी मणिपुर दा थोइबा थौदोक से आसाम गु सुम खरा रिलेटेड सुम ओय खोइगी थंगनबा नेवर स्टेट ओइबनिना इशू से सुम खरा कदी मदी सुम लेनी को अखोइगी खम थेंग हौजिक अखोइगी वारिबा तंजासिगा ख्वाइदगी मरु ओइबा ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की मतुंगिना इन चालुबा मतमदा अंगांसिंग लाइलेसु तमदबा कोरोना की सही अनि अखोइगी मांगरबा मतुंगदा छात्र की ख्वाइदगी पुंसीदा स्कूल कादबा हाइबसे मसिदगी मांगजबा मसिदगी अहेनबा मांगबा तै अमुखना लेरमरो हाइबसे मैं पुनम खंगबा फमने स्कूल काबा ngमदबा बन ब्लॉकेट थामरी तौसलकपदा आंगांसिंगी कयामजमना खोगी आंगांसिंगी नॉलेज खोगी डिप्रेशन अम तोंगा तोंगानबा हिरम कयामदा सोक्थरकदा पोसे मणिपुरदा हौजिक याम चाउन उबा फंगे लोइजिंगलो यादा चिंया तमयादा लेहौरिबा इमा इबेन चिनाव सिंगदुना कप्पगा मणिपुर की खोगी आंगांसिंग से लाइकलेसु तंबा फंगदबदा ngasi kai doguni hayeng kai doguni khangmangam daba democracy chatpa lepak amada akoina super power oidore india se bharat se akoina adu phong alaw siga manipur se india gi map manung da jaw tabagumna hek hek uba phangi masi jam laibak thibani hajaningi masiga akoigi naran sana daga nahana ina chalu matam da koi silnaw singno lehori ba phibam do ima iben singduna kappaga akoigi angang sing laila su tomba phangdaba natraga akoida awaba mayam se sikana na ubidu no masi mayam se कोई स्टूडेंट अखोई द लेरिबा कांगलू कम्युनिटी खुदिंग मंगना मसे मणिपुरी खक्तगी नते मैथी खक्तगी नते अखोई पुनमकी मांगजबने अदुना अखोई पुनमकी मांगजबसे अखोई कमाइना सॉल्व तौसिगे हाइबसे अखोई चुंगजनरगा मैथी मचा खक्तना अखोई मणिपुर कंसी हाइब नते अखोई पुनमक पुनमिनरगा मणिपुर कंसी मणिपुर की इंटीग्रिटी से काहेंदना अखोई कन्मिनसे हाइबसे आई मसे से थमजनिंग आंगांसिंग लाइलेसु तम्बसिमतदी अखोइना बन ब्लॉकेट नत्रगा कर्फ्यू लॉकथोगसु स्कूल हांगन बिउ लाइक सिमदी तमहन बिउ हाइबसे आई इज स्टूडेंट अमोइना आई लाइक तंबा कैनो मा हेरोयो मन मसिमतंग दे सिंग नाउसिंग फमदा आई अमुकसु हन आई अपील तौजरमगे लाइक तंबम सुमति अखोइ कैनो तौबिउ अदुगा ngसाइगी थामरी वायलेंस थोलकपसिगी मनुंगसिदा अखोइना मांग्रिबा गवर्नमेंट की प्रॉपर्टी जुम कई मयाम अबदी लैरिबा मयाम पुनमक से कनागी मांगबन अखोई पुनमक की गांग गवर्नमेंट की मांगबन नते अखोई की मांगिने असिगे वायलेंस के जुम मई थाबा नत्रगना अखोई तोंगान तोंगान हिरम कयादा अखोईदा हौजिक फंगिबा साफू से सही क्या मणिपुर की इकोनॉमिक से सही कुंथ्रा मुंग मनिंग द हलागा अमुकम मसी मयाम से फुगन बहोनरकपदा मणिपुर काइदौन निंग मनिंग कुंथग्रेबसे अखोई सिलनाउ सिंग अखोइना जाम मुन्न खंगबम चागी मसिस वायलेंस थामरी थोखरे हौजिकसु कंटिन्यू थोई लोसनबेगी वारी करिंदा लेते हौजिकसु असुम नुक्तिगी अमुक नो
कृष्ण मोहन टेंशन बिना बनिंग जरी
ओके आई लास्ट फिनिशिंग से तौजरगे अदुना हाइरिबा सिंगसीदगी अखोइना लैरिबा महेरोई अखोइगी इसिनाउ खुदिंगमकना अखोइगी ओइबा थौदांग हाइबदी अखोइ पुनमिनरगा अखोइ हौजिकी कंटेक्स अदुगा सिगिसिगा आइना कयमतंग हाइजनिंगबदी लास्ट पॉइंट अमा ओइना अखोइगी लैरिबा कम्युनिटी अयामबदी सिगा यावबा उरे अदुगा अखोइगी अखोइना इरांग अनी से थोइबसे अखोइ कमाइना प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होबा तादि फमिनबा कोएग्जिस्टेंस डायलॉग डेमोक्रेसी चटबा लेबाक अमगी मखादा लैबना अखोइ फमिनरगा सुंगसिनरगा यानबम पोरागा अखोइ चंगी हाइबसे अखोइ पुनमंगना खंगे मनमदुना तालिबा डिमांड खुदिमक डेमोक्रेसी चटबा लेबाक त फंगनी हाइबा लेते अखोइगी लोन नाट कल्चर तोंगान तोंगान बा आइडेंटिटी अखोइगी भारत असिदा अखोइ पुनः हिंगमिनरिबनी अदुना अखोइ डायलॉग तौरगा पुनः फमिनरगा अखोइ शांति दे हिंगबा ngangmani हाइबसी मसिगी सोल्यूशन से पुरकनबगी दमकता अखोइ म्याम पुनः होनसी अदुगा कुकी सिंगसु हाइरिबा अखोइगी ग्रुप सिंगसिगा अखोइ कुकी ngasi याउद्रबनिना मखोइसु खलंबा जाय अखोइदे याउदे मखोइ खक्ता फमिनगरे हाइरमबसु जाय अदुना पुनमक्सी पुल्लगा अमुकसु अफबा अखोइगी मखोइदसु पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग लेरमगसु मखोइबसु पुछलागा कमाइना अखोइगी नाहारोन यूथ तगी अखोइ प्रॉब्लम से सॉल्व तौनबा होनमिनसे हाइबदमंग आई थमजरगा आइगी पॉइंट से मतंग से टेंशन जरे मियाम पुनमकु अमुकना खुरम जरे थैंक यू
कृष्ण मोहन सिंहाना फजबा सोशल मीडिया अमदी ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट कमरी लेनना पुन्ना लेमिनबा द चंगदबा यादबा इशू खरा ओपन तौबिरमे यामना कानबा पुंगनिंग लोसिंग ओइबा याबा मणिपुर की मपानदगी लागा मणिपुर की मणिपुर द लेजरिबा खोइना तौदबा इनिशिएटिव खरमाना तौबिबसी उबदा पुंगनिंग नुंसी थगुचरी मथंग सिदी अरोइबो ओइना अखोइगी हिजम रोशन सिंह मणिपुर स्टूडेंट्स फेडरेशन मणिपुरी स्टूडेंट्स फेडरेशन बु अरोइबा प्रेजेंटेशन थम्बिना बनिंग हिंगरी
आन मक्तदा moderator ningoin hangatjarabda professor irom kanbi singh thagachari amadi mang lingsin biriba ja singh mairoi singh marup singh unum thagachari tasengna haijarabada irang se yam laiba issue ne yam loisan busu laiga do irang se kana thon mano haibase koina number 1 yengba mathok tai kana thon ge haibase koi khudi mak khang bane na khale khangi ko mayam khang bro india laingak na kai gi damakta manipur se ningkha tamba sai lisang sit na hingjaram bairam da manipur ma khakni angro manipur 1891 April 27 da thoknar matung da British ki makha da koi ikha pon ba ma oiraklo matung da Manipur ningkha tamla ba matung India na loksal ba matung da hariba mayam si tholaka doine ngasai ai gi yamana su panbirame matam amada emsuna anti foreigner haiba movement sanction biraktuna miyam asibu kalhauna ba miyam asibu da thengna ba chaitheng miyam sibu ngakthok sanabagi damakta matam duda koi ga poktri ko 1980 koi sum mahiro ama oina study tawbra thingna jabane ngasi ga tharaga chahi kya surage 43 years 1980 matamda haukrabane ari ani subada muk yengse indiana manipur haiba laibak state se matam punamakta akoigi yengbidaba kanba aruba ek mayam ama iramdam manipur si thamjanduna dum lakhrabane matamduda for anti foreigner gi movement campaign chathakra em suna adugi chahidura 1980 da armed police power act 1959 thamjanduna mu akoigi 58 thamjanduna mu akoigi iramdam manipur se koi lalhaugi mingda akoigi mayam ama furup jati mayam ama koi sigi mingda koigi manipur bu nungsijaba kyam pusi longkrabane matam gi oina india laingak na khangna una koigi manipur da hinjariba kanglup furup khudimakta khaipum gi laingak khaitare divide and rules ki policy khaipum gi lengak ki tattana lengak asina sanaraga lakrabane adudi ngasi tholai ba lan sing se akoina kanana thon bano haibase akoi mangda leirabane koi punamangna khange hairiba irang asi kanana thon bano haibasu akoi khangtok pangamalnina akoi punna sungsiminaduna khaipum gi lengak asi koi thengnaminaba silakliba policing ase koi thengnaminaba masang habidune masida nate manipur rent revenue and reform act 1960 matang laini ko ngasai 1980 imatamda koi foreigner gi amsuna sanction ki balaire adagi manipur land revenue and reform act 1960 iramda manipur thamjandana koigi divide and rule policy mafam amada taba yadabagi chanabi kanglon mayam ama thamjanduna muk leirine masida nate ecosystem dasu india lengakna matam punamakta khangna kahalibune karigi yengsande karigi usanade karigi action lokhate yengseba hingbada miyoibna hingbada changdaba yadraba mai ising nungsit malem atia akoigi oiribro akoi khalla yengse akoigi oiribraba ngasi function sida silliba akoigi program sida koi thaibi singse koi leiraga thaineba sigi sungakpada sijanagado pot khudimakto india lengakti leirineba akoigi oiribra ising nungsid akoigi oiribra mai akoigi oiribra ngasi thaliba mai koi bin thiri yumthong kuding da bill gi paisa lom thirangani ko thiko se akoigi oidraba ngaktane akoigi lengak pathap pulap supai paisan khraba iramda manipur amada akoi hingi baneba asigum lengak sida akoi kyam kuina hingadage habadune aduna akoi mahiro ama oina akoi punna thengaminaduna ngasi gi tholiba kanglu furuki rangse akoi punna study tongminabam changi aduna tragedi akoi ngasi gi solution se por oi haina ithamjage manipur se maitai khaki nena haibagi uhanbagi culture matam punamakta ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯦꯜꯂꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯅ ꯎꯍꯜꯂꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯂꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯟ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯇꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯗꯅ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯟꯅꯅ ꯍꯤꯡꯉꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯐꯣꯔꯁ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯊꯨꯒꯥꯏꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯇ ꯇꯧꯔ ꯂꯥꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯟꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨꯃ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯎꯠꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯄꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯟꯖꯥꯗꯨ ꯌꯧꯔꯛꯂꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯋꯥꯠꯂꯤ ꯊꯥ 3-4 ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯀꯗꯧꯕ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯅꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯈꯩꯐꯝ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯆꯦꯜꯍꯜꯂꯒ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯦꯡꯁꯤꯟꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯈꯪꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯪꯕꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯈꯩꯐꯝ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯈꯣꯡꯂꯝ ꯁꯟꯇꯣꯛꯅꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯈꯟꯕ सिगुम मयामगे मरक्ता अखोई मैतै हाबा जातिसिना मणिपुर कायबा यारोय हाबा वहायदुदि तोगलगा हिंगमिनरिबा अखोई खुदिमंगना मणिपुरगी सक्तमसे ngakpa mathok taribane manipur se khoi na khangi khoi gi sovereign power ma oina power paijaba iramda manipur amani haibase khoi tattana taraga sum lakhrabane sum taraga lakhrabane sigumba power full leijaba masagi lengak pathap leijaba masagi constitution leijaba iramda manipur amabu ngasidi krai sakhraba अखोई इरमदम मणिपुर से ngसाई तंपाकी टेरिफेरी एरिया दा लोइरब्रा यंगसेबा सिगुम्बा सिचुएशन दा अखोई थंबिरिनेबा मैतै हाबा फुरुप से सिगुम्बा थबक से मतम सांगना इंडिया लैंगाकना तौरगा लाख्रबनेबा ngसाई 1980 दा एंटी फॉरेनर हाबा चथग्रबनी करीगिदमक्ता सही 43 सूरबोक्ता अदुक सांगबा सही बोक्ता यंगसनबिदना लागा हौजिकता अखोगी मणिपुर लैंगाकी अखोगी सब कमिटी मा सेमलगा अखोगी इलीगल इमिग्रेंट खंथोकनबा फाइंडिंग कमिटी का सेमलगा रिपोर्ट की मतुंगिना टेंगोपल अदुक फंगे अदगी चांदेल अदुक लेरे अदगी चुचांबुर अदुक लेरे कामजोंग अदुक लेरे हाबगी आथर कइनोबा करीगिनो बचही लिसांग सिना चही 43 सुरबोक्ता ngasiबोक्ता तरोक्तरगा हौजिकता तरोक्पगी आथर करीगिनो हिंगबदा चंगदबा याद्रबा इकोसिस्टम इंडिया लैंगांग काहलिनेबा कोई इसिंग कोई फंगदबगी अवाबा मायोकनख्रबने कोई इसिनाव पुनमक मतम खरा हौजिसु तुरेन इसिंग हाने चेलम लेबेने हौजिक कंगिबने को मई इसिंग नुंसित मालेम अतिया मतम पुनमक्ता काहलगा लाबने सि यावदरदि आई हिंगिद्रो सि यावदरगा इसि लेपगा वांगांगिद्रबा सिगुम खुदिमक्से हिंगबद चंगद्रबा याद पुलप खुदिमक्से मिपान तांगलगा थमग्रबनेबा सिदा नतना मुक एक कयामा चलाइदना इरमद मणिपुर सिदा ओटख्रबनेबा आम पुसपसेन पोर एक तंपाकी सरुक खरा दयन लौथोइसे सिंगी मथफमद लौथोख्रबा लौथोकते से डिवाइड एंड रूल खैफुम लैंगाक आइसिने खैफुम गायफुम थंबदो तंपाकी सरुकतना आम पुलिस स्टेशन पावर पुलिस स्टेशन खरा लौथोए सिंगी मफमद लौथोकते सि कइनो खैफुम गी लैंगाक आइसिने अदगे मुक लम लैबा योनबा सिसु खैफुम गी लैंगाक सही 43 सुरबा खोगी आर्म फोर्सेस प्रेजेंट पोर 1 सितंबर की डेट 9 दा 1980 दा थंख्रबा ngasi ga tharaga chahi 43 smai suramani ngasi bokta आर्म फोर्सेस प्रेजेंट पोर 1 तंपाकी सरुक खतंगी लौथोक पसिंग मफम लौथोक त्रिब मालेम करम मफम लेरंगदगे मसान मसाबु मई थारगा सिजबा ngamba मसान मसाबु ह्यूमन टोस ओइना इरमदा मणिपुर की दमक चतखिबा ngambase मफम गराय लेरंगदगे कोई खंगिना मथौ तायबा सिगुम लैंगाकता ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯥꯡꯅ ꯍꯤꯡꯈꯤꯗꯣꯏꯅꯣꯕ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯐꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯊꯝꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯤꯡꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯥꯊ꯭ꯔ ꯅꯣꯡꯃ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯒꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯑꯣꯏ ngasi aduk kuiba tha ahum mari suraklaba koigi communal crisis maram oirakanda ngasi mahirui gidamak india lenga amadi manipur government na kaigumba lengak na or india lengak na mahirui singi karima policy laukthokrage
Roshan Singh habu tension binaba ningjingjari.
Thank you sir. I tension jage ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯇ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯠꯇꯅ ꯈꯥꯏꯄꯨꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯅꯗꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟ ꯆꯦꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯛ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯅꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯆꯨꯡꯁꯤꯟꯃꯤꯟꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯀꯟꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯨꯡꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛ ꯍꯌꯦꯡꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯀꯣꯁꯤꯁꯇꯦꯝ ꯑꯀꯣꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯕꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯉꯥꯛꯄ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯏ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ foreigner mapani changsilak khudima koi thengadana koi iramdam manipur se ing tappa manipur ama oina widam koi masen honamina ba mathok tai haragar ai tension jage thank you punama po thakasari
Thank you Hizam Roshan Singh Manipuri Students Federation MSF ki president Hauzik Aikoina Satragi Sangstan Mangadagi Top Topa Wafam Kayama Taba Fangjare Wafam Singda Kitang Gobert Tog Hodaba Kitang Hanamasa Kaina Kanabayaba issue Mayama Masu later Badinate Adumainamak High River Singadu Matunda Lakadoriba technical session Singda Gobert Togirakani Hainasu Tamjai Aduga Hauzik ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯥꯡꯅꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯀ꯭ꯋꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯈꯛꯇꯪ ꯄꯤꯟ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯇꯦꯠ ꯀꯅꯥꯗ ꯍꯪꯉꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨ ꯄꯤꯟ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯠ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯟꯁꯔ ꯇꯧꯕꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ observation pibinimba lergasu tentakna question should be very very pinpointed unnecessarily elaborating too much adu kanada hangbigadoino haibaduma thambiraga kano tawbiyo thank you observation
direct question niko question cha sang na hangoi sentence ama amam ta hang dori ni Bipin Chandra gida panelist Bipin Chandra question ko ishan biro yam ai yam tap na hajar ke question chi phajana ishan biro 80s की early 80s की शरुक्ता अदगी अमुका मु 90s की decade ता illegal immigrant की problem थोक रहे शिचुम में पेपर से द पी रिवा point सिंह चाहिए 100% लोइना मक point पी सिंह चाहिए accept हुई I am very happy आइना हम जनिंगिम ना 1980s दा थोक की बा illegal migrants की problem जुगा ngasi aikoina illegal migrant thengnari ba narco terrorist illegal immigrant singa thengnari ba problem siga illegal migrant ki problem siga ani sigi marakta mawong masak matau kaya magi saktam ani si marak sida qualitative difference kali leibage si asini aina highlight to wanjani se masigi matungi na ko response piga do bonina masima highlight to biro sima number 1 question number 2 question na yamna interesting oiba yamna ingonda yamna nungai jaba problem amaka sida issue sida पुथोपिरे हौजिकी प्रॉब्लम से panelists sing na haibi bada panelists na Kim Chandra na haibi bada state government ka maitega natraga ethnic community ni tawab leiba issue sunate government of India ga leiba issue sunate masidi wakalon ani ge ideology ani ge marakta leiba issue ne yam sing na haigre ideology amana unity oiba mayam puna makseng amate woni yengba Manipur haibasi Manipur de leiba mipum kudi mang na sagat pa yaba dunga po ni haiba ma atopa mana divisive oiba ideology ani si lei haiba di palle ideology sigi color amasung substance ma haibam changnya ba the color substance and framework and structure of the two ideologies maside kitang highlight to ma changnya haina khalle ba aina khanje ba da asima to biro Mathangda aina mo hangjeningina ibungo kainogi hek next ta ngangi badu ayubki si yam nungai gre thumbs up ayubki si da ngasai gi aham bada bipin gi paper da yauri ba bipin gi presentation yauri ba siga ayubki yauri siga pakum si chap ana kadu ni ko Sina ay anticipation ni ada ayub kinahari bana Manipur ki integrity hai bese ethnic identity de sagalakada banate not of ethnic identity hai ba mahare adugwa adunata bada Manipur ki integrity amasu unity hai bese di nationality centered oiba nationalism centered oiba adugi wakal nondu de sagalakada umne na haire 100% ay yare. Actually, tawgadaba may watli, kung tawgadaba may watli. What is the substance of that nationalism? Where is your nation? Where is the substance of your nationalism? How do you define your nation and define your nationalism? Achi matawa matangay. Masi tawragadi bungo Bangkim Chandra gisiga ayuk gisiga na ngasagi Lakipur dagi lakpiri ba ibungo kenogi Krishna Mohan haibra magi question chida directly la ani Krishna Mohan haibi gi aingon de amna puning sibadi handaki irang sida Manipur kanna na ba na hona ba se maitai khaktagi oira brai ba gi amna thamoi chakpa wahang amaka leyeba thamoi chakpa wahang am leyeba masida khundamnari ba punamak Yahunjaning bagi adu chume adu ay 100% ay ay ko adu position du ay argue tabu nate aduga atay na su masana masabong maitay ko jaba aduga loina na atay masamasagi culture differentiation difference lay jaba community kudimok kisu magi su mohi kisu khanjaba malayaba mohi kisu khanjaba malay adu maitay na Manipur की nationalism से chocolate Cadbury की chocolate तो कौन जम ले रखे थी इसी आई की chocolate की आई की नहीं दूसरी मैत्री की chocolate Cadbury की chocolate नहीं ना कौन ले रखे थी you cannot expect others to share your taste of chocolate अरे मस्सी की issue से मसागी अनी दुका पुंजन नरे हर कांचिदा Panelists home coach mizina bira suyai, tongan kumbira suyai, sigi issues da kun entire ang sige nani ba sige mayang se sige trust si the lady. Siga tek na yaji ke. Wahang da ne yang jeri.
Question si atopa ani khatang ga entertain tawjage aduga khoi ge madam ama leire next question.
Ai Rosanda dum direct hanga. Question khatangi wana tabida just if we should start discussion on this or not to adugi akoina Rosanda nga sa habigi bada Indiana Manipur se maitai khatangi oina ure habase aduda akoi su akoi point out to thopam darkar lai akoi maitai na su kayamuk yam accommodative oige forget about chin cookie or whatever now going on ado akoina nagada or atopa furup macha me maitei panganda kayamna keno oige habase accommodative oige habase yeng da bayade haidi akoina kenom to matamda phiran salai tariat ki phiran do matamda always akoi gi difference manipur amasung maitai haibagi differences adum kene akoina maitai haina phiran tariat tawbadi kaide ko aduga manipur haraga phiran tariat ki akoi gi yamna akoina su khitang adugum base discussion tawraga open oiba ma changbra haibagi idea do almost aduga handang na no bada pakhang bagi la ize aduna sigi discussion su yam darkar le aina khanje haitar ko
question hangbiri bagi ming amtang haibi gani mayam na oza loken di mayam na sakhang na rabni na ko khanjare
ai Shivani ai social activist oina yawal an organization am leader consultant oiza
thank you sina last question oirasi atopa leibi taragadi last chance tungdagi ama khatanga ai lokot chage
ai ming dorai paba Muhammad Ali research scholar Department of Political Science ni ado aina hangadabu question sina ko brother Roshan da hangadabu question ne nasai brother na hai ki boda ikoi ki physically thoi ba ki ethnic conflict se si Indiana host to ne na nasai pandamu yaw ke ikoi state sponsor conflict natraga violence hai tare adigi mong defect hai ki ado Indiana host to si kari maram ki to na makoi da kari benefit lai bigi no aduga ikoi Lady Praja Singh Indian host of Nihavisi Tashinamaki Kanda Bagi Commission Yantina Bagi Mong the Lady Brahava to elaborate to be Hadana Haze. Thank you so much.
Last question Amotang I look at again. Last question where again Sina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ming Zoshan Kumuksam. I am the Department of Political Science staff, first year student Oizari. I na hangzaning bawahang si akagi panelist All Manipur Gorkha Students Union gi I Ming si chumbra dikhang LB adinari I question si sir da director jage. Sai sir na haibi ki da khoi gi students organization mayam se regardless of which community they belong to mohoi na initiative lauraga hojik Manipur se da leiriba satra na face tawriba tongan ba ngasai ki kai haitar ke satra gi right to education si khoi gi thung da bagi keno se masi student organization leiriba mayam sing si amutang meeting or kaigumba meeting ama tawraga kamaina khoi gi initiate tawraga government ta satra na face tawriba khoi gi tongan ba issue mayam for example internet access fangriba adai periphery da leiriba satra sing school kadriba khotriba singuma mayam sing sigi oiba initiative sigumba keno se government ta madugi attention du kamaina draw tawgadage adungi students ki perspective tagi sigi crisis si handa hanaba solve tawna kari initiative law ya bage kanana masi initiative se lawgadage highway do adu matang kitang elaborate tawi thank you
Last question amtang lokot jage ngai de khut thangalaga leiba sina last.
Thank you. Mayam aigi question che question oina ne su lobi gano more of a
ming amtang haibio
aigi ming malem ngan basawrakpam I MU da finance department ta tamjabane ado aigi question che question oina question khatang ne na su lobi gano more of a humble suggestion ni ko aduga aigi question ase akhoi gi respected akhoi gi dais lekhat piriba brother Bipin Chandra akhoi gi Manipur gi oina oldest student organization amo ina mang organization lai biriba sing sisu akhoi na suggestion oina adum thamjage moi desu haidi akhoi gi hoji oriba Manipur gi iho ase akhoi na school matam da tamakpa akhoi na school time da tamakpa sigi pura opposite ne bachat lise democracy dialogue coexistence hai ba ko ado hoji ki Manipur gi lai phibam sida akhoi na tamakpudugi pura opposite ni democracy audagi akhoi gi hak loina matlaba gumane ba akhoi na pura yamna heartbreaking oi sigi situation je khanja bada aduda akhoi na brother
question se ketang tension biyo please to the pinpoint
youth ngasi ki topic akhoi gi role of a student so hai bane ba role of a student sida hoji ki ori ma Manipur gi sia se akhoi gi 40% he na more than 40% in a young population ki power si yamna lai ko aduga akhoi gi student body achowa mo ina akhoi gi Manipur da lai ba young population mayam si ki voice thokpa huji phauta thokpa kitang wat po ina akhoi na loba gumna tawri se kari gi no masi gi question ase doubt ase brother da gi kitang kohan bi on hajani
Thank you. Aroibada hojik matam se later badina. Questions are of immense importance. Hangbiri ba questions se yamna maru oiba, yamna relevant oiba question. Pukning losing oiba aba mayama makak sai sibani naga puthori ba integrity da wangang losing na yam di yawi tawadabu. Hangbiri ba questions sing se minute minute anida answer tawba ya. Tawbada wana thokadaba answer mayama yawbani na masi khangbiraga tungda nauna amuk discussion tawnabagi achoba room ama pibibani pukning thogat pibani haina on behalf of the moderator ai lojage aduga iroinana mathangi session si amuk matam chana hauba ngamnaba aikoigi panelist singdagi tentakna thambibada kaisu akaiba leite hena ai thamjage.
Thank you, Oja. First question che saidagi hawudagi hujik loy phaw yaubidi tagat cheri Oja. Question ani hangbire ahanwa question na masaigi 1980 amsung 1994 da masama inauguration ha anti foreigner ha banatte ko adum yamna clarify am da tawjage adu issue do go back foreigner adu na trehara foreign national issue Manipur hajagim ne foreigner de anti haibagi kano oigide adu ojana hangbigi ji hujik 19 matamdu da illegal immigrants in game sung koi reserve forest am sung tongan tongan ba mafam sing da encroach tawre haibasiga latest oina hujiki hainari ba latest oina foreign national sing akoi da sangsale even external aggression ki pot paw yauri haibasiga hana gi du hujika kari da khena bage na ojana hangbi bane ai wakhal da khalli bisna loina chummi hadana ina thamjaba lankhatchaba natte ojada aina khanjabada yamna chauba khenaba amkhak ai wakal da faujaba oja haijau haiba targadi oja koi gi drugs mafia sung si gi drug cartel gi issues ya 1980 da di adu khangna leitabra natraga leiraga su yamna handabra na khanje adu after 1980 gi matung da akoi shuda mokoi group 25 shuda kai da lera kan idea of zalengam da pusilakna bi honarak bi influence tuga yam sathina kansalak padagi koi drugs ki involvement aduga koi gi poppy cultivation gi aduga koi gi Myanmar India amasung koi gi Bangladesh ta tari ba chojaina na tari ba community du punsalakna bi idea du da hen akan ba safu du pirakan da especially hantak khena ba se narco terrorist amasung drugs ki issue ji yamna mari lainai hadana damana agi wakhal da damain thamjage oja adu Ada second question da ojana hungigi bada ngasai ki Manipur da huj aina ngasai last point da thamjagi bada Manipur da huj thoi ba conflict se maitai ga naga ga thok pan natte na thamjagi na aina ngasai thamjagi aina ngasai thamjagi bado Manipur da huj thoi ba conflict se ideology ani gi fight ideology ani gi war ne na aina thamjagi ne karam be ideology ma har ga na ideology amana Manipur da leba phuruk kangluk phudung ma punjalakanda hana gumna hingminar ko don makata na hingmina gadabani have ideology ama na Manipur ji phuruk kangluk yam yami aduna masa masa gi lam thugair kanda masa masa lam semja gadamni have ideology am khak thoe ani ji gi war na tar conflict se thoe haijabane adugi ojanang saha gi bida adugi manung kitang hanjin ba basis se kari dano na ojana hangbi gi bane adu yam luri jai gi wakal la phauja bida oja khangja banate na sa hoina phauja ba kano duni cookie ki definition who is the cookie cookie have kaino have ki definition bawda akhangai singda hangjaba matam da bawda hujik cookie ji kanano na koina kupna tawba matam da asigi answer bawba appropriate answer thok tri haiti adugi cookie ji kanano have ki answer appropriate answer leite bani na cookie have pochi leitamni na sa hajagi bidu cookie ga maithai ga tawba nate haibane Manipur thugai ba pamba ga thugai da ba pamba kangbu ga tawba na haijabane on definition of cookies no answerable hujik bhau gi da aduga idea of Manipur da thugai na bhonar pa kangbu na Manipur thugai na bhona bani adu marakta cookie yaram be na traga cookie na traga su atai ju dum thugai ba pamba mi su dum yaram be foreign ge elements sing da haibata Ojaigi wakalda maitaina chahi lising manga laura iba thodang si akoina nate oja kitang tension jarage maitaina laura iba thodang si akoina burden la nate responsibility la haibai question tholang matamda aidi lisang sina koi responsibility ne na khalle adona burden ne na khanba numi to Manipur singop sagane ana khala kan adu sigi responsibility maitai na taba to kanglo na pubang ngam gadra haibai question jo koi do wajab do koi feel to jebagi adu ki kano to ne ngasai flag ki kai kitang yaw gi do kitang one liner dai losin jage flag ki issue pakhang bagi adagi pafal ki adagi salai thread ki issue do adu ko yam lai na khalle ai gi di one answer le Manipur ki flag se yana ra dine yongchak charong ga ngari ga yeswai kem laite bako hadi flag ki dudi am lai ba flag ta yana lu am lai ri ba flag to ko na sim tor ji ha to lo re swain tham dik
Thank you, moderator sir. Aingunda hangba question brother Joy Chandra Singh na hujik displaced students aduga relief camp da student na mayok noriba problem se akhoi kramaina solve toba yabra haibadu chumbra. How to solve the problem faced by the student community, those who are at relief camp or from the displaced area. Okay. Asi se aiten na haige number 1 da ngasai so aina haire government, this is the failure of government because government works only in the table, not practically. Adu kramaina solve togani akhoi aigi opinion da akhoi Manipur da laiba student organization se loina mak pullaga despite of hills and valley pullaga akhoi practically field visit tawba tai committee ama form tawba darkar laigani aduga field visit to obtain the actual fact from the field aduga akhoi aduda field the thengnariba problem se akhoi solve tawba tar ngambati if there is any solution that is that can be tackled by the student community, that no need to address to the government. Aduga akhoi capacity if there is beyond our capacity, we have to address to the government by approaching the particular community. Akhoi approach tawba darkar lai aduga still
khara samjan biro.
Okay, thank you sir.
ai marupna question kha khangbudo yam tentang na kaino tawjage ai khang haidana dina te ju satramani tasengna akoina fil tawjabada Manipur se India da hek tilu matung da ngasibokta Manipur haiba laibak se issue gi laibak amakhak oidra sum lakhrabane ani subada aina ai marup adum haijarasu ai marup ki yum daina kaiguma ma lut tawge chakpa se ai marup tan hairoiba agenda manung da leiganeba sigumba ma yaubra haibage ngona singnaba ma pokchaba haitare lotion ge di koi gi lengak pathap koi Manipur ga mena paijaraga su sason gi wayel gi sima tawgadong ni sima set kadong na habo gi thabak se India lengak na tawr matungda pangthok pane habe se koi puna khangmina rabani adugi manungda yaubra haibak du makki aina ngasai haijagi ni mahiroi ama oina adagi ngasai isena kano to hoi Manipur haiba se isa gi identity leijaba isa gi firan yek lon yek na leijaba iramda Manipur ama khangni sigumba firan gi ama isena bukhat pirakpodo yamna chumena ai logjai tesengna koi gi firan se pakhang bayek pa koi gi firan angaubuda koi chahi khuding gi isamaki oina su adum pangthoi si firan se koi punna pangthok mina babni changi asigi identity se koi punna magna chahi khuding gi koi gi 1947 gi August ki date 14 se koi punna observe tongmina raga koi koi ning tamba leba ama oiram habduma koi punna thamoi nungda thaminaba ma changi haina ai thamjage thank you sir
ngasai koi ojana hangbirak pai di nationalism gi di aina ngasai haja ke it is not the identity of nationalism, it is the it is the intricacy of the nationalism. Aduna nationalism hai sida kaino na kan koi lairiba community singi manung dai di koi da mutual respect laiba recognition of the identity oiba aduga ethical identity opportunity oiba opportunity equal distribution oiba aduga samna harba kanda adum ai come to the point lak hanning bo jana dai lak jage kaino kanda hujik horiba lan sida adi pangan su yaubra haibage adumba indirect oiba question ne na oramba su ai gi wakal lon dai gi mitjeng da yawe masi yawe te taseng na ba kanda akoi gi phil da kakta satpa du da lan na te kaino na kanda akoi gi paper work su taw na te akoi isana manipur pumba gi oina pangan gi oina adi maitai na nungai roi da thabak kaidau nung da pangan na taw roi da bani habna paper da yaw bani hoi kana gumba pangal da gi section kharana tawru badi mitai dei su tawina mitai dei su kokta da yen kg lisingam baram da koktan phai du phu chai dana na traga paper da hapadi ado am sona na traga kaidau nung da du paper da hapten taw roi ro kanglup amana mitai dagi na tra pangan dei kanglup amana section kharana tawraga mitai punamak ta ba nam tawba natraga pangan punamak ta ba nam tawbu ding ngasai gi akoi gi front line da natraga mokoi mateng pangja myam du effect tawhal leba aduna adu men tawraga koi gi moirang gi CSO sing natra club sing de koi sinna ki mi aduna haning bi dewa jai koi su laipak si da leiba mi amoina koi su si theng na pham tho e aduna integrity gi question lak pa matam da adi pangan na kai dawnung da compromise tawroi habisi jo aja koi si ju ta seng nei koi integrity ka bi aroi ne koi protest kya koi maira rally kya satana amadi koi gi khun gi oiba yumthong gi oiba koi relief camp kina pang ba ba pangan khunai na pang so aja laikrame aja sin satisfy oibi maka ta bo question. Thank you aja, thank you so much.
Hojik mathangi session da ngai min narasi maramdi akhoi gi kano leibani na matam si henjin grabani na waru bi yade aduga akon bada akhoi gi presentation amakhak leigani haidana akhoi gi organizers dagi takpirami aduga presentation ngai bo oina matam akhoi gi yam sangna changdana ba moderator की ओइबा observation से आई पिजनिंगे अदना मतम गाइबो इना आई ना moderator अमो इना कोई की moderator की थम्फम थोकपा समलप्पा वाफम खरा आई थमजगे ngasigi yamna maru oiba asigumlaba tanja asida manipur gi karom da chatli bano karamaina haurakhi bano how it became where we are leading and what is the way forward saisida when it began 3rd May da haurakpa matam da media da in fact we could not do much yamna organized oiba manba amana atopa community amada internet ki facilities laitabadagi hena clarification people ngamkhi dabagi awaba ma leidingai tanjadu da in those days it was a kind of difficult days for us maramdi when there is a kind of debate equal opportunity should be given ado ekhoi the opportunity laihide and after few months few days haje ekhoi gi mangda leiriba Rami Desai lakpire. Then she is one who could really, come to the limelight because of her understanding and experience, could really relate to the, need of the hour for seeking clarification. Now, all of us know who is who, how it became. It depends on the consumption of the, media. That's a different thing. However, tomorrow, Rami Desai will be there, and we would love to listen to her also. In fact, we wanted to invite you when we organized, but the time was so short. Yeah, And now, just to sum up, Bipin Chandra Gida agreement mayamama laikre. There has been agreement and foreigners issue. Starting from 1980s, foreigners issue harpumatamda, whether we copy from Assam or not, I will say that was the time. 1980s, the foreigners issue da Aikoisu as a student struggle tore. At the same time, what Assam faced, maybe slightly Manipur, the kitang de in a different magnitude with a different dynamics. Aikoi thengnaki adubo aikoigi Bipin Chandra han themna phajaba kainoda thamaga foreigners issue in Assam da leikibdo kitang manadaba lei aduga yamna phajaba point ama khoigi maitai singi marakta egoistic approach kumba ma leibadagi issue kaya ama monorama gi oiraga su amagurasu mangibaduna toba amakhak wafam amak indirectly thami. All these issues are just an observation as a moderator. I moderator moina observation thamjabagi wani. I cannot come to any conclusion. Puno maki oinade yam phajaba akoigi Ayub Sahana akoigi all Manipuri Muslim students organization ke yam phajaba I personally experienced Aikoina ngangi ba maitairon aina ngasi do I am a teacher teaching English and earning my breath. Maitairon da phajana ngang ba ngamaktaba kanda I felt very sad. Adubu Manipur da lairiba aikoigi maitai Manipuri culture bu ngakpi gadori ba sina ngangna da ba phajakraba maitairon mayamama Assam gi amadi Bangladesh ki maitai pangal sina ngangi haibase mase mayam kaubi ganu. Akoina chatlaga hauzik archaic oiba maitairon mayamama ai isana thengnarakpa badri paharda. Not only that, maitairon ngangbada natana makoigi Muslim gi chatnabi leijaraga su maitai gi phanek mapan naiba singsi Bangladesh da su aduga Assam da su Tripura da su loina setle adoidi Maitai nungsibase maitai dagidi maitai pangana henbra gaina hangbaya bi question laktabadi nate aduna aikoigi for aikoigi pandamdi punsin ba amadi punna chapinna ba punna thengna ba haibagi pandama mai khoi yaudaba yade. At the same time dialogue should continue aduga ngasai aikoigi adugumba phajaba education da joint research forum amakhak akoigi propose to birami akoigi Ayub Sahana maramdi masi equality haibam koi changmanina masigi joint research forum si yabayai yadabayai but proposal is good. I aduma thamjage adu Thank you. Let's give a big applause for this. Maramdi joint research forum si laitabana amada understand taunabagi opportunities what pagi akoigi lairamba yai na so dokoi lobu yai. Anyway, nevertheless, we need to work out and study whether it will be really feasible to implement or not, given the kind of situation we have. Aduga LB adhikari ge akoigi all Manipur Gorkha Students Union ge yam phajaba Nepali, Gurkha and foreigners lakwa matamda Assam da in early 90s when I joined as a college teacher. Aina college teacher the changmangam da Nepali singsi Assam da voter da chalanda bagi atoba struggle amalai. At matamdu da thengnariba foreigners issue du Manipur da leitabaduna tawi maramdi Bangladesh ki elements adom da Nepali ga Bangladesh chattana Nepali students ta Siliguri de changpada harass to bugum ai personal experience ai all Assam Gorkha Samilan gi ngasai gi yam nungai pa mana Nepalis are included in the 8th schedule. Manipuri so 8th schedule lei aduba Nepali ge so mase right ni since it is included in the 8th schedule in the 8th scheduled languages of India that like hibda samlapama palle aduga Manipuri literature, Manipuri modern music ta Nepali singi contribution later banate aikoina dum lairi duni. Our duty is to see how we can accommodate each other. Aduna ngasi aikoigi adhikari na lakpidana some sort of opinion thambasisu aikoigi angakpa amadi achoba contribution amani. Aduga Krishna Mohan Singha Assam University Manipuri Students Association gi yamna khwaidagi mapung oiba mangonda what he failed. This is where I remember Rami Desai aina why I remember because what is there and what was there in the ground situation. So Krishna Mohan ground situation da Manipur da lakanda when he visit what is there when he heard from there Karino habasi akoigi achoba reality amada lakpa yaba maklai matang sida I would like to mention again Manipuri Assam Manipuri Sahitya Parishad ki led by Joy Kumar and led by Professor Dhiren Singha of Assam University Lakhare 10 member laga khungang da changure moina tammiba moina what narrated to me aduga aikoina swaida uriba TV da still uri sing khenaba sing do feel to bakanda de we have to work a lot we should visit feel the chatlaga understand to minaba hena to yaba gi room khara ai leibra ina ai feel to jai. So I thank Krishna Mohan Singha gi magi ground reality se yamna akhoi gi matang chaba amadi tawdaba yadaba because in the inaugural session I have said India is a multilingual country. India has never been a monolingual country. India da tongan ba culture mayamam like unless we know their culture, unless we know their past, we can never come to a kind of solution. Aigi oiba opinion ne ada si Hiram Singh sida chauna nei na yai. However, at the end, akoigi Hisam Rosan Manipuri Students Federation gi yamna marik chumba who is responsible for this crisis which began in the 3rd May. Haiba yamna thambira me. Your opinion may be different, my opinion may be different, but he put up his opinion. At the same time, ecosystem amakak mana yamna tangai fadana palli basi ai maram chai hena lojage. Adubu at the end, when the deliberations were going on, aina cover tawdaba area khara aina uyena khanjabadu thanks to Professor Swaya Lokendro koi takpi rakpada mana hangba question da the question related in the question demand narco terrorism ge aspects ma naturally thore. This is the beauty of asking question. Nasai Sibani narsu phajaba question khara thammi whether you accept or not, we subscribe or not. Nasai question hangbiri ba singjuna questions hangak padagi. The discussion has become more lively and is becoming more meaningful. At the last, I would like to thank the participants who are listening with a kind of, attention to give a solution to this present crisis. We started on the 3rd May. Haukibagi saisida pukning chang na tabiriba punamak loinana question hangbiriba punamakpu ayun thagat jaba phongdok chari aduga subsequent Makhada lakadoriba panel discussion session mayam sida relevant oiba question mayam ma hangbiraga soidana participate to birakani hoji akhoigi enau bablu leire srimani ngomba leire ukhidaba kuire nahan aina haibane sirma kai sakrage nupi gi forum da do akhoi sumang lela forum da sumaina tobasing do dai tajai but ngasi uba phangjabasi is a kind of opportunity aina khangdaba mayam lakpiri basing da ngasi uriba oja singna I hope you will take part, involve, support for the cause of solution to the present crisis. To bring the solution may not be that easy. However, we should make always a positive attempt. Thank you all.
Thagachari. Ngasigi National Youth Convention on the topic Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence. Asigi technical session ahan babu mai pakna pangthokpada achoba thodang lobi khiba respected moderator, our respected speakers, and all the delegates, pumna magputhagat pa phongdokchari. Makha tarakpada session ani watli, session ani shubase haujingay mangoy na our panelists representing all Manipur Gorkha Students Union, LB Adhikari, President of All Manipur Gorkha Students Union, requested the organizing committee to give some time for giving the panelists and the Mr. Moderator and President Musu a small token of appreciation from the side of All Manipur Gorkha Students Union. So I request our volunteers to assist our respected speaker, LB Adhikari, President of All Manipur Gorkha Students Union, when he give the token of appreciation. First of all, I would like to call upon our respected moderator of the technical session number 1, Professor Irom Gambir Singh, President, Manipur University Teachers Association. Thank you. In no particular order, I would like to call upon Bipin Chandra Ahanthim, President, All Manipur Students Union, Hizam Rosan Singh, President, Manipuri Students Federation, KH Ayub Shah, President, All Manipur Muslim Students Organization, KH Krishna Mohan, President, Assam University Manipuri Students Association. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon the President of today's function as well as the President of Manipur Student Association, Thokchom Sonamani. Pardon please, Manipur Student Union, University Student Union. Thank you. With the permission of Mr. Moderator of the first technical session panel discussion on the subtopic, Role of Student, Assessment and Intervention, I would like to end today's first session. Now we'll take 5 minutes break, after which we'll start our technical session number 2. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Ngasigi Chathazarakliba National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence in Manipur gi Technical Session 1 Mai Pak na pangthokhraba matungda Ani Shuba Technical Session, second panel discussion on sub-theme History, Ethnicity and Politics, an overview of Manipur Hairiba sub-theme asida Moderator gi phampam lang da lengsin bigadauba respected Dr. S. Lokendrajit Singh, former Dean of Humanities, Manipur University bu dais da lengkhat piraknabagi damakta kausinjage. I welcome our respected moderator of the second session, Dr. S. Lokendrajit Singh, former Dean of Humanities, Manipur University. After which, I'll take this opportunity to welcome our panelists. The first panelist is Professor Manindranath Thakur, Center for Political Science, JNU. Our second panelist, Dr. Arambam Noni, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Dhanamandjuri University. Our third panelist is Dr. Khundrakpam Akoishana Singh, Director, Northeast Zone National Council Teachers, Scientists, India. After which I welcome C.H. Gunamni, Assistant Professor, Center of Seas, Nagaland University. After which I welcome Shrima Ningombam, Assistant Professor, Political Science Department, Nambol L. Sanoy College. After which I welcome Dr. Sapam Dilip Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Manipur University. Can we have our volunteers to felicitate our respected moderators and respected speakers with small token of appreciation? Mayam Kuba Kuba Galoinana Aikogi second session gi moderator Amadi respected speaker Singbu Pukning Thogat Minasi. Thank you. After which, I take this opportunity and privilege to hand over our technical session 2 panel discussion on sub-theme History, Ethnicity and Politics, an overview of Manipur to our respected moderator, Dr. S. Lokendrajit Singh, former Dean of Humanities, Manipur University.
Honorable members of academia, our first panelist is Professor Manindranath Thakur. If he is physically present here, I would like to request Professor Thakur to kindly come over and take his place at the dais. Professor Manindranath Thakur. Otherwise, subsequently, we may position him. Professor Manindranath Thakur. Dr. Arambam Noni, do we have Dr. Noni here? Dr. Arambam Noni? Okay, he will present a little later. Now, may I request Dr. Khundrakpam Akoishana, Director, Northeast Zone, National Council, teaches a scientist. This handwritten is not, India's handwritten is not eligible. So, Dr. Khundrakpam Akoishana. Yourself. Okay. Kindly, may I request you to kindly present your paper, please. "15 to 20 minutes. Please take 15 to 20 minutes.
ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯐꯝꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯀ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯠ ꯀꯤꯕꯦꯛ तसेंना अयहाकी सिनफमजेगसी चांदी चानदे अदुबतमिसु आइना कोइना सुम चचबनिना आइना अखोइ हौजिकी थोइबा मणिपुर की इशू मैमसे मसीदा अखोइसु खरा खितंग सरुक याबा फंजगद्रा मरमदि कइनो कोइना नॉर्थ ईस्ट चत मतमदा इकाइबा फावबा हाइतारे अदुना मरम ओइरा तौबनी लानसु मैम पाउथोकपी अदुना अखोइना सिगुम्बा अवांबा महिरोइगी इंस्टीट्यूट सिदेदा कयुंबा खरदंग शेयर तौजबा फंजबा दुइ तारगदी कानबा फंगद्रा हाइबसी खंदना हक मसी शेयर जॉइन तौबा लाक्सबनी मसी दमकता आई एम वेरी वेरी डिलाइटेड to get such kind of the chance to share my views and observation during this agitations. Ado aigi topic sidi ngasai subtopic ni ganatantric ki lebak sasan da hingsa gi thabak satna haloi dabani haibasi ni mandi kai gino akhoi hojik malem sida khwai re na khoi gi sanariba lengak pathapsi ganatantra sini aduna malem gi lepak khuding manasu loinamak aikhoi gi bharat barsha gi aikhoi ganatantric sasan se aikhoi emperor ningthaure ni haiduna malem na loina ikai khumnariba adum posa amani aduna segumba ganatantra se masibu ikai khumnadaba kana kana gumba yaura adi makhoi singdo soidana maki dandi phangpham thokpa mayam ama lairi aduna ngasi makso khoina uriba akoi gi manipur da thoiba mayam sing se masi gi democratic magi norms and views hai masi utpa yana na bahai duna masi gi controlling si kananu er kade ga haibu yamna nemba tha ki court te gi hona la aga khoi gi supreme court phawda la kaduri bani aduna masi gi democratic kano se conquering se masi oibi yana na bahai duna ngasi india government na tawriba mayam ne haiba ado masi dagi lamen ba sing mayam ama thorok nagadi masi ngasai gi hekta ma lamhele no rak luba ya dabani na madugi pot ama singado maleng gi thakta oibi ya ba dandi pina bahai ba si tawi maroina hojikti chhatra samaj ni aduna sigumba tungi yumbi ni hairiba mayam se masi sing sibu kayan lakpa makhoi gi research aptitude adagi makhoi gi tawada mathau mayam ngasi gi koi chandrayaan kan tawriba sing adigi ama tawriba mayam si tawriba sida prithibi gi chhatra sig lamjen tanariba mayam se marak sida khoi gi manipur su sanabadi hauraduna culture dagi hauraduna amadagi hauraduna loina makse khoi lamjen tanare pine khoi phawra bani malam sida adu tha mari sida khoi yamna maning hale masi soiduna khoi democracy ganatantric haibase masi ngaklak taba thokpa kanau mukhalna tholakpani haibase aikhoi masi isana yam sumna amadi masi kari haini yajaraba khoi gi khoi amani haina khoina su logjaba logba tabani adra masi khoi gi khoi su khoi khangam pote manipur su adite manipur su sigumba ganatantric yaga amadi changu ba haibase aikhoi da khange hujik thoin hena khoina kano toruboi wafam leite akhoin loin makhangna ngak tani adungai gi 1949 gi September gi tang taramadi mari dagina kunma thoi phawba sigi manung sida akhoi na thokiba thokdo wa thok ning thau singi oiriba mayam akhoi gi inekhiba akhoi forship lai tawnakiba mayam sing ado aduligi manung du deida akhoi se ganatantric haiba phiban adugi nung de changuraba ne adura ngasidi adugumba ganatantric phiban nung du changu banina Manipur haipalai pak sida leiriba khoigi ningthau degi khangde degi chief minister degi khangde MLA degi khangde leiriba khoi chhatra naharo lingsi mayam se akhoi lam hen mangamde aduna masi laiba pose masi akhoi matam tuda akhoi hariba akhoi kanu de bharat barsha gi phibanung de sangraba tungda akhoi kamai tawgebu akhoi singsi khoigi matam tu iramba Robertson haise masina lising masani pan humudra hundo the man statistical account of native state of Manipur and the hill territory under its rule hainam iramme Manipur se sigi mahagi rule si iramme masida magi pak pa chaw se akhoi mai lising ni pan si iramme akhoi le khangnari bangakta ni hojikte akhoi ayam masi akhoi gangang singi tias su yauna dre general knowledge khare hause mang dare ai ahan bagi dre ina hajari se ado barga kilometer da haiga dilising kun mariga लिसिंग चनी रोम सिने अदुगा मसीगी अमुकसु माने इरमिबसे अखोइने कि मणिपुर मचानी बिरते 1873 हाबिसदि चराइरोंग बगी मतुंगदा इरइबनी चराइरोंग फावबुति कराम जेलमदे अदुगी मतुंगदा लाकपंग साइगी मागी करी कोई करी से मार्जित का आदगी चौजित का मखोई से लान थोंगनरपदगी मदुगी मतांग अदुदैदा अखोई मसी फंगनरइबने बसे अदुरा मतमसिदा अखोई की पाक चावबसे तसिंग अवांगदा अंगामी हेलरमे अंगामी हाइबसे नाकाय कांगबुसी मसिना आदा अखोई अदुबाव संदोखरगा अखोई कनोसे आसाम की तंपाक सि यौरमदाय सो संतुइबने अदुगी मतुंगदा अमुक खारुमदन अमुक कै लुसाइ सिंग ताबा जगा से अमुक संदोखरिबने अदु नुकचुप्तना अखोई ग कासागा हाइबा सिवाय भौ सिंग संदोखरिबने अदुगी नोपोक्तना मु अखोइना हजिक ngasi ngangnariba tongnariba अखोई सिन कुकी स्टेट हाइबसे ब्रह्मा की अवांग थंगबा अखोई जगह से मसी के ताइनफम जगह से स्वाइ भावुसी अखोई कबोगी लमदम हाइना हाइरिबसे लैपाक लेहाउ लैबा अखोई कनाने पिथोमबा खंगनरबदुनि लोइनमक्सी अदुगुम्बा इंडियन की प्राइम मिनिस्टर अमना पिथोमबा अदुगी पोषक अदुने हाइबा अदुइ तारगदी अखोने सिगुम्बा साइगी हाइरिबा मार्जिट कनिंग थौगा कनोगा चौजी का मखोइसे तौरम मतमदा लान सोकनबदा अखोई बोडोपैट हाइना अखोई कनोगी ब्रह्मागी निंगथौसे मसीगा मा गोंदा ngасai makhoi mungna padegi margin mongda haijaru boidigi chauji sibu tantho lan sungna matamda hariba amuk hariba se chauji tantho kanda ngasai gi magi phogi don haina hai boda pagi masunu pa se machina amuk lan tarak padegi akoi sahi tare khuntak paji thoi bene adu aina samja ta janingi bidi sahi tare khuntak pase masida ningthauron taret muksi akoi lan ji thengnari bene aduna sigumba matam sida akoi myam tanare 1867 sidai leiriba jandawa treaty se masi da iri si kari han iri no British ki agency ga inarmi se kari han iri no hai ba taraga di ai khoi leiriba Manipur siga Brahmas ki na khoi ning hakta bare bare lan songna bse masi to phatre aduna masi di henjela pa yar hai ni irami ne ba adu tai wa khoi lamje wa ba leiriba ni Manipur lamse anyway phare madu moto to je hai bi arthadi sigumba do leiriba phamdo masi kana ong ba khare su dum khoi khang ba leiri hai bidi khoi काबो तंपाक फाउबा खोई ओइरमे हाइबसे मसीगी पोसी अखोई भारत वर्षगी हजिगी मिहुत सिंग ओइरिबि सिंग सिदि खंगसु लैरि हाबा अदु मणिपुर ददि मसी अखोई लुपा लिसिंग मंगा खग निंथौदे बिरमे हाइबा खतनी अदु मथम खले तोखथोखरे बरसन मदु लौखिद्रे अदु पोट लौखिद्रे अदु एनीवे हाइजे निंगि पोटी मदुगी अंग्रेजिना जौरकु मतमदा कनागुम खर पुरखरे असोनदगी इजराइल दगी कनागुम खर पुरखरे मदुगी मिसिंगदु ता हन्नन बहोन मखोइना सी ओपरपदा चंद्रगिति महाराज की मतम लिसिंग चनपान मरफु योबु सी पुरप मतमदा मदुगी मियोइ सिंगसे लहिनन बहोन बद करिगुम चंद्रगिति महाराज का आई बनते यानबै मखाद लेके बफमसे हारिबा अवांग ब्रह्मा की ताइनबा मफम सी ओए अदुबु सिगुम्बा यामना कनो तोरबा मफम अखोगी मणिपुर की लेबा बफमसे सिबा पाक सन लेरम जगह से मसिदैदा अखोई हौजिकी मतम सिददी करी हाइबा तारे अखोइना मतमदुदा अखोई थेंगनबसी अखोइना लाइक लासु थेंगना अखोई खंगो पोते मतमदुदैदा दुश्मन जे 1996 हाइबसिना अमे इरमे फ्रेगमेंटेशन एंड इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन ऑफ माइक्रो स्टेट्स हाइबसी मसी मान फोंगसी कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी फ्रेश 1996 सिरिगा सिगे लाइक से फोंगने मसी करे हाइनो ब्रिटिश ना लोई चंझलंबा लेपाक सिंगसे मसी लोई नमक से अखोई निंखा तंबा पीरबगी ओइरनी हना हाइबन सिदैदा अखोई मणिपुर द सुजेट न बखोन बका से अखोई मन हलुद्रग सु मतमदुदा महात्मा गांधी ने येत न खोतना पीब यारो मणिपुर सी ओइसनगदबनी का हैना अदु वरी मटेक सु लेरी अदुबु अमोबोरो हाइरिबा मसी फाउबा संदोबलमलिबसे मसीदा अयाम अमा तारियेबा अखोई प्रजा मियाम अमा तारियेबा अदु मसीगी प्रजा मियाम से मखोई हौरफमदि नत्ते है याम लुरिबसे यामना कनो तौरिबसे आई सिम्प्लिफाई म तौजरिबसे हौरफमदि नत्ते मखोई ngasai असोमदेगी ब्रिटिश का लाखिबा कांगबु सिंदुनेबा अदु हौजिक आइना हाइजनिंगलिबदि याम तमसे याम फंगोय अखोई मी 13 मंगा दनि तसेंग म अखोई भारत वर्षना अखोई सुमाइ दुना अखोई म फंगी मदुदि क्राइद फंगी हाना हाइबदा अखोई हानसु ताबनि अजुक आई बोइना अदुम फंगनरे कैनो हाइबुबु अखोईगी सि कैनो सि क्राइदनो सिना सिंग टीके हाइबसिना सुमाइना मे इ sing ticket 2023 ge si kui driba akoi khabar amade ni I ka ni ige bu do cookie disposer flare on in Manipur unrest so na hai adu ai di moi ni pa zum hai ja wani ai adu kana kana um de mention tok de aduna makhoi sina akoi Manipur sibu pothan da bani hai nam iribi maram di kai ke no hai tar ga di mahana amaka puthura e India government no si akoi project ma pai khale Kaladan project ma pai khale ba adu Kaladan project se akoi len na som da lakte kadom lai a som de gi akoi gi Odisha gi samudra khumban adu di ta la ga akoi gi Mizoram da tar ga Mizoram de gi among sai gi hari ba si kun chin ko ki state da tari ba aduna masida woi di poti kai no akoi malung da idea am phumi idea do aina phongdu so ngam jadre mram ni kai no hai bu jik si madu gi literature phangma ngam dri bani na kari phange bu madu da hai ba Kaladan project se masi foreign Indian pai khatli hai Indian pai khatli ba se masida ai khoi ngasai gi praja myam do loi thengna re aduna praja myam thengna re bi se khang kari gu mama manung ga phumi kari gi no hai tar ga di hai ri lam dam se Bharat Barsana khangi maram di Manipur go ba lam hai bi se Bharat ki ni hai na khang manga me moina aduna hai praja myam se ama toina tinaba pamba duna maram moraga akhoi ngasi phawsi akhoi Bharat ka akhoi tawniri ba Manipur akhoi tawni se da kari khara manung da phum libra loisan mangam de yo phum lai ribra hai basu khang mangam adu anyway madu aina literature pham mangam de madu ki Kaladan project se haijaning ni badi akhoi gi Manipur si da kanari bra kanadabra Bharat adi kanarani kari gi no Brahma hai base masi akhoi yam economically son ma jaga ni medium wat pa lam yam yamba aduga yam na su fertile le lam ni hai buji ke khoi gi han kabu lam ta pa oram base adun hai ba jaga se masi de ga mun nong sup lom da akhoi ji oil akhoi gi 60 cubic million dollar luba ama Brahmana pai khat da ba thau gi company kanu amal khoni im le ri ba masi su pai khat na ba ko hon na ba ama akhoi na tai tabagi wani ta sena gu si de khon u phangde aduna hari ba masi gi porting se oibena maram oraga khoi gi hari ba khungsai gi moin pakali ba mayam sidai da adugumba praja myam ma hai du du khundari praja myam se masi gi yap natna leiba pambagi maram ama lai kari gi no hai ba du som da lei ba praja leipak sing se kudamai China adu de gi North Korea adu de gi som da lei ba leipak sing si di ayam na khoi gi India gi mayok da leiba ngak to oibeni na so missing si akhoi kara kalo to bo oina oi adu bu anyway lakliba point di ngasi ge si lakliba point se karino akhoi ngasai gi Bharat Barsada tilu bani na Bharat Barsada lakpa tarbor di democracy haibu du change sini da ai hajari di democracy haibu change sini aduna hari ba mui kamarum changchal lakhre hai re Manipur government su adugumba kana kana ma committee khra semaga adu mi fine out to mutam da lising ni ga samga humpu sama yankai adu mat lei hai na phongre adu phongri ba sing adu ge hek on taina ba hauba thab kan yang selak matam da adu ma matam da sigumba ama tawrak tuna kari kaino manung gi ba agenda khra leram yai leram da ba yai adu leire haina lauri kari gi no aha ma da makhoi na talami si sunni di susan pur homeland talamni adu bo hojik tik amulom na la aga separate administration ka ha si moina angang masa da hai ga wari ni separate administration hai si tongan ba lepa amo oirage hai bani adu masi oi ba tar bor bdi kari gi no sini sa hai si democracy ganatantra hai ba se masi gi phiban da khoi changmu ba sai na hai jagi mawang da hai jagre adu ta ba khoi madu lam hen mangamdre adu ta de hai ri ba aran ba to ba missing hai ba tare amo bo Manipur da hana leiram ba so be yare makhoi masi de MLA oina su leire leiri ba sing asi makhoi na makhoi da takpi ga da bani ai khoi adum na to ba ya de ai khoi democratically sa tha ga da bani hai ba masi takpi ga da bani makhoi su tong sale kari makhoi tong sale be si makhoi amma mo economically mo ris kano under sound oram ba ya amo oram ba ya adu hai ri ba sing makhoi sing aduna karigumba akhoi gi democracy gi lamdam da state mayam li bese masida phajana sason ma tawni tamakta federalism ma daga lai oja sing political science mayam yawre ai sa haije buduni I have the political science ki nate adu su ladum general knowledge kumba competition mayam tha ni adu bodi khange hariba federalism ma have the state ki tawning ba mai power function ji tawhal ba tungda madu ngamdra ba tungda ada center to china o haibane ba adu ki posak asi makhoi na federalism haiba Manipur ge haiba si de wa khatang ngang ne bo la khoi tunga la ki natra kari gumba ama Manipur sarkar se ama to so hairam dana hekta tawru ba asonda tawru ba haiba si kara wai dro ma soiri ge sine dai na hajari di kaya wai to mo soi diri federalism ngat na sali bese adu ga manipur da har bi MLA sing ma khoi lai bi MLA sing ai khoi si tonga le ga har bi MLA sing su federalism ga atha to khang ri ye se masine ba khoi lai ba thi bese adu maram moi dana masi ngak ta budura ngasi di manipur government ikai ba ma yauri ne Piragli ma loi piragli ha kai no asoni center di loi piragli ha longning ba loro khoi siphai loro adu loro pot mayam loro thabak pangthok pa ngamdri ngai 355 ka tongan thamgisi thabak pangthok pa ngamdri ha kari gino posak ama aingonda aina thaba ama tawba haiba se kari mating tawba tai under the strength of my once application dakar kana ama ki drakhasi matungina matugi power da shakti aina thabak tawba tai ha Manipur government jing si tawbum khangri ba sine ba hai se aduna di masi gu misak se makhoi gu misak sing se ai khona ganatantric gi ath khangri ba mi ina kawe hai bani da ina hai badi aduna di masi ganatantric khangri ba mi sing se masi akhoi me amna masi da kano tawi sing se masi taseng na akhoi satra oidra leiraba leibe university level la leiriba mayam sing se masi yam na sing akhoi se ikai ba ama phau ni ngai ama uiri ba tawri ba se Kaya wai no moi tori se sai nga hing sabi pot ama lai ye ba se ha ta mi oi bu he ta kap la ga ha la ga phu la ga sigum ba ai mulani ka hai ba phiba mama lak pa se masi tawei ba thabak na te sini aduna nga sigi ga sida hari posek si ai amna yajaning ba ai democracy se masi ngak pa adu lo na sai ki dialogue hai ba yawi se makhoi na masi wa pot sing se asi piu adu piu hai ba pot se masi yahun janing ba dialogue ti chok dau da ba kana ma khana aran ba ai khoi ki thesis isale aran ba thesis isalaga madu di akhoi taseng harabada makhoi na kano literature na phong nate adu makhoi mai gi moi video clip kumba kari kumba khara urak pa adu gi wani adu hojikti sakana sumasu thijelle adu video hair be sing da thesis isale aran ba thesis adu degi aran ba makhoi history ba phongjelle adu degi di krai do mayam leita ba war su mayam lei haijelle adu mayam tawsale akhoi ngasi khangri chamjara praja mayam innocent praja mayam di masita wara koi sien machinery ba masi kari gin makhoi sohol la pare ha sine aina da adu ba kai ganatantric pu ath masak khang da sing adu thohol la pani aduna yamna sing aina ma haijaning di kari no masai gi masi ko ba sing sigi matang sida akhoi hojik puning da nuai ta bang phore mamangai da akhoi 1993 da ojang ga mumi ka mui sana jaw ban nilamani haiduna makhosini chief guest president ga oiraga dance college aw phamgi phamgi MSU ga yawraga matamda phamgi ba madu da resolution ma pass tawgi ba resolution of the national convention on Manipur merger issue which asmana ma tawgi da tasiro madu lebna gi base akhoi si kari no akhoi na han hangana yengba adugi pot changning ba ma yawri ba se adubu amor adum da haidoktrasi taseng namak masi gumba akhoi ganatantric oiba approach na tab sing se masi di akhoi mayam na yafam thokte haiba si wai si ma hainingi aduna sigumba mayam si naina ra tungda amaksu akhoi da ngasi di kari guma thaba ma akhoi mai pakhan na bu hona matab ngasi gi matam si di social media se digital gi world se masi yam darkar oi re masi akhoi na tare khangle akhoi ji sida akhoi khangle ka hena khangle ge haibobu haugi ba kanoda khoi ge kanoda se video clip of Republic India sidai da ko litens cash for news camera ma akhoi kano sina Republic India sina phong ge ma law thokhi ba kai no me 3 se sigi mamang da 29 da foreign based over foreign funding to ba adugumba Paja akhoi paumi kangbu khredi asom da churchan pu de lerame hain phonggi bes aduna hari me ahum ji thok tri mang da asom da bide bak ta di ke dore hain haiba da madu sing do akhoi da Manipur gi churchan pu da sisipur da asiu ma thole tang ahum da phonggi tadi tadi ngo amuk su ngasi maksu akhoi thengnare madu di Press of India na recognize tawda ba Editors Guild of India na akhoi kari makhar tawre mayam si ole taina bada mayam ma tawre haina tawri bising se masi sing sidi akhoi taseng akhoi lairiba satra naharol adigi sidi satra naharol so isa haje duni laik dai sudi research sang do mayam sakol matam sida tore de Manipur government se si su mai single matam yoksale moi gi su mayam ma alert ojo tham matam yoksale moi gi se aduna aina aro beda ina haji ningi bise akhoi hojik imai bel mayam sing si yam ware taseng harabada lamjing bi besi kan do lamjing gata ge haibese lamjing bin mi se kanan oi gata ge haibesi ma ngawre aduna punamak se adu ngai gi lan sing adu de gi ima akoi manipur se ima bin sing kalakpani haibesu lingdra wafam ni ahan balan ima bin sing lan ani su bi ima bin sing lan haujuk sa su bi ima bin gi lan sap marana tawri hojik su adurade masibu lamjing bi gida bahai besa ya mata kanam to blame tok de hauji akoi tawu tu si kai wakhal lok sing lairaba intellectual oiraba oja sing leire adigi satra sing leirib na harun si akoi leirib lei mayam se masi mayam sina resolution am lauraga mapi government da mapi betabra haibesi khale e maram di kai ginon higher body akoi si loi na paktopi rabani india bharat baski punamak tadi hauji to khara pharabani ha ani ru mamang tadi akoi maitai
doctor gi presentation ji kitang summarize to sunbiro
alo sanjage aduna adu bla thamjing le bedi akoi ai major shikhara pizarage I have to see presentation toramani na akoi par sarkar na wari sabe se akoi manipur sarkar se yaw yahunda ba moi tonga manipur sarkar se tonga na saba akoi tonga na sabi mami ma tari be se masi yani koi tawun bidabana phai haina aina masi ai tawun janingi adugi matungda napak ta pasina faroi haina khanjaningi adugi matungda akoi ngasai ge hari ba project sing aduna manipur da phaloi da bor bedi akoi kari no haiba ma dusu khongtha ma thangan janingi aduga amuk akoi hojik siphai sing wathoga yam kana leiri masi sing asisu akoi yamna thuna manipur government sina akoi sai haiba kana trick oidaba adugi kanglup adomda kano to decision am lobiraga akoi karino akoi manipur program yam ingta balambe no purakna ba hajeningi aduga aroi be simta hajeningi akoi leiba satra naharun sing se sina hojikti referendum ama yamna thuna makhal amage referendum kai to sige haiba referendum se topic ama nei na de hairaga oja sing intellectual sing university professor sing leiba mayam sing se masidi referendum am lobiraga akoi yam thuna mat india government da manipur government gi through dagi salaga ama submit to bi pham thoi simitang hairaga ai dum losin jege ai mayam phaku sari ya gola
please I have been asked to give a short summarization of the paper for those who are not acquainted with Manipuri language, who are not well versed in Manipuri language. I think this is a very fair request. So, delegates have the liberty to speak in English or Manipuri. But as far as practicable, if it is Manipuri, it will be more practical in the sense that rendering again in Manipuri will not arise at all. But then, as per policy of our Union of India, nobody can be, obstructed from expressing in his or her language. But just to summarize, and this is a very, very, very beautiful and complex paper. Very, very complex. I should say too complex, because it starts poking into the honestness, so that swarms of bees may come out. So it's a very, very complex paper, and I don't believe anybody capable of summarizing the paper as good as is rendered by the paper writer himself. So definitely somewhere or somehow I am going to fail. But to satisfy the learned delegates, I will simply, and I am not stating my position, but I am only summarizing the paper. I am only summarizing the paper. Omission commission is not my own fault. You see, omission commission is not my own fault. Either it is because of this microphone, or because of my ignorance, whatever it is. Now the first point is, India is a democratic country. Here's number 1 point. Here's number 2 point. Before India becomes a democratic republic, Manipur was also a democratic country, a constitutional monarchy with a constitution of her own. That is his second point. But one is constitutional monarchy, and from 1947 to 1949, Manipur is a sovereign country in her own right. That is the second point of the paper. And there are schools of thought, there are representative scholars who have been adhering to this view. One is Professor, late lamented, my elder brother, late lamented, I should call him my elder brother, Professor Shanajawa. And there is one another young, brilliant scholar coming up. His name is Malem Mangal, who published a brilliant paper in Beijing Review, The Annexation of Manipur, where from the standpoint of international law, he was analyzing the political status of Manipur vis-a-vis international law, continuing the intellectual legacy of Professor Sana Jauba and arguing it, and the paper is published in Beijing Review. You can just see it, download from the Google. So that is now in the public domain. Now, these being existing schools of thought, the third point of the paper reader is, in any case, somehow or the other, now the erstwhile democratic sovereign country of Manipur is now a state of Union of India, which is a democratic country. So, after all, it is democracy, accommodating democracy, in which there is no scope for violence. But violence is experiencing. Now, in the light of this violence, the author is cogitating, rather asking himself and asking us also, whether it is again practical, theoretically or politically to visit the earlier status of Manipur and to raise the question whether there is a suspended animation of the legal status of Manipur. That is his problem. Now, that is his contention. Now, in both cases, violence has no place in a democratic country. Whatever has to be sorted out can be sorted out through dialogue across the table, provided we have the freedom of discourse. And I know right at the moment there are many people in this hall who will be disputing the contention that actually there is freedom of discourse in the country now. There will be many who says that freedom of discourse is actually circumscribed to such an extent that many of us are actually fear to spell out our inner thoughts. So that be the case. The paper writer is referring to the convention, which is not in Jain dance, which is in GM Hall. The great convention organized in GM Hall. There, the People's Convention took up a resolution, and that is now in public domain. It is printed in the form of book and everything. There is nothing new about that. So these are his cogitations, but only the thing is, his lament is, in any case, the union government and the state government should be in a position to take care of the violent happenings. This is not people of Manipur versus Union of India right at the moment. This is not people of Manipur versus state government. This is neither people of Manipur versus neither with the state government or with the union, but the actual tussle is between narco, illegal, immigrant, terrorists and the people of Manipur. If so, then the state government should have the guts to put up the matter to center. And the state government, in consultation with the central government, should be in a position to tackle the matter. But of course he has not referred to the point. After 3 months of demand to convene the assembly session, to summon the assembly session, at last, for 13 minutes, for 13 minutes assembly was summoned. And what the assembly did was to offer an obituary, and there the matter ended. So that is his lament. Now may I request I would like to request the organizers to kindly decorate, give honor and decorate our panelists who has done us the favor of making expressing their thoughts. Please, from the senior most, please. Professor Saab, actually, we call you out first because you are the first in the list. Yeah. So now, may I request you to kindly present your views. Professor Mahendranath Thakur. Professor Manindranath Thakur, sorry, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Professor Lokenjit Singh, Chair, and respected panelists and friends. I know this is a very emotional moment for people around, and I respect emotions. Emotions are extremely important. We live with emotions not only by reason. I think reason and passion are an integral part of our being, but then we also need to balance that. Let me start with the experience of coming to Manipur, to Imphal. This is my first experience of taking what is called inner line permit. Is that the term for this? So suddenly my friend Noni called me and said that you have to take inner line permit. And I thought, well, within India, if I have to go somewhere, I need a permit. And then permit means that I have to keep it very safe with myself. Anybody can inquire, who are you, from where have you come? So I was little, say, charged about this. Why do I need it? But then I reasoned out. I reasoned out within myself that this is very important. Probably this is one of the techniques of organizing ourselves in a multi-religious, multicultural, multi-linguistic, multi-regional society. So many multis are there all around. We have to live together peacefully, and this is one of the innovations, institutional innovations that we have done. So that is wonderful. I like the idea of this permit, and I kept it safe. And I wrote to a friend of mine that, well, I'm really happy that we have innovated something to get rid of the anxiety that the local people might have. Having said that, let me also request you to get the bigger picture whenever you are thinking something. See, mostly what happens when we are in difficult situations, we are in conflict situations, we develop what is called tunnel view. Tunnel view is when you are driving very fast. Then you don't see right and left, you only see straight. So there is a tunnel in which you are moving. So whenever you feel that I'm in a tunnel that I'm moving, in which I'm moving in terms of ideas, the best thing is also to pause and think of a bigger picture. What is happening to the world? Where are we located? Whatever is happening to us, is that also part of the global process? If that is true, then we need to really engage with the global process and see how they are kind of developing techniques of handling it, how they are developing methods of handling it. Let me begin by saying, contextualizing our time, and I call it a little complex thing called ontology of contemporary. Ontology is a very difficult term from philosophy, but don't mind that. That basically means that what is the nature of the reality today in the world in which we are living? Where are we living today? So Manipur is also a part of the larger world in which we are living, called India. And India is part of a larger world in which we are living, called South Asia, probably. Ms. Desai would correct me, or Asia, or then globe, and then humanity. So what's happening to the humanity at the moment? What's happening to human species at the moment? I think if we connect with that, maybe we will get a lot of answers to our own local problems. Give me a couple of minutes, listen it slightly patiently, because it will take you a little far off. That is, that we are passing through a serious crisis. It is not only Manipur is passing through a serious crisis, humanity is passing through a serious crisis. And what is the nature of the crisis? The first and the foremost nature of the crisis is that capitalism is changing its shape, its nature. You know, capitalism started with this idea that there is something called common good. We privatize the property, we privatize the natural resources, but the privatization of natural resources will produce common good. This common good argument within capitalism has been completely given away. Those who have studied philosophy or have studied political science know fairly well that there are very different phases in the history of capitalism when this common good was compromised. Sometimes it was compromised in the name of justice, liberty, equality. Sometimes it was compromised in the name of freedom, that my freedom has to be very absolute. Today we are at a moment when we do not know if capitalism is working for the common good or private interest, only for the private interest. Don't be surprised when I'm saying private interest. Capitalism always works for private interest. But within that private interest, they say that we will create employment, we will create better infrastructure, we'll give you resources to run welfare measures. Today probably we are heading towards a situation when any form of welfare state is being withdrawn. So, what is the impact of that? The most important impact of that is going to happen to us is there will be huge unemployment. Why so? Because earlier, before this, whenever capitalism faced a crisis, capitalism resolved by giving certain concessions to working class, the labor. Welfareism, some welfare mechanism, some salary, some working hour. This is the first time in the history of humanity when capitalism is trying to solve its problem through technology. Artificial intelligence, robotics, all these things are coming up. And it is being said that even in US, there could be almost 70% of unemployment within next 25 years. So might happen in India. So might happen in any other country. Our condition might be worse than what is happening in US, because what will happen in US is, US will give something called minimum income guarantee. So every family will be given some income so that they can survive. What will happen in India or in any other third world country? We will squeeze our resources from education and health and put that in funding our arms industry, either buying arms and funding arms. And symptoms are very clear. Ukraine war has indicated that war is not over for humanity. It has just started. Worst kind of wars we might see in the future. So what will be the consequence? All the money that is being given for welfare things might be withdrawn. Now what it has to do with our life? Of course unemployment will be one reason. but it will create a world with small and big struggles. We will have to, I'll explain why it will happen. Let me, before saying that, say one more thing. That we are living in what is called dystopian world. Dystopian world. You know, I conducted a survey of most popular literary texts in contemporary times. It's easy these days, type on the Google, what are the best sold novels in 2023. So I conducted this survey and found that best sold novels are dystopian novels. And one of the authors is a French author, Michel Houellebecq. You must read his novels. There is a novel called Submission or Submission. What is this novel indicating? It says that in France, in 2029, there will be Muslim rule. And then what will happen after that? And you know what is happening in France. Recently there was huge violence in France. So I was wondering why in every other country this kind of issue is coming up. All over the globe you will find, go to England, go to US, go to France, Germany, Turkey, anywhere you go, there's a big crisis emerging. The crisis is mutual distrust and some kind of conflict between communities. So why it is happening? Is it happening because suddenly communities have become conscious of their rights or their history or something else? I have a strong feeling, and I can prove this with some evidences, that when there is a crisis of capitalism and capital is not interested in solving that crisis by doling out money to people, then capital will create conflicts among the people. It's a very old strategy of divide and rule. So they can divide and rule. So there is a state-sponsored ethnic conflicts all over the world. If I'm saying state-sponsored, don't treat this as conspiracy theory. It only means that state took birth for this main reason, that it will resolve the conflicts between communities and the people. It will bring law and order and justice to society. So any conflict in any society, it should be considered as a failure of the state to deliver the good which it promised. The fundamental good that a state is supposed to deliver is peace and good working condition. And then second would be all kind of infrastructure and things that you need for livelihood. But the most important thing is right to life. It is the state's duty to provide us right to life. So any conflict in which people are being killed, I think, is a failure of the state. And what is the failure of the state? One, can't the state understand that there is some problem emerging among the communities? Nowadays, as social science researcher, I can tell you very frankly that almost a year in advance or 2 years in advance, you can find out that such and such area is going to experience violence in future. There is a technological world. I remember a very important project done in South Africa and African countries, couple of African countries, where by analyzing big data, that is the data provided by Facebook and social media, they could predict that there could be violence in this area, and the state intervened, resolved the violence. How will you resolve the violence? I'll come to that point. But the point I'm making at the moment is that if today violence happens, there is an inter-community conflict, I would like to consider that as a failure of the modern state. The modern state is actually a techno-authoritarian state. It has huge technology, command of the technology. Each one of us can be located within 5 minutes. Where are we? You know, within 5 minutes. If your mobile is on, then you are there. They know. What are you buying? Where are you going? Everything is defined. You are just under the surveillance. There is no doubt about it. In that situation, if something of this magnitude happens, then I doubt that a state has not done its duty. And when I'm saying state, that does not mean Manipuri state or Indian state. I'm talking state in general. The state as a manager of society which has to manage society. And this is a global scenario, I guess. Wherever state wanted to control conflict, it has controlled that. Wherever state did not want to control it, it has allowed to happen. When I'm saying this, I'm also warning you. You know, when very nice roads were built in my village, I went to the village. My village was in a remote area and roads were very bad. So I went there with my car and I was very happy when I reached. And every villager came and expressed their happiness that we have now good road. But within 5 minutes I said, no, wait. It is not matter to be happy. They said, why are you not happy about it? You have always anti-government attitude. I said, no, wait. The problem is the moment there's a good road in some area, I have a doubt that area is already being sold to some capital. All possibilities are there. When big wide roads are entering into area, don't be very happy. Be careful, maybe this area is sold to the capital. Capital today, not only in India, everywhere, is out to control all the natural resources at any cost. It is not even the state. State today is collaborating with the capital. The alliance between the capital and the state is complete. It is not about the government. The political science students know it better. Nobody knows better that there's a difference between government and the state. Government is a manager of the state, and the state is the manager of the capital. So if the state does something wrong, capital will change the state. If government does something wrong, the state will change the government. We have an illusion that it's a democratic space. We change the government. Probably we hardly change the government. Governments are changed by certain other factors. But I don't want to go into that detail. I'm only suggesting that in such a situation of crisis, in such an international context, the conflict is very normal. Either for the reason that we feel insecure, the resources are limited, constantly shrinking, so we feel that we will not get it, and therefore we become alert. We organize ourselves in communities, so we think as a community that our community will lose resources, or there are vested interests wanting to create conflict. There are examples of this kind, that conflicts are created in order to move army in that area so that they can control resources. I'm talking of Jharkhand. There are a number of papers published on this. That army is moved in that area in the pretext of conflict, and then they control everything. So this could be the reason. I'm not saying this is the reason. I'm yet to do solid research to prove the point, but I'm just giving you posers that you should be conscious of this larger context in which we are living today. This is the larger context of our existence. Now, what happens when such kind of conflict happens? Let me talk about the identity a little more in detail. I think that the conflict also creates identity trap or conflict trap in which we enter. What happens in the conflict trap? We start writing history in a particular way, as I was being told that somebody said, my grandfather said this in a book, and the next time somebody write a book, we'll give a proper detailed quotation of the first book. That becomes a reality after 10 times. Then everybody is writing a book saying that this was written in that book. And so many, these days when you write an article, you within bracket, you quote 10 authors. So then you will get to quote 10 authors that they have been saying this. But finally we will reach and discover, my grandfather said this.
The book stops at the table of the author.
Exactly. So you will find that this kind of histories will be written. That is one thing that will happen. Second thing, instead of the history of your cooperation between human beings, you will start defining the struggles more. See, no human society develops by war of civilization or civilizational conflict, what Huntington talks about. Civilizations developed with conflict and with cooperation. Both the things are there. At some moments of history, we only remember conflict. At another moment of history, we may remember cooperation. That is a problem. I think we should remember conflict and cooperation so that we can go beyond conflict. I'm not saying that you forget history. We should never forget history. The communities which forget history are doomed to die. We must remember our history. We must remember our humiliations. We must remember at what point we were lost. But also we must remember that we have to move on with that. And we have to create new histories. We have to create new cooperation. Otherwise, I'll keep looking for some God in every mosque and keep destroying everything. We'll mutually destroy each other finally. So we have to really think of history in a particular way. The conflict trap blurs our vision of history. History becomes only the past, not the future. There's another very interesting point that I want to make, and I think you will appreciate that, is about identity politics. You know, the problem with the left liberals, and I belong to that category actually, unfortunately, is that we have no understanding of identity politics. We generally think that the moment there is an identity politics, it is against democracy. We generally think identity politics is going to damage the nationalist project. Left people are a little more ahead. They think that identity means anti-class, anti-progressive ideas. I think we need to little bit pause and think. There are layers of identities. I'm identifying with you for simple reason that you have also come from Delhi and I have also come from Delhi. Ms. Desai, I'm talking about you. And then we have a talking point. What's happening in Delhi? Very normal. Any person from Manipur coming to Delhi, finding another Manipuri friend talking about Manipur and about their language, it's very natural. I call it identity identification. It's a natural process of identification. Actually, we discover our meaning through identity. Otherwise, we become meaningless. The second phase comes when there is identity formation. When we come together and say, look, we are all from Manipur in JNU, let us make a club so that we get to eat something which we ate in Manipur. Nice food. Like the Uriyas would eat dry fish, which smells very bad, therefore they don't have it in the colony, but when they get together, they enjoy eating that. So that is very normal. You make clubs, you make societies. It's called identity consolidation. Please let me know when my time is over. I'll just summarize.
Actually, being a loquacious man by myself, I had to restrict, when anybody makes a presentation, I had to intervene. So please carry on, but only you take care of the...
No, I just let me know my time when time is over. I don't mind. Or when you get bored, just raise your hands, I will stop speaking. No problem. So, I think the second phase, third phase is identity consolidation. Identity formation and identity consolidation. When we start coming together and thinking, now we are being marginalized, we have to do something about it. We should come together. Let us have the markers. Let us defend our things. Let us make public arguments. I think that is also natural. If I am being marginalized in the name of anything, in the name of language, in the name of my color, in the name of my caste, community, anything, it is very natural for me to defend myself. It's a liberative for me to defend myself. There's no problem with that. But the problem begins when there's an identity conflict, when we want to resolve these things through violence. When we want to enter in politics and we want to create this kind of false ideology, when we create unnecessary contradictions, thinking that we can consolidate our identity. You know, identity has a very, very big problem. That is, the more you thrash the other, the more you consolidate yourself. So thrashing other, you have to create an enemy in order to consolidate yourself. That is the tragedy of the identity politics. And that is where the problem comes. That is where we need to be very alert that do not create enemy, because once you create the enemy, start consolidating your community, then you will start getting into the violence. There is a possibility of getting into it. So that is where I think somebody was talking in the morning, which nation, what is a nation, how do we define our nation? I think we should also define our identity. If identities are internally undemocratic, then they will be externally also undemocratic. They have to be internally democratic and externally democratic. I give you an example. If you must have watched film Gandhi. Gandhi enters in the scene. All big leaders are sitting. Jinnah, Nehru, everybody is sitting. And they are talking that, oh, there is some man from South Africa who is coming. He's half clad. He's आजकल आधा नंगा रहता है वो आ रहा है अभी आने वाला है. Then he enters, and first thing he discovers that a waiter is carrying a tea pot for serving there, and he takes it from him and says, as long as there is an inequality between us and this person, we will not be able to fight against the British. Our fight against the British depends how egalitarian we are. So therefore, I think identity politics ends there. The moment you become egalitarian inside, you will have a vision for outside also that will be egalitarian. I think that is very important.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll just take 2 more minutes.
Okay,
Would you
okay.
give me
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Exactly 2 minutes. Just 2 more things I want to flash out and then leave it. One is that we must address anxieties of all the communities. That is where the left liberals fail. Left liberals think that if there is a community which is in majority and other is in minority, then all crimes must have been committed by the majority community. I don't believe in this. I think the anxiety of the majority community is as real as the anxiety of the minority community.
Thank you, thank you.
The purpose that we must enter in dialogue to address this anxiety of the communities. I think that is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very, very brilliant presentation. I congratulate Professor Manindranath Thakur. Now, I would like to request Dr. Arambam Noni to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lokendra, and co-panelists, and esteemed audience. I think Professor Manindra had raised very important perspectives on understanding identity politics. Some of the points were very striking, and I think we also need to discuss more in detail in future how identity politics should be careful of internal democratic values, and how identity trap could be also dangerous for a society that has a history of coexistence. With that spirit in mind, I come to you to speak on some issues relating to land and ethnicity. My topic is entitled, as shown here, Land and Ethnicity, Understanding Manipur Conflict. I'll take not much time because we have been speaking so much around because of the, yeah, I'll restrain myself within 15 minutes. So the whole idea that I want to claim is that the present conflict, or whatever you call it, identity politics, revolves around one important issue, that is land. It is very difficult for a population which is about 44% and to get confined themselves within a small segment of land which is around 8%. This is a factual proposition that I want to put forth for the larger world, because as you have been experiencing that the liberal left are hell-bent on delegitimizing people who say that we have a genuine concern. It becomes very difficult also to convince the other side of the world that we have a genuine concern. One of the ways to tell them to get convinced that we have a genuine concern is to, I think, talk on the issue of land. Land, therefore, is very important to understand our conflict as we face. The point that I'm trying to raise, please go to the first slide. Next slide. I want to take you to a couple of important facticity relating to land and habitation in Manipur. This is a very brief data that I have worked out after coming to this hall actually. I just spent about half an hour and I made it here in this room itself. I was thinking, to say something new to the people around, to bring up new issues that we can discuss more about. So let's go to the slide. What I'm trying to do here is, it is entitled as Land and its Governance in Manipur, the Gradual Rise of Ethnicity. Now, there are significant conflicting debates on the issue of land. There are customary claims that land belongs to the people within quote tribes or indigenous people or within quote free moving people. This very idea to claim that land is alienated legally, customarily from what we call modern state has also created problem. That has to be understood from a perspective. That is what I'm trying to do. If you look at the Manipur State Darbar had constituted a norm in 1913, which is a little more than 100 years. What was the scope of the law? It said that there will be 21 reserve forests. As of now, you have 37. So we began to talk about reserve forests way back in 1913. Now come to 2023, there are communities who would say, we do not recognize reserve forests because we have been free moving and we do not agree with the whole idea of state that you talk about, therefore creating a lot of confusion whether land belongs to the people or the community who are free moving or the tribes who normally refer to customary laws to identify land laws. So that aspect is a very important aspect of our conflict as of now, I guess. What is the reading that I have? Hainang Reserve Forest in Imphal East was notified by Manipur State Darbar way back in 1913. Now you remember the conflict, the armed violence that you see in Manipur today is located in the foothills facing the actual mountains, or you call it valley facing mountains. Now you have to take a stock taking of these reserve forests and the expansion of villages. If you look at the data, it's written somewhere there towards the end of this table, there are 504 villages. I repeat, 504 villages in Manipur, which is located in the Valley district but administratively attached to the Hill district. This is a very fundamental issue that can be studied in more detail. I've seen the report, I've seen the data, but the officials refuse to give it to me. So the point I'm trying to say is that these 504 located in the valley but tribal villages administratively attached to the hill districts, these are largely the areas where the conflict is escalated. So therefore I think space is an important site of understanding the conflict. So the whole idea of coming with this table is to hint to the point that we need to understand how land is operating, how land policies work, how new settlements are coming up, how these new settlements are defined from ethnic perspective. The simple logic would be that these tribal villages which falls under the jurisdiction of the valley district should have been identified as valley districts. That would have assimilated them properly administratively within the districts of the valley, and that could have also created more understanding amongst the communities, which did not happen. Therefore, I think the coloniality of the state, the failure of the state, as well as the design of the ethnic elites has created this land question in the state of Manipur. Let's go to the other. We have Indian Forest Act. I think we cannot discuss this more because we all know that the entire issue of forest management comes from 1927 Indian Forest Act. We all know that. Let's go to a couple of other important points. I think let's go to number 6. Number 6 could be significant because that will give you a clue. Areas under reserved and protected forest in Manipur. Reserve forest is 984 square kilometer. This is very important. Please relook at number 6. That can give you some explanation to the problem. 984 square kilometer, that is number 6, I mean. The middle column says 4.4% of Manipur's total land is under reserve forest. Protected forest, which is slightly vulnerable in comparison to reserve forest, this is 4,171. In total, it comes to around 23%. So you have 4% land of the state, which 4.4% of the land of the state, which is properly protected, and you have another nearly 18% land which is semi-protected. But the dilemma is that let's talk about Kumhei Lok, where 9 Meiteis were killed. Let's talk about Moreh, for instance, the Moreh Assam Rifles camp, which is having 160 acres of land in their name. Now, let's talk about these two important sports. These Kumhei Lok and Moreh, for instance, particularly that Assam Rifles camp, that falls under reserve forest. So now, things getting very clear that there is a fundamental flaw in the management of forests in the state of Manipur. Therefore, the distrust between communities, therefore the exposure of your valued forests to endless exploitation via capitalist projects or through expansion of unapproved villages. This has, of course, created the larger problem in the state of Manipur. So now, the protected forest and the reserve forest, which is about 23% of the state land, is no more safe. This is a genuine concern environmentally, politically, and economically. This is the proposition that I want to put forward using this data. This is one. So let's go to the last point. That is, 8 and 9 can be very important. Even 7 is very important. So I will have to take much time, but if I do all these things, let me skip the other points, but I think it is important to study number 8 and 9. If you look at number 8, the Forest Survey of India report, I think 2021, I guess.
You still have 6 minutes.
Okay. I have 2 more slides, sir, but I'll be within the time frame that you're giving me. So number 8 is very important. You look at this, we lost about 491.73 square kilometer hectare. In terms of hectare, it is 49,000 forest cover in between last, say, 10 years time, 2011 to 2021. This is a very significant information, and I think at the back of mind, I think particularly Meiteis, I think as of now I should say, they're sitting in this small tiny valley, started feeling that the forests are no more safe. I'm not sure how to convince them that the forests are safe, but we have no sufficient response from the government, both union and the state, that your forests are safe. So that is one baggage, I think, Meiteis seem to claim, that they are forest-loving people. I'm just looking at the face value claims, but I think we need deeper study if the claims of the Meiteis are really holding any ground. So therefore, this is one important question that I want to put forward, because I'm forced to speak empirical things because of the left liberals, I should say. The left liberals in Delhi have made us to speak only in terms of data because they have been taking sides. They have been manipulating ground reality. So for a person like me who is more keen and affiliated and more inclined to theoretical studies, I'm now forced to do empirical studies. Whenever I go to any place for speaking, I start looking for empirical facts because that is the only option that I have now. To talk to people around the world that this is the reality. It becomes very difficult to say that you are a Métis because left liberals have already taken a very prejudiced position before even hearing to our viewpoints. The last one, I think it's very simple. If you look at the extreme right, you can see that 80% of this forest cover loss is in Chochanpur district. And I must was in 1995 relating to Hundung cement factory and displacement. These society from Hundung Ukrul, Manipur filed a case against the government of Manipur saying that the government has no right to encroach upon the land. The High Court of Manipur upheld the petitioner, but it was challenged again by the government of Manipur in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court came out with this important verdict saying that land belongs to the state. That's one. Number two, there is another case, I think, which is not here. There's another case which is between the Orissa, one Adivasi organization, Orissa, and Orissa Union of India. In that case in 1977 again, the Supreme Court gave a similar kind of judgment. So I don't want to take any position. I even don't want to take a position siding with the Supreme Court, but I just want to tell you that there is an actual conflict as far as land governance is concerned. Let's go to the next slide. So recently, in fact, for me, recently, I have come across some astonishing data, again, empirical point, on Moreh. Moreh is a very important cosmopolitan town, not really now. Before the crisis, before the 1993-97 crisis between the Nagas and the Kukis, the Nagas were there in Moreh. Moreh town is very important to understand the ethnic politics as of now. This table will also give you some clue, and the next table will actually be very important, I guess. This table, let's try to understand. You know, Moreh, as of now, is governed under the norms of ADC. That's a very important point to start with. Moreh is now governed under the norms of ADC. Therefore, Métis, that is non-tribes, not only Métis, non-tribes, the Tamils, the Pangals, the Métis, the Nepalis, they would not have right to get elected. They can vote, but they cannot get elected. That's one proposition. This is happening in Moreh. The other point, Moreh was not notified to be included under the ADC system 2008 under the Third Amendment Act of ADC 2008. It was therefore, I would say, an accidental by Mahut Department of Manipur. So that cosmopolitan nature of governance came to an end with this accidental, unidentified, unacknowledged transfer of Moreh to ADC, which means that the transfer of Moreh to ADC, that is the tribal law, cannot be legally valid as even today. So there is a chance that the Moreh be reverted back to its. How is that possible that the population is growing in the last, in this short span of 10 years? This is one fundamental question. Something has happened here. The next, let's go to the at the same time.
I think it's a very brilliant, hard-hitting paper based on hard facts. I congratulate Dr. Noni. Okay. May I request C.S. Unamani to kindly present his paper.
respected chair and everybody, good afternoon. So the topic I was asked to speak was response to the mainstream lab. Lots of disinformation, distortion campaign is going on since 3rd of May. I'm going to speak some of the responses to those propaganda, disinformation campaign, particularly by those who call themselves left, progressive, whatever. So I'm not speaking from the perspective of right, but I would speak from within the lab tradition. So I wanted to respond from the lab tradition. And many of my friends, once we call it's another comrade, whatever. so all of the
about the right or left.
all of the I don't want to be a right, but I want to critique from the tradition of left. That is what I want to keep. So the violence started on 3rd of May, we all know, and then on 6th of May, some of us, Brother Noni was there, Brother Dilip was there, and many of us, we were together, and on that day, some media houses, they came to Imphal, somewhere stationed in the hotel, somewhere at the DIPR, and then internet was shut down, and we were asked to communicate, to brief, to give a briefing to those medias who are coming from outside. And some of the renowned media houses from the airport, they went directly to Kangbai, and I was driving, running, following them in order to give some briefing what is going on in Manipur. So we wanted to speak to them. We wanted to explain what is going on in Manipur. But then many of the media houses, renowned media houses, they refuses to speak to us since we belong to Meitei community. And I was so strange, and what is going on? And then a few days after, I went to Delhi, then we came to know that many of the media houses, their travel expenditure, air ticket, hotel fare, everything was sponsored by certain communities. So this is the kind of media that is operating, today. So this is the kind of information that is giving, So we need to be very careful of all these practices. So I'm responding from the right spectrum, but not from left. So we all grew up, sympathetic to left politics because, in 1930s and 40s, our movement led by Jananeta Irabot, so we were all influenced one way or another by legendary heroes like Irabot. That's why, we in the social science in Manipur, we intend to incline more on the left politics. But then when I discuss at this conflict, since May till now, when I try to talk, many of my friends, whether from Bengal or from Bihar or from Maharashtra, particularly in the left fraternity, then they begin to explain to me about what is Marxism, what is left, and then since we are Meiteis, we all club together as BJP. So knowingly or unknowingly, we all become BJP. Oh, that is exactly what is happening. And then I told them that, in Telangana, peasant uprising, peasant revolutionary movement started in 1950. In Bengal, peasant uprising started in 1960s. But way back in 30s and 40s, we had started peasant revolt movement, armed revolution, armed insurrection started in Manipur way back in 1940s. So left root, left consciousness is deeply rooted in the soil of Manipur. So don't teach me about lab. We know what is lab very well. So can you give me any Kuki intellectual who are left, who are Marxists, who are communists? But I can give you many examples of Meitei communists, Meitei Marxists, Meitei whatever, I mean, extreme of the extreme. I can give you, I mean, extreme of the extreme right as well as extreme of the extreme left within the Meitei community. So the way you read what is going on, the situation in Manipur is totally wrong. They would listen, but then at the end, you know, their mindset is so stuck to Biren and BJP, and they cannot look beyond that. So I know that baggage, so I stopped talking to those guys. I went many places, particularly in Delhi, my old friends, classmates, whatever, senior activists, particularly from lab fraternity, whom I knew for a long period of time. But then after hours and hours of discussion, their mind is so fixed to Biren and BJP, and they don't want to look beyond that box. So I thought, oh, it's better not to engage. So these guys are so hopeless, so better not to engage with these guys. That's what I conclude after that.
You know the problem of the left. The problem of the left is Marxists taken all their intelligence away. There's leaving nothing behind bottom of it. So you should reconcile to the fact.
So we as the people of Manipur, cutting across community lines, so we fought against the Burmese, we fought against the British. So we know what is left, we know what is inclusive politics, we know what is progressive politics very well. That is what we have been doing for years, which has nothing to do with Congress, BJP, left, right, whatever, but we as a community, that we as a Manipuri, we have been talking about an inclusive Manipur, a civic Manipur for years and years. So when peasant movement started, I mean, in 1940s, the commander of the Red Guard, the peasant movement, was a Kabui Naga.
5 minutes more.
Really? But then, yeah, cutting into short, how this crisis is understood by the so-called progressive. When I say progressive, that could be Karan Thapar, that could be Ravis Kumar, Sitambaram, Barkhadat, Brinda Karet. I have been listening, I mean, their interviews after interviews for a long time, the last 3-4 months, but then and Brinda Karet's interview is already in YouTube, so please watch. But we knew that how the CPM ruled in Bengal, how they treated the Gorkhas in Bengal, how they treated the indigenous Tripuris in Tripura. We all knew that the way CPM ruled in Tripura. In 70s, Dasarat Dev Burman in 1970s, he should be the Chief Minister of Tripura, but on racial ground, he was denied to the post of Chief Minister from the Bengali bosses from Calcutta. But in 1970s, we produced Muslim CM Muhammad Alimuddin, and at that time, the population ratio of Muslim is less than 2% in Manipur. So briefly, once in Assam, as acting Chief Minister, there was one Muslim, but except Jammu Kashmir, I asked to those labs that, so can you name any state except Jammu Kashmir where there was or there is Muslim Chief Minister? So we know what is inclusive politics. But then this Barkhadat style of giving justice is also quite interesting. Interesting in the sense, earlier, I mean, during this, when Tamabablu and we all were campaigning against APSPA, what she did was, I mean, she would sit at the middle and then one side victims of this armed violence. One was the family of the armed forces, where that particular armed force was killed by insurgent, and another side, I mean, victim of the civilian whose family members were killed by the armed forces. then the civilian would criticize armed forces, and armed forces would criticize the civilian, and the issue neutralize. So without using any sensibility, without using any investigation, that is what they have been doing. And at this conflict, whether it is Karan Thapar or whether it is Barkhadat, they are following the same strategy. One Meitei and then to one Kuki, and fighting each other, complaining each other, and they are observing, drinking tea, coffee, and observing. You guys fight, and we will observe, and so that conflict is, exacerbating. The conflict is further, escalating. So this kind of journalism we have been witnessing for quite.
Gunamani, your point has already been made. We are all convinced.
Okay, I will try to summarize. In this entire conflict, there are two victims. Kuki victims become useful victims, and Meitei victims become useless victims. So two kinds of victims. From the perspective of Indian progressives, from the perspective of Indian left, there are two kinds of victim, and Meitei victim is useless victim, and Kuki victim is useful victim. Why Kuki victim become useful victim? Because it proves their progressiveness, it proves their inclusiveness, because Manipur is ruled by BJP. So all Meiteis, knowingly or unknowingly, we all become Hindutva from the perspective of the left. But for a long time, we have been talking against sectarianism. We are talking about inclusive politics. We are talking about a civic society. So we have to stick by those ethos. Thank you.
Well done. Now, so Madam, it is your turn, please.
Respected Oja Arambam, Oja Soyam Lokendrajit, and the respected panelists, and my dear audience, it gives me immense pleasure to be here and to be a part of the convention organized by Manipur University Students Union. I would take this opportunity to talk about the discourses happening around women in the present armed violence. My focus would be on two areas. The first is discourses surrounding the Maira Paibis. The second would be around the discourses surrounding the sexual assault, the victims, regardless of which community they belong to. So I'll try to rationalize and understand these two dimensions regarding women's questions in the contemporary conflict situation. Now, in the last 3 or 4 months so, many journalists have thronged in the Imphal area, and we have met many of them, and their basic concern is about regarding women's issue, their basic concern is about the role of Maira Paibi and the sexual assault that is happening in this context. Now, the first question that they have raised is that there is an accusation that Maira Paibis are now inciting violence. This is the first accusation, and they're asking why are they doing it. Now, the second accusation is that they are implicit in deterring the armed forces from passing through various routes to reach the particular targeted area to solve the so-called gunfights between the two communities. Now, the very concept that whether Maira Paibis, which they believe that the external, the media, the mental media believe that the Maira Paibi stereotypically were non-violent women's movement. They believed that how women's movement traditionally, which have been peaceful and non-violence, have become suddenly a part and parcel of a violent movement.
This is their main concern. Now, in order to clarify these points, we have to go back to a little bit of how the movement in our state or in our society has emerged, and what kind of a spiritual and mythological motivations drives these women to move forward. Because Maira Paibi, as we see today, has not erupted all of a sudden. We have to look at the movement of Maira Paibi in continuity with the women's movement that is happening over hundreds of years in our history. Now, to understand that, I would like to first posit 3 fundamental archetypes of women that we understand in our society. Now, archetype, Soyam would be more proficient in helping me. The archetype, the fundamental unconscious image that is derived from our primordial way of life and primordial origin, that how we see these archetypes. Now, these 3 archetypes, we are born, in every society there are archetypes, male archetypes, female archetypes, different archetypes. We are born imbibed with these archetypes in our collective unconscious, in the word of Carl Jung, collective unconscious. Now we inherit this collective unconscious. In the Western philosophy, there's a belief that everyone is born as a tabula rasa. Our mind is a tabula rasa, that is the empty slate where you can write anything on. But Carl Jung suggests that no, we are not born as empty slates. Rather, we are born inheriting those archetypes through our collective unconscious. Now, in our collective unconscious in the major society, we can posit. Let's analyze 3 archetypes, female archetypes. We have many other archetypes. First, the goddess of big household, or we call her Ima Gyumjau Lairimbi. We call her the first one. She takes care of the household activities. She is the ultimate nurturer of children, and she doesn't distinguish between my children or the other children. Very egalitarian way of nurturing, and the spirit of care, the spirit of nourishment, the service towards others and humanity in a collective as well as in the familial space. This is the first archetype that we have. So the second archetype that we have is the goddess Laikurembi. Goddess Laikurembi is a historical figure. She represents the activities done by the royal women in managing their household, in managing the economy within the household, and in fact, even in meting out justice in the monarchical times. For instance, in the 17th century, a Pacha Loisang was instituted, a women's only court, where certain judgments were exclusively reserved for women folk, the royal women folk of that time. I believe that the third archetype is as significant as the previous 2 archetypes, that the goddess of lightning, or we call her the Nong Thang Lema, the goddess of lightning. Now, what does she represent? She represents the extroverted, the sensual, the outward moving spirit and energy of Meitei women. Now, this is the third archetype, and Nong Thang literally means lightning, and she is a mythic, historical goddess, and her energy is analogous to the energy of a Devi, or we call it in the Kali or the Devi that we have in the Bengali tradition. So the goddess Nong Thang Lema is represented in the biological reproduction, in the production of food, in engagement in war and violence, as well as engagement in sensuality or sexuality as such. Now, I believe that there are other archetypes that we can mention, like the goddess Panthoibi. She is also another female archetype, which is in fact considered as an avatar of Nong Thang Lema. She is considered as a metamorphosis of the goddess Nong Thang Lema, where she believes that she believes in her free will. There's a long story about her, but I cannot go into her story at the moment because of the restriction of the time. But she was also a woman of free will. She decided on her own whom she can love, with whom she wants to spend the rest of life with. And she used to roam in the hills and the valley of Manipur, searching for medicinal plants, fishing And at that time, it is a mythological text. There's Panthoibi Khongul, particular text, particular ancient text in her return, in her reverence. So if you look at this archetype, what I notice is that in Meitei society, our archetypal goddesses or figure are liminal. Liminal in the sense that these goddesses does not fit in one category of being absolutely good, pious, or angelic, or absolutely bad, sexually extrovert or uncontrolled. These goddesses, they are liminal in the sense that they shuttle from one realm to the another realm. So they are like, you know, what you call, there's an interface and they go back and forth to that interface. So coming back to the movement, the women's movement in Manipur, what we see today is a historical manifestation of what happened in the long-term Manipur civilization during the many wars, ethnic clan conflict that we have. Women have taken important positions, and in the Nupi Lal, also the first and second women's agitation against the British Empire also, when women have taken equally important role. And since 1970s and 80s, Maira Paibi have taken prominent role as a social vigilante, and they have evolved over a period of time from Nisabandis, that is from banning alcohol and substances, to saving the son of the soils against the heavy Indian militarization after the imposition of AFSPA and declaration of the disturbed areas of entire Manipur in 1980s. Now, coming back to the collective consciousness, I think today, what we see today in the last 4 months, the Maira Paibi, what they have shown today is imbibing and inculcating that spirit and continuing that spirit and putting it forward. And to box them as a women, and as a woman, to understand them to be absolutely non-violent, it is also a kind of myopic way of looking into it. Because what we are facing today is entirely the absence of the state structure, what the state is supposed to do, they have failed to do. There is a power vacuum happening here. If the vacuum is there, obviously people who wants to exert power or wants to solve the problem are supposed to turn in. And Maira Paibi also have taken up this role in not to solve the issue, but rather to subvert the issues, to prevent more killings, to prevent to save their son of the soils. If you go to the periphery right now, before these village volunteers go and fight and take up guns against the enemy, the so-called other groups, you know, they seek blessings from this Maira Paibi. Yesterday also, I was told that someone who participated directly in the yesterday's conflict, this Maira Paibi, they had a basket of rice, and they feed them an ounce of rice, each one of them. This is like the Punsi Chengjel, you know, this is the life-giving morsel of rice. They chew them, and then they go to the battlefield. They bless them. This is a spirit that they are continuing, and to I do not think that we should box them in any stereotypical category. And another point that I want to make is that Editors Guild of India has published a report on the current conflict in Manipur, and where there is 2-3 paragraphs written on Maira Paibi. And 2 main points which have stricken me is that, one, they are saying that forgetting their past feminist legacy, they have been, the Maira Paibi have been remorseful, have not been remorseful of what is happening in against the violence happening over the other community, that is the Kuki community. These are entirely 2 false allegations against Maira Paibi. Maira Paibi never emerged as a feminist movement in the first instance. They emerged as a women's movement. But having said it, I want to point out that when in 2004, July 14, when they protested nude in front of the Kangla Fort against the brutal murder and killing of Tangzing Manorama, that was the one movement where I suggest and I call it as a feminist movement. They were trying to recover the lost dignity and the lost body of the Meitei women over the conflict. They were, for the first time, talking about recovering their right to life, their right to dignity over their self and over their body. So I think that instant, I think I don't know, I seek your opinion also. strongly feel that that is the moment where the Myra Paibi could stand as a feminist movement. Otherwise, Myra Paibi have come up only for the others, never for themselves. Never for their rights, never for their bodily rights or rights. See, Western feminist movement have emerged for their reproductive rights, for their sexual rights, for rights related to themselves, for their emancipation. Myra Paibi have hardly had the time, had the energy, or had the space to think about themselves. Still today, they are not fighting for themselves in that way. They are fighting to save the society, the menfolk whom they love. And we are in a situation of conflict, we are in a situation of war, where the other is projected as the enemy. See, this is not about whether, not about whether it's against Meitei against Kuki. This is not about the inter-community thing. It is about what belongs to us at the end of the day. So Myra Paibi, with the instinct of the motherliness, or you can say the archetypal psychology, they are functioning to protect the sons of their soils. So this is one thing that I want to say. And another point is that there is another second allegations that they are they pose as a hindrance. 5 minutes. Yes, sir. They pose as a hindrance to the movement of the Assam Rifles. Now, what happened? Why are they doing it? Myra Paibi has no interest. They don't take fun in doing what they are doing. Please look at the faces of the Myra Paibi who are standing in front of the reporters every day in ISTV or Impact TV. Please look at the demeanor. They are tired, pale. There is, black. The under eyes are black. They don't sleep. They don't eat properly. With what fun they are doing it? They are doing it because they believe that certain sections, certain personnel of Assam Rifles or armed forces could not be trusted. There's a perception. The perception may be right or the perception may be wrong. But there is a perception. Why is there no effort to clarify that perception that we cannot trust the personnel of Assam Rifles going there in the periphery and fighting, because they believe that if they go there, they are not going to do justice to either of the community. So you have to understand why they are acting the way they are acting. And that long-term mistrust is not, the mistrust is not exhibited immediately. It has a long history of sexual violence committed by the armed forces to the women of all communities in Manipur. Mar women, Naga women, Meitei women. Myra Paibi have unanimously protested against all this sexual assault, regardless of which community they belong to. And regarding the inciting of violence, there is probably a video. I haven't seen it. There is a video. It seems that where Myra Paibi have told the menfolk to rape or sexually assault the women of other community because the menfolk of the other community has done the same to our womenfolk. That may have happened, that may be true in the worst case scenario, and there is nothing to legitimize that behavior. But let us come back to the point, who are Myra Paibis? I asked Ima Nganbi, the one of the 12 nude protesters of July 14, 2004, I asked her, Ima Nganbi, who are Myra Paibis? And she says that any woman born as Meiteis are Myra Paibi. Now, who are these women? Basically, these women, they are the vendors. They belong to the below poverty line. They have to earn to buy a bag of rice to feed their children. They are people from the lowest and lowest of classes, because women like me, who is having a class 1 gazetted post, I cannot go as a Myra Paibi because of my profession or because of my elite mind, you can call it. But we can't go daily and take part in it. There are so many excuses that women like me make. But these women, they close their shop, they cover their vegetables with a cloth, and then they run and they participate, and they are the one in the forefront fighting for it. And at the same time, they also have to fight for 2 pairs of milk per day. And at the same time, please remember, we are having a stringently patriarchal society because of the hyper-militarized mind that we have over so many years. The militarization has impacted our mindset. Their husbands, they will go back, their husbands will abuse them, beat them, ask for money for liquor. Many of them are still suffering from the domestic abuse as well as of today. But still, without having a sleepless nights, they have to come every morning, every evening. They have to go from on a rotation basis and to take part in the streets. Now, are we going to ask this Meira Paibi to speak politically correct language? Is it legitimized from our part to ask them? We have to understand their roots.
In fact, they have evolved a vocabulary of their own from which we can learn.
And
I don't know how to speak Manipuri, chest Manipuri. They know. They can communicate. Okay,
and just, yeah. So see, these women, they are run by their emotions, they are run by their sentiments, and we have to understand who they are, how they are behaving. And if we read James Scott's book, The Weapons of the Weak, the crude language they use, the tactics they use, sometimes they hang fanatics in the road to deter the armed forces from passing through. These are the weapons of the weak, because these are the weapons that they have access to. They don't have access to parliaments. They don't have access to agenda setting process. They don't have access to the policy making process. So they are doing what they can do. And they are doing more than what they can do. And it is high time that we change the perspective that we look towards Meira Paibi. In the metaphor and the metonym of our society, we still say that when a woman is wayward, when a woman goes out very frequently, we say that Nang Meira Paibi ro all bro. We used to say that, have you become a Meira Paibi? Saying that you have become wayward. So from today onward, it's time that we reorient this metaphor. We reorient this metaphor and we make them, the Meira Paibis, regain their dignity, their consciousness. And it is in the ball, the ball is in the court of Meira Paibi to act as an agent on herself in the sense of what Amartya Sen described as an agency. In that sense, they should act and they should unite. And that's the way forward for us. Thank you very much.
Now may I request Dr. Sapam Dilip Kumar, Faculty, Department of Law, Manipur University, to kindly give his presentation.
Respected moderator, the opportunity of backbencher and the last speaker is that he always gets least time to speak, and I will stick to time allotted to me. And my deliberation is on politics of divide in law and its remedy. And my deliberation has three parts. First part will be the brief politico-legal history of Manipur leading to attainment of statehood in 1972 and the laws that were enacted by the parliament for Manipur before the attainment of statehood in 1972. And the second part, it is the first phase of my research on land law. I found a document that is the Joint Select Committee of Parliament's report on Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act. The legislative policy behind the enactment of the Manipur Land Reforms and Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act 1960, which has been one of the very contentious law for a long period of time. And the last part will be some remedies, which I consider it will be workable. We all know that the little civilization of Manipur has flourished on this fertile, teeny valley of Manipur, which has been surrounded by Nile rains of hill. And the seed of actual civilization has been sown on this Nile rains of hill. So hill and plain cannot be divided. And the state has been governed by its own written constitution promulgated by King Loyungba in 12th century, and which has been enforced till 1891. And there were many incidents where the Manipur has fought war for protecting its territory, but one of the most important war that Manipur had fought is 1891 Anglo-Manipur War. British conquered Manipur. However, the officials who were posted in Assam, who were posted in Manipur, has expressed their desire to annex Manipur into Indian British Empire. But after debate in the parliament, then it was not, Queen did not accept it. So Manipur was not annexed by the Britishers. And after the lapse of after the British left, then the Manipur enacted its own constitution in 1947. Then one regulation, the Hill People's Regulation, 1947, and some other laws. And the election was also held under that constitution in 1948. The first session of the assembly was held in 18 July 1948. In the inaugural speech, the king, Maharaj Bodhisandra, proclaimed that earlier the territory of Manipur has extended up to the southern portion of China on the north. I am quoting his statement given in the assembly. And the gold mine of Sivsagar, Sinduin River in the east, and the west, Chandrapur, Kasar. And then in that time, in that relevant time, he has mentioned the actual territory of, actual area of Manipur. He proclaimed that in that time, the territory of, the area of Manipur was 8,650 square miles, plus 700 square miles of Kabo Valley, which includes 7,900 areas of hills. So it was proclaimed in the first assembly on July 18th, 1948. However, in 1949, Manipur has signed merger agreement. The Bodhisandra Maharaj signed merger agreement. Eminent scholars and the historians have different opinion. Some opine that it is a kind of merger agreement, but some opine that it's not merger agreement, it's annexation, which is not a legitimate method for acquisition of territory under international law. So after merger, then the territory has been relegated to Chief Commissioner Province. And after that, in 1956, Manipur has been granted Union Territory status. And for a long period of time, people has started protests demanding for statehood of Manipur. So right from 1956 to 1972, that is within that 15 years of time, then the parliament has enacted many laws for Manipur. Some of the laws are Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act, the Armed Forces Special Power Act 1958, the Manipur Hill Areas District Council Act 1971, the 27 Constitution Amendment Act 1971, by virtue of which Article 371C has been inserted. So some of the important laws which now
has been bone of contention was passed before Manipur got her statehood. The very interesting thing is that the Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act, I think it is a very important law in the sense that the politics of divides seems to have sneaked into in the legislative process. In the legislative process, I will explain in my second part the report of the Joint Committee of the House, that is the Parliament, regarding the Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act. I think it will be new to all of us. As Ozanuni has pointed out, and the land is very important for human existence, and the land is one of the important modes of production, that is land, labor, then capital, without which there can be no production. Without land, there can be no development. And at the same time, those Indians, that means who were leading in the freedom struggle, who studied in England, then who were influenced by Harold Lasky's views that political equality is never real unless it is accompanied by virtual economic equality. So in that time, the problem before India was land reformation, because after the Karachi conference, then those constitution makers, they made social and economic justice on the top agenda, and which has been reflected in the directive principle of state policy. So the problem is how this reformation could be done. As we know that there are two methods for social change. One is evolutionary social change, and second is the revolutionary social change. India adopted evolutionary social change, slow and gradual change through law, not the revolution, sudden and massive change. So this land reformation, ultimately it creates constitutional crisis, in the sense that the right to acquire property has been incorporated as fundamental rights. And on the other hand, the state has to reform laws. State has to abolish Jamindar system. So that was the reason for the amendment of Constitution in 1951. Constitution was enforced only in 1950. The next year, the Constitution was amended because of this land reformation. And so in this backdrop, the Parliament has made an attempt to enact this Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act. And the Manipur Land Revenue and the Land Reforms Bill was introduced on 9 December 1959. And because of having some vagueness in the law, the bill was referred to Joint Select Committee of the Houses, and the Joint Committee consists of 30 members, 20 from Lok Sabha, 10 from Rajya Sabha. And the 3 members from Manipur were present in the committee. The then MP of Manipur, Laisram Achau, then R. Swisa, and Lalita Madhop Sarma. They were present in the committee. And the 9 memorandums have been submitted in the committee. Memorandums from Manipur. The first memorandum was submitted by Protest Committee of Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Bill 1959, an organization, Khwai Singjubum Imphal. Second memorandum was submitted by Laiden Marium Ivungohal Singh. Third was submitted by Manipur Rajkumar Association. Then P.O. Bharta Singh, Laiden Marium Ivungohal, then Sinam Krishna Mohan, then Manipur State Council, Communist Party of India, Manipur State Congress Committee, and Manipur Land Reform Patibat Sabha. So these nine, the individuals as well as the associations submitted their memorandum in the committee. And the committee had 5 sitting. Then it was headed by Z.B. Pant, the then Home Minister. And after having thorough discussion, in, the committee has adopted a draft bill. And the draft bill was submitted to the House. What is interesting is the dissenting opinion offered by L. Lystra Macho. I'm quoting some of his dissenting opinion. What he said was that when legislation is undertaken, then normally subcommittees are formed in order to inquire the real situation and at the same time to take views to cope with the local conditions. That was the first dissenting opinion he has offered in the committee. For the other states, when they have undertaken any legislative process, such committees were formed, such committees were established, but they are doing or they are legislating without any data or any statistics. That was the first dissenting opinion. And at the same time, he also said that he proposed that the census of land holding and cultivation must be carried out. In all states, the census of land holding and cultivation has been carried out, but the proposal for Manipur and the Tripura was dropped. So ultimately, he said that he proposed that the joint committee should have sent a team in Manipur for ascertaining the truth. That means that he said that what is seeing is believing. Without seeing, we cannot believe it. So he predicted that there will be immense difficulty and undue hardship at the time of the implementation of the provision of this law. So that are some of the very important dissenting opinions offered by Lystra Maso. And I think his opinion is in consonance with the legislative policies. Say, for example, American jurist Roscoe Pound, who propounded that before making of any law, then social investigation is required, preliminary to the legislation. So without understanding of the concrete situation, it will be difficult to make a law. And at the same time, the laws like land laws, customary practices, they precede state. Yes, no doubt, legislation is the expression of the state will. However, customs, traditions, they precede states. So, as the Carl von Savigny, German thinker, yes, sir, German thinker, that at the time of the codification of law, that is, the custom tradition has to be taken into account. So, the committee, it seems to me that, with due regard, the committee seems to neglect all those things at the time of the consideration of the bill, which has been reflected in the dissenting opinion of Laisram Acho. And one interesting thing is that when the bill was submitted, the extent of the bill, now it is extended all territory of Manipur except hill areas. But when the bill was submitted by the Select Committee, it said that the act will extend to whole union territory of Manipur. But when the bill was submitted, the extent will be whole territories, union territory of Manipur. But when it was passed by the parliament, then the extension has been restricted. So I could not find out the debate, the parliamentary debate on the passing of this act. And at the same time, I'm also searching for those memorandum submitted by the various bodies and individuals in the committee. Okay, so there is a cloud of suspicion that whether this politics of divide has sneaked into the lawmaking process. In the lawmaking process, whether the British politics of divide, whether it has been inherited by the lawmakers, because in the sense that British did not annex Manipur, however, but they made a vertical divide between hill and people, and that vertical divide is reflected in this Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act. But however, when it was submitted by the Select Committee, Joint Select Committee, then the extension is clearly stated that extend to the whole territory, union territory of Manipur. So, okay. Anyway, so the other laws like Manipur Hill Area, Manipur Hill Areas District Council Act, then the Article 371C, it seems to me that that it is some kind of a reflection of politics of divide in law, because what laws after 1960, then there is a division of people, there is a division of territory also. I may be wrong, but it seems to me that the dominion of India have inherited this politics of divide. Politics of divide, if it is the case, as a largest democratic country of the world, as one of the strongest military power country in the world, as a country who could be one of the elite member in space science, as a country who always spread for tolerance and peace, the lawmakers need to or ought to shun the part of politics of divide that is reflected in law. And India has to follow the middle path, Gautam Buddha's middle path, for the reconciliation of the conflicting parties, and a constitutional scheme may also be designed for peaceful coexistence of the people living in this territory in Manipur as well as in Northeast India, because as long as the Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act, there will be turmoil. As long as there is Manipur Hill Areas District Council Act is there, then Manipur will be in turmoil. As long as Article 371C is there, then I think protests will continue. So the government need to have a constitutional scheme, constitutional design for creating a space for living all the communities of Northeast India, particularly of Manipur, and peacefully. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Respected panelists, honorable members of the academia, may I suggest that we skip up the question and answer part, and also I forego with utmost reluctance my right to lecture, moderator's lecture or observation, whatever it is, because we have a very, very important and very, very exciting session, this interfacing of ideas, women's views. Sima has already given us a taste of that. So I call it a day. Sorry, I don't call it a day right at the moment. I have no right to do so. But I congratulate the brilliant papers that our respected panelists, 6 panelists have presented. Very, very exciting. I am not exaggerating. I am not flattering either. These, I am absolutely sure that the papers and the brilliant ideas that you have given us will take us forward and will give us a ray of hope. So, I would like to request the organizers to take over and kindly arrange the next session, which will be very, very exciting. Let us give it a
Thagachari, Oja moderator, amadi respected speakers, and our respected delegates. Matamgi akak nabalay ibana question answer session tenzan krabasu. Aikoigi respected panelists singna thambiramba wahay singdagi aikoi kana balaw sing kaya ama tansal hawi haibasi thamzaraga. Makha chatharakpo oina ngasigi third technical session, panel discussion on the sub-theme interface of ideas, the views of women, haiba asigi, moderator gi phamda lengsin bigadauriba respected Professor Namairakpam Bijayan Singh, Head of Department of Political Science, Manipur University Bu, Daista Kakwachage. Everyone please welcome him with a big round of applause. After which, I take this opportunity to call upon our respected panelist, Ranjita Golmai, General Secretary, Kabui Mothers Association, Manipur, Kama. Let's all welcome her with a big round of applause. After which, I call upon our second respected panelist, Nonibla Ngairenbam, women activist. Amadi, aikoigi aroiba third panelist, Ima Anandi, advisor Amkil, Apunba Manipur Kanba Imalop. I request our delegates to welcome our third panelist, Ima Anandi, advisor Amkil, with a big round of applause. I now call upon our volunteers to felicitate our respected moderator and respected panelist of the third session with a small token of appreciation. Marak thatna aikoigi anishuba session gi respected speakers singi maraktagi mobile phone nama thambiramle si kanagino asi amtang akoigi volunteer singna pibina ningsingzari. Thagachari. Ngasigi chatharakliba National Youth Convention on the topic Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence in Manipur. Hairiba Asigi, the third technical session, panel discussion on the sub-theme Interface of Ideas, the Views of Women. Hairiba session Asi, respected moderator da Kusin Nazare.
Thank you and good afternoon. Actually, we are already running behind the time, and without further delay, I would love to introduce our panelists. Though the number is small, but the importance of the panelists are huge, and we have 3 panelists for this session. First, we have Ranjita Gonmai, General Secretary, Kabui Mothers Association Manipur, Kama. And second, we have Nonibala Ngaringbam, women activist, a popular women activist of Manipur. Then finally, we have KH Anandi, Ima Anandi, advisor, Apunba Manipur, Kanba Imalov Amkil. So I would request first Ranjita Gonmai to make presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me a precious moment, especially for standing here in this beautiful evening. As per before, our respected one of our moderator told to the panelists that to speak especially English so that everyone can understand well. But for me, I seek pardon. For me, let me speak both Manipuri and English so that I can speak freely and independently because I love our mother language. Thank you. First of all, ahan bamaktada taibang miwai ba aikhui bu simbiri ba ishor bu ikok nona khurumjari amadi ngasi yai parabanumit musu Manipur Union, Manipur University Student Union Sinjaba Numid Humni Ani Haibatare Asigi National Youth Convention Sida Moderator Gipamda Lengsin Biriba Toidok Hendon Ikai Kumnazuriba Professor Namairakpan Bizen Singh, Head of Department Political Science MU Mahapu Ehakna Ikok Nonjari Ikai Kumnaba Uchari Amadi Panelist Singh, Student Fraternity Intellectuals, press media singbusu ayhagni ikai kumna jaba uchuri ta seng na har gadi ai bu se wangang nu thingnawne adu bu icha singna ngang bi da baya de hai ai bu koi thi tirang to bukan da ai kai ngangoi hai don ai ngasi lakpane ingonda su thritan yam laikrabne. To be very frank, ai khoi gi etrum gi ma solidarity de tawdringai sida masaksu maming su paning de mazati su paning de yam usit thawai daba mi jati khara leye ai koi imale bag iram damda pokchabi India gi freedom fighter imarani gaidilu bu usit thawai daduna magi khongkha makha da thamanga ngang kiba masak paning daba mi duda ai koi ai isamakna luptara amadi Manipur Miam Mahut Chilaga, I Nanganki Budu, Engon life treaton Pigiba, I Nanganki Bahai Bududi Shini, Haurakpam Masakandaba, Marai Bag Maram Damsum Nataba, Manipur Itihasu Kandaba Kuki Masa refusee had mumming ... Hairubudu, Engon life treaton never. Anyway, Togsno, Gasidi Isa Singi National Convention ai kai haiba sirusu imaileba ekdam ta sin haiba phibam ta lakjabni Okay, let's come to the point. Let's come to the topic. Aduna, ekoi Manipur imalay pak asi ningtaw kaya napalagpa imalay pak amani. Adugi sumatakta ekoi imalay pak amani. Aduga sahi lisingani mamang sida ningtaw kaya amadi Burmagi in short phat ngang draga di mo kahore moderator na time se cut out tong ne ba. Chin se khra thu na khap draga di. 7-year devastation karigi lanthing na baduna makhan nama. Handaki etchum na sinjaba solidarity marched megi tang ahumda. Adugi conflict asidi yamna dreaded oiba. Yamna violent oiba. Community basis ta kainingay oiba. Foreigners sing na ekoi Manipur laypak ase thugay na ba sinbal la. Asig matang sida ay hak na ekoi gi maitay ichinaw sing big brother sing dasu ay wapang grasu thamjage hariba me ahum gi conflict ase kuki amadi maitay ichinaw gi marakta thokpase asu kimatik yamna su nungaite. It's very unfortunate to yung basong ekoi gi big brothers maitay ichinaw sing da kay gumba wapama thamjaningi masi conflict thoi dabne karigi thoi ba maram sidi matam mama ekoi Manipur tingmi tame ekoi amatani mayamba ima ipa iche ichal aseng makanano masak khangau dabagi det ahumgi conflict se thokibni haibasi da haiman ba thoi huinau sauna ba yogo huibu chi haibado natro. Am I right or wrong everyone? Asini aduna asigi moigi haujiki me ahumgi sina aina haujik panjakri dunia foreigners sing na ekoi Manipur lepak se kain basilakba aduga 1995 ko no 1955 60 64 65 adwaida ceasefire gi tangkak ama laki kanagi ceasefire nagagi ceasefire lakpa matamda so ekoi Manipur se something effect kara di oeba but not like foreigner to divide Manipur into two pieces. Ceasefire lebe se ama oigra tawda bapi da de mapu lai foreigners sing la lag si da mapu sarga tawgi pot na teba ceasefire do lambadi tungan ne section ne haijabo wadani maramaduna ngasi hariba issue ga mari leina na aigi topic to laksage tawbni ekoi gi democracy go ba liblet khara pibnin ko pochai leina ba admain tawduna hariba pot asi ekoi miyam se ngasi nupi haiba leidraga di prithvi semba yaro nang ekoi ngasi nupa mayam na thore nupi haiba yaudраga di jiba haiba se leiro nupa khakna ekoi prithvi semba yaro aduna haijage women takes important roles in the world. It says in Manipur, women stand in front makwangda kwangchet laksilaga and fought for our nation, for our motherland, for their children, the pillar of nation, future generation gi damakta hanagi lanji du tawdro any Manipur gi issue ma tora ekoi nupis na mangda thora khwangchelaga tawba ngaktani adugi sumatakta nupi nupa se right up mane khena ba ma khaktang lai kari de khena ba the string pangan de khena yeba aduna igi wakhanda diko in my opinion I don't want to violate the right and dignity of women. If we violate the right and dignity of women, it is MS splitting over our only with an axe. Example krapizage masi karigdamata nupi singbu ekoi na yamna wang na thambibano kari tawrimna importance lei haibne ngasi Manipur gi mighty British da lantheng na gi bese ekoi Manipur gi nupi la thawna pharaba hanubi ima mayam sina matam ma yengo ngasi maksu ekoi hariba metri incident da ngasi tha manga phajilaga dore aduda 70% sa ekoi nupi ne ba khwangchela ga thorei bese nupa na 30% asini aduga ekoi chingdana leibaduna rongmai kaure beli delemna kabui mitai amatani kabui rongmai amatani aduda different kaisu leite ekoi ge jelengrong nupi dusu ekoi hanja ai ngasa hairiba imarani gaidilu who fought against the mighty British to save our Manipur, our nation. Lai adugi sumathakta nupi singi thauna ima singi thauna ai khudam amani khatang haijage 2012 March ki interbanning night of 22 and 23rd adwaida aikoi gi kabui jelengrong nupi nunglaiban degi umrok treda maksi macha ni hum yokchana ba mi gari te napaga kajitang kana kadrai no lakchaba sida aikoi Bisnupur PS ke manakta kaino gi kagya school lampak sida IRB personnel kharana mahak pu nupi oibigi izapun namza namthek tobiraga tobiki baduda kabui mothers na songchile case to paire case to aikoi Manipur itihas ki oina life imprisonment ihana na tauki base kabui mothers khakta na fight tawra ngampon nate Manipur da leiraba ima singi sangstan mayam se koi khusam naraga fight tawra kibni aduna nupi singi thauna panga nupi sing mirai bigino sosti angang popu matam da nupa po ga sosti chauna tawba nupi po sosti pik naga sonju sonba leine masi adumaina aniam awang thambigano miyoi bangak tani hairi sine nupi ledraga di sangsar semba yaro universe sa san haing kang keng pau loina nupi nupa loim leina bang nupi su tu hatna tawbase si kaino tawi adu sumathakta 2000 kaino da ramni 2004 da aikoi bamun kampuda Indian Army ko hinjaya tamba kangbu asina aikoi gi thangjam manorama bu minung si leite don hat be matam desu mathauna pharibi Manipur da leireba ima phurup mayam asina songthoga lantheng na ki kana nupa sing na thoraga duda tawge ba aikoi ima sing Manipur da leireba nupi ima sing mayam asina tawraga tawkibani thokibani maram aduna aikoi time se limited oibani na ngasi gi thoiba thokdok gi matang da khijiktang ai panjage ngasi tha mari bharak adoba phau how to bring peace kana na pok purak bang amra hojikti lai na pok purak bang amra kana no purak do mapu malai ba kana no mapu do central government na ngasi phau ba mid spectator gi type ta tar su ta san na ba Mahatma Gandhi gi koi point hum lai dai mamit upa mana ha adu gi type ta tau lai re ba mi kaya sidok ba moi gi constitution gi daga lai bajano lising ama lising tara la ka sidok ba ngai ri za lai ba mid spectator gi type da asi bigi masing je dum kaung thi bigi type ta tau lai re aikoi gi India gi prime minister amadi home minister na yamna specific oiba condition si ilai leitaba yamna confusion aikoi gi Manipur miyam da lehalleba adumaina leihanba confusion leihanba maramna ngase aikoi gi Manipur government su thangsandi tawraga makhun sangpham khangdaba do sibai da pangtha thai nongmai su puraga kapibra kaptabra nongmai budi sama pukhibdo sama di purakpa yadabni na kadai kapibra kaino tawre function sibai pangtha thara kai dodorino tawgadaba line of agitation tawdabgi yu ubugum tawe haijabu wadani asigumbagi issue miyam se accommodate tawba yanaba aigi wakholonda hayo hargadi aikoi gi constitution scheduled tribe aikoi Manipur da tribe kunthra mari manung sida aikoi gi smaller tribe ni som amani khaktang panjage aikoi gi kai haidar kharam aimol gomba hojiki tarau hai sina smallest moi population do chatrukla chatre kyam ne leimna adu mase aikoi gi central government na pibi draga so aikoi state government na khara yengba yaba yengbiba admai to yengbirga muka pambi bana ta don pobi harak dikhangdre ko adun moi thok pa moi to bi bang moi phangmai do tare aduna adum ai opinion thanjabani press media gi through da aduna aikoi gi the reality of aikoi chingmi tami amatani hai se the reality of interdependence asi aikoi is with us is within us maramdi aikoi physiographically aikoi gi life of interdependence masi contained by the existence of hills and valley maramdi tampak sida aikoi Manipur gi ningtau kaya haktak gi tampak sida aikoi kabui jati asina maximum khunda leita aduna lei masi interdependence ne tampak ta aikoi kabui ijinau na leiba phangba gumna ngasi The same is there as the lifeline passed through the hills of the state. Adumai tawdun ngasi ta chingda ekoigi chingmi leiba maramna tampaki ngasi big brothers sing nasu chathok chasin lifeline asi toraga ekoi interdependence tawnaba gadabani tawsu tawnari adugi sumathakta ekoigi hill singsina it is depend upon ekoi belly de yamna depend tawi karamba thakta depend tawriba ekoi health sector da ama layeng da ekoi educational institution da gaudi ITI NIT kari kari dama laydan adu is matak commercial activity desu masi ekoi na interdependence to naraga taina ekoi nungsi chana na laymena bado adu ne asing ba ima ipa iche ichal ibung khangba hojik matam yamna yaurabni mamang da soi grga ju hojik sa ekoi wakhan che khanta minarga taho darga targa di ekoi ningam daba mayam rum thokpa yai thok tabasu oisno aduna last but not the least so my dear student especially Musu haibadi you all are the pillar of nation you all are future generation maramaduna ekoi the need of the hour is mutual understanding masina in order to bring peaceful coexistence amadi communal harmony if not then oirgadi kari kamai tawni life will be much disturbed with immense suffering in hills and valley. With this few words, let me shorten my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ranjita Gonmai. Yam nungai, yam maruiba, wahi kara thambirami. Luga muke na nungai zaribadi. Ngasi sinbi lak biri bakang bunusu matam se yam na hojan kravani na matam khara lik na pi na ba ingon na kangan birak pani ado Madam timely conclude to bigidama aigi maike de gisu nungai ba phongdok sari mathang da yam na maru oiba khoigi movement singda tatna yaubiri ba Madam Nonibala ngareng bam bu aina Madam ki view khara thambirna ba kauksinjari.
Thank you, moderator. Mayam punamak aina khurumjari aigi ming Nonibala narengbam ai angang amasung nupi thabak tawjaraga leijaba ai activist amoina leijabani aigi ngasigi topics ai matam su yam sangna lawzeroi maramdi aigi mangda inau Srimana su pokhai be yabo pokhai birame and I'm very appreciate I would like to appreciate Srima yam phajana pokhai birambagi damakta ado aina panjaning base hujik Srimana haibiramba EGI gi Editors Guild of India gi report se si so ai kitang hap aina kitang hapjan janing ba area kitang lai adumage hapjan jaramge anishu bada akoi yamna sdei maru oiba democracy aduga dialogue and coexistence haibasi ki mayai da lepiba dialogue si so kitang aina thamjaningi aduga ahum chubada aina thamjaningi se relief camp da lairiba nupi singi punsi angang singi punsi su ai kitang macha amani ai highlight tawjaram ge matam yam lawzeroi aina ihan han bada thamjaning base mayam punamak se megi tang ani bahobudi amna normalized life tang ahungi nungdin baw se khoi se amna normalized life like Sibani ga ai ge infwangjing dagi hanminak pase tang ahungi nungdang wairam da halak bakanda aina ma se Kanchipur da pung manga makhai taruk taram dai da drop tawraga ai Kanchipur da thabak ama leire so nang sidagi auto pha chakrona thado ome ba like yam normal ne sigi normalized life se Manipur da lairiba praja section ayamba except certain communities natana de amna normal oina leiram do male akhoi su dum leigi aina pusanjaningai se hujik EGI ki report ta akhoi gi maira pai bibu yamna peradi yamna tabada pera ahum mari da yamna mong cha da mong da portrait tawrok pase report tawrok pase masi ai kitang sidai sida aina su hujik khoina khanjari se अखोई नुपी की एक्टिविस्ट कांगबू न जो सिगी रिपोर्ट से अखोई रेस्पॉन्ड न तौब चुमरा है बिसो अखोई खनजरी खरा अखोई रेस्पॉन्ड तौब दरकार ओये न खल्ली मरमदी हुजिक इब पाबा हईब कांगबू खरा न पंगी इरगा पंपा पारगा अदुम लोइन चुमगा मालगा लोइन चुमना चटखिबजिसो अखोई मसी अखोई सेमदो होबो मथौ ताये न I खनजै अदुगा ngसाइगी अखोई की नुपी सिंगना तांग अनीगी नुमिचिमा तांग अहुंगी नुंदिन बाव यामना नॉर्मल ओइना लेरंबा हाउसवाइफ नुपी अमना ngasi नोमैगी ट्रेनिंग फंगक हाइबसे अखोई समाज से अखोई सिगी नुपी सिंग सिगी अखोई नमैरा पाइबिन हाइब नुपी सिंग सिगी वखल लोनजे अखोई अंगाउबिनी हाइगद्राबा इज इट अखोई न उदोइसि मोइसि करि हाइना उदोइनो नोंमगी चाक चारगा चाक थोंगगा मचा मसुगी सेवा तौरगा मागी बिजनेस सेक्टर वेंडर बु ओइरसु अमबु ओइरसु सलम नुपी मना नोंमगी ट्रेनिंग से आई फंगदबनी हाइना नोंमगी ट्रेनिंग लौरक हाइबसे अखोई लाइन लोब चुमदे न खल्ले इट्स नॉट अ वेरी सिंपल डिसीजन इट्स अ वेरी यामना वखन खल्लब मतुंगदा डिसीजन लौरक पनेबा एंड आइना नुपी सिंगा फमिनबा कांदा I feel so secure sometimes that oh अखोई की मैं मरकता नोई मरी यावरी ना ट्रेनिंग फंगबा मंगा यावरी ना ट्रेनिंग फंगबा का से खल्ला कांदा फनेक से लगा होटल फमम नुपी तुरन ट्रेक शूट से लगा टुपी म उपगा ट्रेक जैकेट अमल लगा आई नोमई की ट्रेनिंग चलुरी न हलक पसे it's not a very simple decision that she took it it's a very difficult situation difficult decision that she took and we should appreciate and we should respect her because I dia du tau bangam de ai gumba manadi ai nomai training lo wi wakan khan bangam de sigumba mayam sing se akoina yamna line kharada akoina yamna thina ibagi mawong se masi akoi semdo hoba chumme na I khalli aduga hairiba nupi sing se yamna akoina su ui nupi sing se sorok ta mobang phidak ama tharaga tumme nupa sing na kaidawi nupa sing na ai nupa sing se jagadaw banate sai roi sigi platform sida yu thakjalani nungdang da yu thakpo nupa mayam ama yawi aduga moina maira pai bising je phom jana tummi bra noi lai bra lai tabra na check tawramaga moidi they go to bed at 10:30 11 lekai gi lai riba sing si adugi report se khoi da maira pai bising yamna nungai je da bhai akoi na phammi je sorok ni haibase sorok to mo pak pidak tharaga hippe haibasine nupa loina magna trago so adwaina tawbo nupa su yawi sigi mayam sigi marakta aina amuk pusan jani ngai de august ki tang ahum da churachandpur gi kangbai gi husiki hariba phumgani haina tawnabagi lan marak sidai sida moigi army gi spray kapsal lakpada makhanau do melhogda dana husi makhon je thokpa wangang bangam daba nupi yauri ba but they don't stop makhanau maron thokto so still they are part of the whole process ek hairu bu khuding da moise do forefront da lairamme ba so aina husi khoi myam khanmina ba dialogue ta mu changak pa kanda khoi se dialogue ama tawna ba chumdribra manipur gi ngasi civil society ne thoklai ba leader mayam ji gi marakta khoi nupi kyam yaurage nupi ki voice kyam count tawrige akhoi se adom madam khuding makta ngasai madam golmai na so haibi gi ba 70% 30% haibase akhoi nupi sing se akhoi decision making da akhoi gi voice kana na tari gi ba ngasi la iba tawri ba thabang mayam sing se akhoi nu ui civil society unlimited numbers of civil society students union ngasai mang da pamam ba so nupi students union gi president amata su yawi ramo ba I really would have salute them ngasi bo da akhoi women manipur gi lai riba students organization mayam thoklai mayam se irrespective of which community they belong they don't have any women president women general secretary khoi ngasi bo uba phangdri ba why akhoi je cha puthok na bakha ki oin ubi bra ba mayam na akhoi je cha puthok na bakha ki nate akhoi gi kok sida gi thoi ba wakhan mayam se akhoi na di illiterate ni hariba khongang gi nupi Singya tamyada lay riba nupi maira sang da phammi ba sok da phammi ba nupi singchina kari hai laibak sason taw ba haibase we need a person with brain yaw da ba mina laibak sason taw ri sumba crime je dum thokani haibase moina hai ba I don't say it they say it aduga ma nupi singdigi wa se khoina kari gi tadri no ba where is the space give us a space ngasi aina sida ngang ba ngamjari sisu musu na space ama pi be gi ngangja ba ngambane space pidradi opportunity pidradi where do we express hai riba nupi sing se akhoi na di yam line a lori riba nupi sing se they are still under the structure of domestic structure da laiba moi mapan phanyam thokning asu Ayuk pung mapan makaida candle rally thokani harjo aisu ne chamane aisu candle rally yaw da ya de aisu ai maira pai bi ne aisu ai lekai du maira pai bi ne pung mapan makaida candle rally thokani haradi cha ising ta hona ram doiba adu loiram dadi ngasai gi srimana hai gi budo amu hanjalaga they are still the victims of violence in private and public space akhoi na pame manipur da dialogue ama lakpa karma karma makhali dialogue no hire kanda with all the civil society the students union the do anywhere da akhoi na pami se akhoi gi hujik la iba chauvinism gi wakhal lon se question nama hangba matam da mi na hangi se kai no haina mun na khang da bida ai gi chauvinism do na hana respond to react to rok podo nataba it's time that we think ngasai ai inau sibani na hangi ba Manipur da huji tholai ba flex sing maram da hangai it's very important question mi na jo khoi da hangai khoi khumbangam de akhoi da idea laite so pioneer oina forward tawraba chatlaba kangbu noin akhoi explain to biyo ba khangan biyo ba instead of saying that ngari ge yongsa kana next flag oi gani have say how do we expect an answer from this from the state ya bro ne do hangi bane because atopa mi na jo khoi da hangi ba sometimes noi mai tai se ngale daga 7 colors ki machu ma thok le ngale daga sab kano ki phambal ma muk thok le so what is your identity hang kan da khoi pa khum le tamina already mang thar ga chala ba someone who is working on it adu da khoi question hang ba ha it's our responsibility na khoi khang ga do ne ba so that we can also pass it to the next generation let us be responsible citizen oi raga di ai na khan ba da ngasi gi lan je thom da ba su yai akhoi gi chauvinism je akhoi lok thok se ba chauvinism akhoi gi kok ta yaw ri ba akhoi gi male chauvinism bo razu akhoi gi community gi chauvinism bo razu religion gi chauvinism bo razu whatever chauvinism let's keep it aside ai ngasai oja lo kendro na haibi gi ba yam haw ba chocolate to yam haw en na sum ko la ga sum thambana di atopa na taste to de haiba do ai ya janinge ba let others also let us give them space dialogue si am darkar oi maramdi it's very much time we change our structure we look into our structure starting from the family ki structure though it carries through society do zup thoklai maramdi family da male headed family na nupan hairadi loire you don't need to say it sigi same legacy se we carry it forward to mapan thokna puthorei aduna maram moira kan nga si akhoi nupi ima paira pai bi sing na violent masing hengal hale escalate hole ai nga eta ba da u ba da su para kan da su khoidou di yam saugatle tum ba yade akhoi na khalle can we expect this 4 months without maira bai bi can we see a situation u ba da kari khange ba khoi mit uisalaga atang khanje ba fa tha mari se maira bai bi se somewhere we see it somewhere out nupa ngak oi ba conflict situation na mathanamba matamda halak badu nupa sing dub leiram gidro hatok na ragal oi salam gani si ai khapta na hai banate ai gi women colleague mayam na su hai ri ne nupi na ngasi sorok ta hing lek pagi nupi na ngasi mapan thokla ga sorok se ngak sin bagi da makta mi si bagi masing handhari ne have we should accept that let us accept it akhoi se angaw phai woi na ubi ga no ba adugo nupi sing se yamna phagi jogai dona sizna ning ba mong do sizna bagi wakhan su khoi khalloi do bani we are not tools nupi maira pai bi or women group na ngasi bhawa nupi gi for the right of women for themselves we don't fight akhoi na ngasi ba fight do raise for others haibajo akhoi adu ne ba ado ya haidana akhoi se khulai woi na sizna baje sizna bigano sizna haning de samasna or any group amana sigi possible joi thamjaninge last loi shalakpada dialogue process haibase aina kari pami mana kari pami noina kari pami haibase akhoi khaninge hujik thawai mirel na chara henbagi khongjang jangsan na civil society me amje umbrella amdo purakadam ne haibase su achauba movement na moira kanta at last moi ngarang nahan adugi consensus amadi lakhre ai ngasai question hangjanningam bani ayukta students union jing da ju can we expect a umbrella of students union why can't we propose it Why so many factions of students union? It's okay. Different issue the thabak ta kharamana right to education the thabak ta wayai kharamana. So many issues, so many unlimited issues in Manipur. We can work it, but can we come up to a certain level of umbrella ama the Students Union of Manipur harakanda who will represent haibedo adu akhoi gisu oiba yada braba like Manipur koi NGO harakanda all Manipur NGOs lay NGO gi network lay adumaina loina mai magi sangsan mayam jingi magi apunba mamam lay basmaina akhoi lay ba yada braba Musuda, yes sir, I listen there. Musuda ina apil lama tawzaningam base. Mathangi sigumba by chance if I am invited again, I'm looking forward to it. I would like to see at least 2 women president from Students Union. I would be the happiest person. Let us break through this. Let us break through this because sharing space, it's not a democratic space enhancing oirakadoi I khaktana some space pairaga laibagi mahuta. Last point is akoigi nupi so angang relief camp dale hobose. I would like to bring back I would like to bring to this group suddenly let us assume si akoigi khunne na khalla seba. Si akoigi laikai duni. Laikai is suddenly Mai mutkre, light goes out. Peace committee amalay. Peace committee do na akoy gi safeguard ki tawgani haidana sakchara ba matung da akoy si we all went to bed for some time. Suddenly, let us close our eyes and assume that suddenly from all the directions bullet firing start tarok ba bomb hapak hadarak pa haibase. Let us think about it. Adugumba Praja Singdo except organizer gi through the gi ching Hawaii chak phangba aduga some noble loiba mi singna matam gi chana thangna ba khara porak put natana government gi ngasi bhoba health care gi facility laite moida hidak masana leija hawi. Let us akoy no husik hingi ba khanbada aina nupi ema thengnajare nupi se phaidu da nongoi maru je saroni sigi marakta change hai nongoi maru je husik tin ma lokthue ma je suba nomba yam kanba volunteer amasu oiramme husik ma kaim da suba ngamde makhong do thaina tingthoga laihawe mana hai pung tara ma thoi ma khai baro tara amdai da nongmai ji muthat khre mai mut khibudo normal or boininge and they feel secure because there was a peace committee do na maram orakanda moido adum nungai ngaktang phamung da sangaga tumnaraje na tumme nupa jing dudi nauri paira tayari le like akhoi gi wakhanda nauri na mi jing du kap to ini amana sona kanda nongmai myam duna kapsala kana nauri kap ne na lei hai adugi sigi marak si dai sida moi sing ngaktang tumu bakanda bom ga nongmai ga sina nongmai ji moi manak ta chem do ba du tare khongban da tare hai khongban da tara kanda mana khongban sida ma je nomai pali su khangde ko na khangak pane kai da pali no su khangde haire adu khongban da pala kan da mana khongban de gi gyan khraga la kan da long na hogal ga kab kana leiri ge ne yengu ba kan da mana hip tari ba khongban du gi chekpan na ma lei hai chekpan nei de khoi gi chekpan na te khoi gi mongchong hai ta re ne ko mongchong ji gi hek mathang da sorok tu che leire sorok tu gi hek na kan da waiting set tu da moi ahum na kapase moi ahum silai ram hai ama longi se le hai. So she is one of the victim casualty using ma medical ki facility thoi dok na phangde government na magi chatna na ba sigi ngak khat na bam pali pan thok pagi ngak na ba chai shu ma le hawe aduna ta ba hidak lang thak lai ri ba kholi ba mayam sing se loina mak masana puthok charaga tawi hai bagi paudi akhoi da adumai na tambire. So sigumba mayam si dai sida akhoi na thengnari ba awaba sing se masi akhoi amana ama blame tongna ba yaroi. Let's come to a dialogue table. Hana akhoi masin hana dialogue table tawba darkar oyeng khali differences of ideas, differences of interest we respect, but we have to come to a consensus. Thank you so much.
Madam yam thagachari Singbudi tabasu yam nungai aduga mayam suloi tabi ningamgani adubu matam sine yaraktabana akhoi time se limit tokjabani aduga matang saba matamda musugi aduga akhoi gi satri community singna amuk sigumba round ama convention ama semaga akhoi high activists sing groups sing representatives sing dagi hena Taba Yanaba Sinbirakani have said Tamzage, Aduga Aroibada Akoigi Ima KH Anandi, Ima Si, Hauzik advisor upon Manipur Kanba, Ima Luki advisor ni, Ima Dagi Hauzik Togliba Irang, Kamaina solution for Kadagi Habi Maramda Akoi Muktaminase.
Respected moderator, panelists, and my dear brothers and sisters, Punamak, Chupinjaraga, Ikai Kundaba, Ujari, Asiumba, National Youth Convention on Democracy, Dialogue and Coexistence, Asida Ibu, Matam Kitang Sharup, Yahan Bibagidamakta. Aina Tagajari, Ikai Kumnaba, Ujari, Aishe, Isham Samjanlabada, Koichat Zatba, Ima Singi Matung Inba, Chatra Singi Matung Inbada, Nahan Ibungona Tanamba, Kanchep Noto, Paba Baba, Changhodere, Aduna, Aikara, Pajana, Kandana Kotana, Lakshabanate, Ngarang, Nomichupama, Kaga Wanga Zatlubada, victim sing Unarubada, Yamna Tengna Halakpadegi, Hakjang Kitang Shonday, Adona Puna Magna, Ngakpigani, Ado A Kitang Tamjage, roll of the Mairapaibi, She A Yamna, A Lagi Haktagi, Vema, Shrimana, Pajana Tamgare, Nupigi Mating Matauna, Singba Punama, Adu Mate Kitang Aina Ama, Ibe Madas, Jumtok Jarangadaba, Waro Vivayade, Manoromagi, issue da Imatra in Toina Kanglama Mangda, protest Gibado, 14 July na te 15 July ay na ay amtang Jumtok Jarangge Ngakpigan. Aduna. Ay hak yam na ngalingay ay na class 9 tamlingay Manipur gi ihan hanba Manipuri sanura le shem marup macale magi Manipur gi ihan hanba nupi macale shabi singi group tagi adum yaujaraga aina TG da tamingay dagi asum mayam gi thabak se tawjarakpana hojik till now hojik phawa sum jatharaga leire aduna aingonda Ima haiba mington pibi base ai shoi shoi lawi ai ima gi pham lojroi ima singi tongan ba platform le jari aina mapan thoktana khotana chongthoktana makhoi gi marakta changna yawba yadaba khara leibadagi ayakti ojachu oirami pension phange aduga matam khuding makta behind the screen adumaina ai wakti tawjare Punama Pungak Vigani, Hauji Inauba, Itup Topa, Koigi, Mairapai Vigi scenario, Ama, Koina, Uba Pange, Aina Muhaidra Suti, Vida Carida, Nunti, Torapada Ngangishe, Makoina, now I di Mairapai Vishe, Lady Haitaba, Maroon Marie Kangjadaba, Tokjadaba, Ching Nadi, Tawayao, Natojera, was in 1974, the Nishagi, the Torok by Maramani, Giduna Han, Bani 1990, the Ospa impostor of Regi di Mairapai Vido, Nishabani, the Mairapai Vishayon, Ongre, Aduna, Manoromagi in 2004, the Angakpa Ospagi military rajation gi Makha, makhada mayot minay tawba mayamdugi shakti mayam may masingna utpangam gare adugumba 15 July duda now hojik sidi karino hojik sidi nongmaygi matunda mayra paibi laire aduna mayra paibi di nongmay payabanate khulai payabanate chumna makoina haurakibada macha masu kannaba aswagi makhadagi nanthoknaba aswa lokthoknaba aduga makoi luda tongda singlida maihorondagi ahanba nupilan anisuba nupilan gi matamda ima singi singlida chengiba chelliba ichendugi pathang puthang adum samdarakpado madonga chipauba mayek chengna lairi haibase handaki lan haigadra ko kuki na khut tharakpa nongmai kapakpa sida chongthor e nupi singi shaktam ase ahan bangalingai gi me 3 gi makoi gi khara haurakpa tha ama ani dudadi ne choroki nakan sida ima sing sinane taiba khwang da khangchet la adana kokta si kokchet la aga choroki nakan ani sida lampak ta chingya da kari da macha masu kannabagi nongmai kapak pada ngakthok nanabagi siba yaugadra haidana changiba akoi gi maitai gi macha masu mayam do ngaknabagi da makta ngachai ahing hogot padagi numit taraba hobo makoina nongju nungsha marak tu da paktak na ima singna leiba scenario do handaki living in history haitare itihas makhal ama oina ui mado nupi singna tawi chamjanjarabada tenjanjarabada matamju tele ai sangna ngangbasu ngamoy tenjanjarabada makoina kuki gi asiba mayam phumni aina taurakpa tanjado aduda haurakpa nupi mayamdo nupi asukki matik hainaruba leitana yaningdaba phongdokpado yaningdaba kaidawagi yaningdrino haibada kuki singna handak taura ise makoise chumna lakte haiba kari jalinga maina makoi kuki len ama semdoine na a thangnabadagi ga yi adana kuki len ama semdogi changakpa aduga koigi chingya punamaksi tamya punamaksi kokthoga nisha pambi thajalakpa poppy plantation taurakpa adugi mathakta khunda na ba honarakpa dugi mathakta amuksu koigi lam munnaba kari oina taurae akon badadi kari autonomy administration haibra ko adu amuk tan khalae aduga hojikti nongmai kapae adugumba aduda nupi singduna makoi achi phumni haibaduda thorakpa ima singi samudragi ipakto ima singaduna thorakpaduna maram oiraga laiba thingadoriba rapid action force khangde adagi assam rifle khangde ama khangde makoi punamak che ima singduna namghairaga makoina hogairaga makoigi force singduna tauraga maduda thorakpaduna maram oiraga madugi pot ado khara ngakthoki ani suba amuk handak nauringai gi kari barricade lokthokpado asida torbungda tera khongchangbi gi khara chatharaga lamka yoramdaida thammiba barricade singdo lokthokani haiba aduda aina ima sing unabada haye handakti nahandine ima singna changbada ima nipu ima humpu nipu dagi humpu marpu ima nipu amadi yam sathina soe sokpa yaubada ngasai sor honba yadabaga do ibe manon ibalana thamgare akoina inmate sing makoi gi victim sing du chalaga report lobada akoi nong pura changna ibungo human right ki ibe ma sing lai lai su haiba na human right ki mang da phami ba kaido mayam ji punjilaga record to loba satpada nong da kona ba ngamba natte aduna mado ahan ba khongjangni ani subagi ngarang nahangi barricade lokthokpaido aduda aina ima sing unabada haye handakti ima sing nane mang thangbigano masigi thaudang loriba Laibakshida semiba civil society leaders ye kokomi mayam nupa mayam mangda thangalu haibado paudu lik oibara tabara moi gyan tarakpara handakti ani shuba khongjang da ujinna chin kokomi mayam makut thangatlaga jangin bada makhoi mamang thangi adu erega su laiba nupi mayam ima mayam do adu matungda nakanda pulap inadana chu iba kholiba tawribado adune hajik ngachi mak lauriba maira paibi role se laiba kannaba honaba macha masu kannaba honaba da achumna thore I adubu mase karamaina chandai nagadagi karamaina peace lakadagi dialogue lakadagi haibada peace haibase panbada ai isa su yam chawningi maramdi magi machado ai isa do magi mapuribada cookie gi khudha che sumna akoi gi hojikti world che yamna chakhatlaba yamna digitize tawraba mi punama global village amata oira aba kansida kham thengna extreme modern village ama oira kansida hat padasu khara phajana lemna hatte haiba makut amukak mamit amukothok makong amukat phunggadawriba komdo aduda masana tawhalaga angangduna tawhalaga hingna indaviraga phumjilligumba yamna uncivilized oiba mihat mipun minungsi leitaba homin kamin narakpa mariba maramdamgi mari leinaba igi mari nattabanina khudatusu minungsi yaudaba yamna tamthiba yamna chawkhatringaigi matamgi mihat adugumba chathabada akhoi leiba yade manipurgi ima punamak amatta leiba yade aduna kapnaba khudingi maitai ani sire maitai ahum sire haibada kuki kaya sire kuki ani si haibada kuki kunthra si kuki kun siga hayanningeba sisu siba jatni tumina makoi si open oide moi chabak siba matang yawi aduna tension jare sugumba sida chongthorak tana hojik ima singna laibak kananabagi macha masu kananabagi akanba thaudang ama lauriba se sumaina tawbasida karimta loisandana karimta yengchandana thaba amatta laukhattana centerna amichana haibani chingsidi ma tauge ai purage tampak sina bheli sina chief minister na tawaina birena chalaga ho thoraga mana kaino daga media daga tamjabado ma chawthu imale adu hairaga hojikti kari thoe hojikti kari thoe aduna mana loisan gani haiba chingdo loisan bara haiba tension jarage ai pangthok ta thora ani loi kham nai roi tension jarage aduna peace haibasi ijaisu ai sagaina tai maru mapang hatlaga family du mai thadana talaga refugee oina ai iramdam sida refugee oina leiraga kara kaidogi peace kanamai wari peace laktoino ba peace lakadabagi upai di dialogue tauraga loisannabagi upai di ai akonbada thamjage khitang ama marak amta hapjanjagi ge makoina karino kari haiba buffer zone gaina buffer zone sibu ayam haija khangjabadi natteba buffer zone je country ani tainaba langa choknarakpa yes aduda henjannadana ba thambaduneba aduga karigi akoigi leibak manungsida moina akoigi ojeriba sisipur sida moina buffer zone gaina taurisibu akoi lailaisu heiba ichaisu university ojaching ain kanon khangba human right ki thabak tawsu lengsin biri oja ahan university su lengsin biri buffer zone khangdaba dawna akoina moina treatment tawiri si kari gino haiba mache ain gi thongda kari article adu matungina buffer zone thamba yade ga che khara logat pir o haiba khara supreme court taga khara thabira o haiba machi masu yamna kanna yajaningdaba haitare adagi achum hapjanning eba adagi chingje nongmai kap tanthu e ching amadi ko khare mamang chingdi khara tawde maning chingda makoina ne makoina kari ama sigiba nupa makok chandu ambado ama laina ne kundo laireng bigi imai be mana yada dana ama hat khrani makoigi makok tu German naibra mana ne German road aina ani shemme mathakta ma makhada ma chomda thorak yadraga achom thokna na ba aduna ne khara tantho ga ne chingku ena khoidi lan loire na to ne ba mache khoi maitai singi achoiba ama leyaba kodai kanan gi chingdu da fajana helipad chemaga shopping center ga hospital lerga university aisu aduda study tawjare I Mother Teresa University da kodai kanan gi chingdu da chemeba aduma ina khoi gi nemtak leiriba kabi singna fajana thariba chingron mapan sibu handak lan sida koina chatpada loina ubada pukning je tujungeba asi loina kukina lohidora braina asigumba ching sida khoi university sing hospital sing aduga nangi office sing mayam mama kakhatana chemdana sadana hojik pawa sarkar sina achok kuirba si tawbidriba ching kandaba karigino haiba aduna ngasai ibungo singna laik lachu haiba singna thambi gare ai kaimti khangjade ko ai oja oisu history lorte geography lorte ai real science lorpanina ne makoina bujua ga haiba adu haiba kainogi londa che ai amta khangde ba hojikta sum tambada ma tawra khangakpadong tawri haiba aduna ne makoina chingi lo ma chingda khoi khunda ba ya ba tampakta moina leiba ya banina akhoi chingda su khunda ba ya ba magi schedule len naiber kaino adu oiraga di akhoi se chapmanai hai ba right to phangbam thokpado adu lai lai su hai ba singna khara tawbina ba ai telaba matam sida sugumba mayam ama thamjare aduna sigumba paikhat aningba tawningba mayam se ngasai gi kaino gi pose Chahana ching loisani haiba che hojik loisandare valley si kayamna nga ino haiba su chingdagi kapa iba kaidoriba moina thajallaiba company mayam sina karaida thammiba company du karaida nga iba moina ne akoina thajaba yadeba India government se nungdi nungsieba chawkhalabani na koi iromdom lepjage do lepanga moidoga manjhallaeba nongandai numita babu chingdagi chaktagi yetumdagi phidai karidagi loina India I makhada tanguramina akoi romdom lepa ngamgidra haiba ngamdoga manjhalaktreba sum chawkhalakpasida phadi phai Narendra Modi se world gi figure ma oikhaleba ko aduga akoi bu handak thamari chup na tawbosida amukta wangangdraga naked nupi macha ani khakne tawboda wangangibado madu angakpa kaino ni haiba phadi yam phare ko aduna mache punamak akoina khangminaba change hojikine naked nupi ani do aduna sumai haigieba naked oina lambi dadi chinge akoi rape ti tawgi de gang rape tawgi de haigieba adui paper do ai ngasi je porake tawda thuman gidana ai hakchang ngamdabaga ngarang dangga theng halpa kaim ngam haudareba maduna Supreme Court ta High Court ta tawkhannarakpa kanduda maduna rape tawgi daba asengba moi anina khumgrabaduna asengba magadi Narendra Modi na parliament da lauthokibado makari thoktoino bako adu lakani aduna ngasai gi Churchampur da lamga takhairiba bulldozer naga takhairiba se akhoi gi mapu duna court ta thar u haibado ngasi di court na order ma Shanghai English ta maite rongi kari do paper da yaurabani iraga pikhala oina sigum mache aini thongda sum lokhalaga tapti tapkani makoi khara hangi gadaba mali whatever moine ek tawring he khoi se yamna pangba hekta yara dongna tawba se asom dagi lakpa kari chin kuki narco terrorist haiba ko makoi duna han lejeriba nungsi chanaba kuki do aidi ngasi nungai ba asida akoi gi 2000 da ne kaino do asida leiba akoi gi chingmi do rose mangsi do oja rose mangsi do ma release pa yauri ni paminar ba yauri ni wasak watem nari ni haiba adu gumba ko existent punna leminna ba haiba che akoi maitai akoi di yam pamme kana कनाबुसु मकोई चटलु हाइदे तानबसु लेते हाइबा अखोई मकोई द नोंमै कापसु तौदे नोंमै कनान कापी मोइना कापी युं कनान थाई मोइना थाई लम कनान मुली मोइना मुली अदुगा कयोबगी अखोइना मकोइगा पीस पोरकबा हाइबसिबु चप चाबा आइना यादबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की वांगमदा लेबा ngakta chathariba kuki singduda chap chaba wan thokki matungina chairak pirakanda peace lakadabani dialogue tawgadabani haiba wafam asi thamjage aroibada Japan laibakna chang phangna mangdawrakanda chhatra mayamna kalleba chhatra mayam punjilaga makhoi association ama semi adugumba chhatra gi lupta makhoi gi Japan gi londa jingka korean kaweba 1917 aduda makhoi gi jingka korean sinane lekha tana manguraba sa laibak to Japan laibak to ta wangna prithivida maming chatpache jingka korean na pukhalla eba ado chahi tara lerga down phone oigi simasu khangoba noise musugi chhatra mayamna aidi pik thalamada winning dana yamna kamla ka thakdarni ekijayeba ko noi akhang hai research scholar mayam chhatra chingleiramane na thamoji yamna nungsi nungai jayeba ado jingka korean logiba daita adumaina ngasi di ko nakoi marai jaitharira mi yam dirira tahudabana karina ro musugi mi je yam yam udeba down phone tawhrabra jingka korean down phone tawgiba sahi tara matungda maram mahum factor humna kari dawdagi mausitung chatluba mausitungi theory do chhatra da chanarakta number 2 the political tawa mi singna khut changjalakpa number 3 democracy phangakpadagi ne awabado kolukpadagi kauthokidana maram ahum sina maram oiraga jingka korean down phone tawagi phibam dong asi musudi oihan gumsi haiba wafamse thamjari aduga waroisin langi laknabagi damaktadi NRC chatkadabani haibase government na thuna thabak lokhat ki bigadabani NRC chatlaga population commission semaga chokaya dei lakpano napana pudo chokaya da no bothadari du kari gino nangi nupa ama somda kyare gi chairman oi duna sida chahi tara da ngairi changakpa aduga kari gi nangi changdok changjingi ka chupai re ye voter list ta su family hapchalle ye adu supreme court ta fight tawnari bani hauji adu ma tawnari bani aduga Hyderabad ki university da political science ki head department ga oiradana makoina sida changjal aga tawriba koi jal mayam se ko adu punamak se lairik laisu haiba nakoi punamak na khangbiraga thabak lokhat pira u akoi gi Manipur gi di ima singi ipak aduga chhatra gi sangstan na changjhalakba khongjangda achumba lambi da kanamna su mairong yaba ngamdadana tugiba ngaktani haiba asisu khangbiyu aduna ngasi chhatra singa ngasi dagi hauna ai encourage tawjarange aduga peace langnabagi damaktadi center na amicha na prime minister na Manipur sarkar na maron thok tananga mi siraga kaim khangchanadana leirise asina chap chaba thabak lokhalaga ek nung palaga ngasai narco terrorist chin kuki do mado machak khangna deported tawraga population commission gi niyong gi matungina tanthokra kanda please lakadabani dialogue yarakadabani haibo wafum asi thamjar tension jar
yam nungai imana yam phajaba yam maru iba khoina tambada kana gadaba wahi mayam ama thambirami sengbadi moderator ama oina ai time se limitation tok janing dabani masing yam darkasu panelists ohuma magi field yam na magul leina thabak yam phajana tawba panelists ngaktani adubu ngasigi matam sina yadabadagi thengzal lakpadagi akhoi time limit thamba mathau tha khi aduga mayam nasu hena nungai ba information mayam ama khoi gi ngasigi session sidagi phangbiram gani khanjai aduga akhoi gi ngasi question answer gi round simadi se akhoi tawraroi si haina lemnare maramdi ima su yam ware aduga madam golmei su ma athu bathabak ama leibadagi handaba yadadana han khre aduna ngasi gi sigumba khudong chaba si matungda amuk lakpo oisanu haibasi thamjaraga ngasi gi question answer gi session sidi akhoi mayamna ngakpiro aduga ngasigi session sida aina khanjabada yamna maru oiba session amani aina logjai masida point khara yam strongly emerge tawai ngasi chathariba lan natragana ngasigi chathariba conflict asida is the benefit haibase kanam tagi oide awaba ngaktani aikogi education da affect tawriba economy da affect tawriba akoigi society da affect tawriba individual amata masdagi kanaba phangde masi akoigi panelist khudingmakna amadi masigi hojiki session sikhak natana mamangi session dasu mayamna hena macha khaina takpi kharabani sufferings khatani akoina phangiba aduga ngasigi khwaidagi session sigi khwaidagi maru oiba mayamna piriba message ti importance of women in our society akhoi society is the ima oibi singi nupi oibi singi role se aduki matik chawkre masi hanjan hanjan na akhoi gi panelist singna panelist singi wahi regi akhoi taba phangi importance of women I say akhoi society khaktagi nate adubo conflict leiba akhoi gi society gumba conflict leiba society amadadi makhoi gi role se yamna chawi aduna akhoi na sideline toba natragana akhoi na overlook toba yadaba yamna maru oiba amakhangni aduga ngasai akhoi gi panelist amana thambiramba ching tamgi anigi interdependence se yamna chawba pot amakhangni ching leitragadi tam leitragadi ching leiroi ani se matam pumnamakta nungsinana matam pumnamakta punna chaminarga kanda aikoigi nungaiba natragana aikoigi afaba haibadu oigani aduga mayamna ngasigi session sidagi yamna chawba pot amakhak akoina lawba targadi khwaidagi maru oiba akoigi situations da khwaidagi maru oiba pot se dialogue ni dialogue yaudrgadi akoigi peace su porpa ngamoy dialogue yaudrgadi ngasai gi conflict se loiba ngamoy dialogue is it's one of the most important option akoigi mamang da leiriba dialogue haiba se yaudrgadi akoigi ngasigi society da akoina face tawriba crisis se aroiba porpa ngamoy aduna tasengbadi masigi dialogue sina tung background oraga ngasimak akoina pangthok chariba musugi akoigi satra singna organized tawbiriba national convention asimak yamna chawba initiative amni aina haina lojai asiguma crisis maraga sida tasengbadi musugi satra singna horokpa matamda ngasigi convention se pangthok ngamgodra ngamoidra haibagi amna chawba question khare su laiki aduga naksal kanda public curfew amadi khudong sadaba adagi hena nahandagi kitang taptharuraga amuk hena conflict lakpa sina maram oraga akhoi masi pangthok ngamroidra haina su akhoi khallurabani adubu a big credit should go to Musu for successfully organizing this, and I myself would like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to Musu for not only making me a part of this beautiful and very meaningful convention, but also conceiving this very idea of having dialogue and discussion so that we can bring back our peace back to Manipur. Aduna ngasigi dialogue I say yamna important oiba discussion yaudrgadi dialogue yaudrgadi akoina han lejaramba khoi peace to amugana lahan ba ngamoi daba haibagi theme sida ngasi musuna tauriba convention asiga chap manana ngasigi session asida su dialogue I say yamna important oiba dialogue yaudrgadi akoi peace amugana porokpa ngamloi haibasi wai kharasi thamjaraga aigi ngasigi session se matang sida tension jarage aduga makha taba thoram gidamak akoi organizers sing da ai stage sinajage. Thank you.
Thagachari Ozabu ngasigi third technical session asi loisalakpaga loinana moderator sir dagi permission lauzaraga day 1 of the National Youth Convention Democracy Dialogue and Coexistence asi loisanjari haina lautokjare. I on behalf of MUSU appreciate our dignitaries, moderator, panelists and delegates for taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. Thank you everyone.